Great Classic Family Favorites by Rudyard Kipling, Hans Christian Andersen, L. Frank Baum, Charles Dickens, Louisa May Alcott, and more.
Moni the Goat Boy by Johanna Spyri. Read by Kim Hicks. Chapter 1. All is well with Moni. It is a long, steep climb up to the bathhouse at Fideris, after leaving the road leading up through the long valley of Prattigau. The horses pant so hard on the way up the mountain that you prefer to dismount and clamber up on foot to the green summit. After a long ascent, you come first to the village of Fideris, which lies on the pleasant green height, and from there you go on farther into the mountains until the lonely buildings connected with the baths appear, surrounded on all sides by rocky mountains. The only trees that grow up there are firs, covering the peaks and rocks, and it would all look very gloomy if the delicate mountain flowers with their brilliant colouring were not peeping forth everywhere through the low pasture grass. One clear summer evening, two ladies stepped out of the bathhouse and went along the narrow footpath which begins to mount not far from the house and soon becomes very steep as it ascends to the high, towering crags. At the first projection, they stood still and looked around, for this was the very first time they had come to the baths. "It is not very lively up here, Aunt," said the younger, as she let her eyes wander around. "Nothing but rocks and fir woods, and then another mountain and more fir trees on it. If we are to stay here 6 weeks, I should like occasionally to see something more amusing." "It would not be very amusing at all events if you should lose your diamond cross up here, Paula," replied the aunt, as she tied together the red velvet ribbon from which hung the sparkling cross. "This is the 3rd time I have fastened the ribbon since we arrived. I don't know whether it's your fault or the ribbon's, but I do know that you would be very sorry if it were lost." "No, no," exclaimed Paula decidedly. "The cross must not be lost on any account. It came from my grandmother and is my greatest treasure." Paula herself seized the ribbon and tied 2 or 3 knots one after the other to make it hold fast. Suddenly, she pricked up her ears. "Listen, listen, Aunt. Now something really lively is coming." A merry song sounded from far above them. Then came a long, shrill yodel. Then there was singing again. The ladies looked upwards but could see no living thing. The footpath was very crooked, often passing between tall bushes and then between projecting slopes, so that from below one could see up only a very short distance. But now there suddenly appeared something alive on the slopes above, in every place where the narrow path could be seen, and louder and nearer sounded the singing. "See, see, Aunt, there! Here, see there!" exclaimed Paula with great delight. And before the aunt was aware of it, 3, 4 goats came bounding down, and more of them, each wearing around the neck a little bell, so that the sound came from every direction. In the midst of the flock came the goat boy, leaping along, and singing his song to the very end. "And in winter I am happy, for weeping is in vain, and besides the glad springtime will soon come again." Then he sounded a frightful yodel, and immediately with his flock stood right before the ladies, for with his bare feet he leapt as nimbly and lightly as his little goats. "I wish you good evening," he said as he looked gaily at the 2 ladies, and would have continued on his way. But the goat boy with the merry eyes pleased the ladies. "Wait a minute," said Paula. "Are you the goat boy of Fideris? Do the goats belong to the village below?" "Yes, to be sure," was the reply. "Do you go up there with them every day?" "Yes, surely." "Is that so? And what is your name?" "Moni is my name." "Will you sing me the song once more that you have just sung? We heard only 1 verse. "It is too long," explained Moni. "It would be too late for the goats. They must go home." He straightened his weather-beaten cap, swung his rod in the air, and called to the goats, which had already begun to nibble all around. "Home! Home!" "You will sing to me some other time, Moni, won't you?" called Paula after him. "Surely I will. And good night," he called back, then trotted along with the goats, and in a short time the whole flock stood still below, a few steps from the bathhouse by the rear building. For here Moni had to leave the goats belonging to the house, the beautiful white one and the black one with the pretty little kid. Moni treated the last with great care, for it was a delicate little creature, and he loved it more than all the others. It was so attached to him that it ran after him continually all day long. He now led it very tenderly along and placed it in its shed. Then he said, "There, Meggerli, now sleep well. Are you tired? It is really a long way up there, and you are still so little. Now lie right down, so, in the nice straw." After he had put Meggerli to bed in this way, he hurried along with his flock, first up to the hill in front of the baths, and then down the road to the village. Here he took out his little horn and blew so vigorously into it that it resounded far down into the valley. From all the scattered houses, the children now came running out. Each rushed upon his goat, which he knew a long way off. And from the houses nearby, one woman and then another seized her little goat by the cord or the horn. And in a short time, the entire flock was separated, and each creature came to its own place. Finally, Moni stood alone with the brown one, his own goat. And with her he now went to the little house on the side of the mountain, where his grandmother was waiting for him in the doorway. "Has all gone well, Moni?" she asked presently, and then led the brown goat to her shed and immediately began to milk her. The grandmother was still a robust woman, and cared for everything herself in the house and in the shed, and everywhere kept order. Moni stood in the doorway of the shed and watched his grandmother. When the milking was ended, she went into the little house and said, "Come, Moni, you must be hungry." She had everything already prepared. Moni had only to sit down at the table. She seated herself next him, and although nothing stood on the table but the bowl of cornmeal mush cooked with the brown goat's milk, Moni hugely enjoyed his supper. Then he told his grandmother what he had done through the day, and as soon as the meal was ended, he went to bed, for in the early dawn he would have to start forth again with the flock. In this way, Moni had already spent 2 summers. He had been goat boy so long and become so accustomed to this life and grown up together with his little charges that he could think of nothing else. Moni had lived with his grandmother ever since he could remember. His mother had died when he was still very little. His father soon after went with others to military service in Naples in order to earn something, as he said, for he thought he could get more pay there. His wife's mother was also poor, but she took her daughter's deserted baby boy, little Solomon, home at once, and shared what she had with him. He brought a blessing to her cottage, and she had never suffered want. Good old Elizabeth was very popular with everyone in the whole village, and when, 2 years before, another goat boy had to be appointed, Moni was chosen with one accord, since everyone was glad for the hard-working Elizabeth that now Moni would be able to earn something. The pious grandmother had never let Moni start away a single morning without reminding him. "Moni, never forget how near you are up there to the dear Lord, and that he sees and hears everything, and you can hide nothing from his eyes. But never forget either that he is near to help you, so you have nothing to fear. And if you can call upon no human being up there, you have only to call to the dear Lord in your need, and he will hear you immediately and come to your aid." So from the very first, Moni went full of trust up to the lonely mountains and the highest crags, and never had the slightest fear of dread, for he always thought, "The higher up, the nearer I am to the dear Lord, and so all the safer, whatever may happen." So Moni had neither care nor trouble, and could enjoy everything he did from morning till night. It was no wonder that he whistled and sang and yodeled continually, for he had to give vent to his great happiness. Chapter 2. Moni's Life in the Mountains. The following morning, Paula awoke earlier than ever before. A loud singing had awakened her out of sleep. "That is surely the goat boy so soon," she said, springing out of bed and running to the window. Quite right. With fresh, red cheeks, there stood Moni below, and he had just brought the old goat and the little kid out of the goat shed. Now he swung his rod in the air, the goats leapt and sprang around him, and then he went along with the whole flock. Suddenly, Moni raised his voice again and sang until the mountains echoed. "Up yonder in the fir trees sing the birds in a choir, and after the rain comes the sun like a fire." "Today he must sing his whole song for me once," said Paula, for Moni had now disappeared, and she could no longer understand the words of his distant song. In the sky, the rosy morning clouds were disappearing, and a cool mountain breeze rustled around Moni's ears as he climbed up. This he thought just right. He yodeled with satisfaction from the first ledge so lustily down into the valley that many of the sleepers in the bathhouse below opened their eyes in amazement, then closed them again at once, for they recognised the sound and knew that they could have an hour longer to sleep, since the goat boy always came so early. Meanwhile, Moni climbed with his goats for an hour longer, farther and farther up to the high cliffs above. The higher up he mounted, the broader and more beautiful became the view. From time to time he looked around him, then gazed up into the bright sky, which was becoming bluer and bluer, then began to sing with all his might, louder and more merrily the higher he came. Up yonder in the fir trees sing the birds in a choir, and after the rain comes the sun like a fire. And the sun and the stars and the moon in the night, the dear Lord has made them to give us delight. In the spring there are flowers, they are yellow and gold, and so blue is the sky then my joy can't be told. And in summer there are berries, there are plenty if it's fine, and the red ones and black ones I eat all from the vine. If there are nuts in the bushes, I know what to do. Where the goats like to nibble, there I can hunt too. And in winter I'm happy, for weeping's in vain. And besides, the glad springtime will soon come again. Now the height was reached where he usually stayed, and where he was going to remain for a while today. It was a little green tableland, with so broad a projection that one could see from the top all round about and far, far down into the valley. This projection was called the Pulpit Rock, and here Moni could often stay for hours at a time, gazing about him and whistling away, while his little goats quite contentedly sought their feed around him. As soon as Moni arrived, he took his provision bag from his back, laid it in a little hole in the ground which he had dug out for this purpose, then went to the Pulpit Rock and threw himself on the grass in order to enjoy himself fully. The sky had now become a deep blue. Above were the high mountains with peaks towering to the sky and great ice fields appearing. And far away, down below, the green valley shone in the morning light. Moni lay there, looking about, singing and whistling. The mountain wind cooled his warm face, and as soon as he stopped whistling, the birds piped all the more lustily and flew up into the blue sky. Moni was indescribably happy. From time to time, Maggerli came to Moni and rubbed her head around on his shoulder as she always did out of sheer affection. Then she bleated quite fondly, went to Moni's other side and rubbed her head on the other shoulder. The other goats also, first one and then another, came to look at their keeper, and each had her own way of paying the visit. The brown one, his own goat, came very cautiously and looked at him to see if he was all right. Then she would stand and gaze at him until he said, "Yes, yes, Brownlee, it's all right. Go and look for your fodder." The young white one, and Swallow, so called because she was so small and nimble and darted everywhere like swallows into their holes, always rushed together upon Moni, so that they would have thrown him down if he had not already been stretched out on the ground, and then they immediately darted off again. The shiny Blackie, the goat belonging to the landlord of the bathhouse, Maggerli's mother, was a little proud. She came only to within a few steps of Moni, looked at him with her head lifted, as if she wouldn't appear too familiar, and then went her way again. The big sultan, the billy goat, never showed himself but once. Then he pushed away all he found near Moni and bleated several times, as significantly as if he had information to give about the condition of the flock, whose leader he felt himself to be. Little Maggerli alone never allowed herself to be crowded away from her protector. If the billy goat came and tried to push her aside, she crept so far under Moni's arm or head that the big sultan no longer came near her. And so, under Moni's protection, the little kid was not the least bit afraid of him. Otherwise, she would have trembled if he came near her. Thus the sunny morning had passed. Moni had already taken his midday meal, and now stood thinking as he leaned on his stick, which he often needed there, for it was very useful in climbing up and down. He was thinking whether he would go up to a new side of the rocks, for he wanted to go higher this afternoon with the goats. But the question was, to which side? He decided to take the left, for in that direction were the 3 dragon stones, around which grew such tender shrubs that it was a real feast for the goats. The way was steep, and there were dangerous places in the rugged wall of rock. But he knew a good path, and the goats were so sensible and did not easily go astray. He began to climb, and all his goats gaily clambered after him, some in front, some behind him, little Maggerli always close to him. Occasionally he held her fast and pulled her along with him when he came to a very steep place. All went quite well, and now they were at the top, and with high bounds the goats ran immediately to the green bushes, for they knew well the fine feed which they had often nibbled up here before. "Be quiet! Be quiet!" commanded Moni. "Don't push each other to the steep places, for in a moment one of you might go down and have your legs broken." "Swallow! Swallow, what are you thinking of?" he called, full of excitement up to the goat, for the nimble swallow had climbed up to the high dragon stones and was now standing on the outermost edge of one of them and looking quite impertinently down on him. He climbed up quickly, for only a single step more and Swallow would be lying below at the foot of the precipice. Moni was very agile. In a few minutes he had climbed up on the crag, quickly seized Swallow by the leg and pulled her down. "Now come with me, you foolish little beast, you," scolded Moni, as he dragged Swallow along with him to the others and held her fast for a while, until she had taken a good bite of a shrub and thought no more of running away. "Where is Maggerli?" screamed Moni suddenly, as he noticed Blackie standing alone in a steep place, and not eating, but quietly looking around her. The little young kid was always near Moni or running after its mother. "What have you done with your little kid, Blackie?" he called in alarm, and sprang towards the goat. She seemed quite strange, was not eating, but stood still in the same spot, and pricked up her ears inquiringly. Moni placed himself beside her and looked up and down. Now he heard a faint, pitiful bleating. It was Maggerli's voice, and it came from below, so plaintive and beseeching. Moni lay down on the ground and leaned over. There below something was moving. Now he saw quite plainly. Far down, Maggerli was hanging to the bough of a tree which grew out of the rock, and was moaning pitifully. She must have fallen over. Fortunately, the bough had caught her. Otherwise she would have fallen into the ravine and met a sorry death. Even now, if she could no longer hold to the bough, she would fall into the depths and be dashed to pieces. In the greatest anguish he called down, "Hold fast, Maggerli! Hold fast to the bough! See, I'm coming to get you!" But how could he reach there? The wall of rock was so steep here, Moni saw very well that it would be impossible to go down that way. But the little goat must be down there somewhere near the rain rock, the overhanging stone under which good protection was to be found in rainy weather. The goat boys had always spent rainy days there, therefore the stone had been called from old times the rain rock. From there, Moni thought he could climb across over the rocks and so bring back the little kid. He quickly whistled the flock together and went with them down to the place from which he could reach the rain rock. There he left them to graze and went to the rock. Here he immediately saw, just a little bit above him, the bough of the tree and the kid hanging to it. He saw very well that it would not be an easy task to climb up there and then down again with Maggerli on his back, but there was no other way to rescue her. He also thought the dear Lord would surely stand by him, and then he could not possibly fail. He folded his hands, looked up to heaven and prayed, "Oh, dear Lord, help me so that I can save Maggerli." Then he was full of trust that all would go well, and he bravely clambered up the rock until he reached the bough above. Here he clung fast with both feet, lifted the trembling, moaning little creature to his shoulders, and then climbed with great caution back down again. When he had the firm earth under his feet once more, and had saved the terror-stricken kid, he was so glad he had to offer thanks aloud and cried up to heaven, "Oh, dear Lord, I thank thee 1,000 times for having helped us so well. Oh, we are both so glad for it." Then he sat down on the ground a little while and stroked the kid, for she was still trembling in all her delicate limbs, and comforted her for enduring so much suffering. As it was soon time for departure, Moni placed the little goat on his shoulders again and said anxiously, "Come, you poor Maggerli. You are still trembling. You cannot walk home today. I must carry you." And so he carried the little creature, clinging close to him, all the way down. Paula was standing on the last rise in front of the bathhouse, waiting for the goat boy. Her aunt had accompanied her. When Moni came down with his burden on his back, Paula wanted to know if the kid was sick and showed great interest. When Moni saw this, he at once sat down on the ground in front of Paula and told her his day's experience with Maggerli. The young lady showed very keen interest in the affair and stroked the little rescued creature, which now lay quietly in Moni's lap and looked very pretty with its white feet and the beautiful black pelt on its back. It was very willing to be stroked by her. "Now, sing your song again for me while you are sitting here," said Paula. Moni was in such a gay frame of mind that he willingly and heartily began, and sang his whole song to the end. This pleased Paula exceptionally well, and she said he must sing it to her often again. Then the whole company went together down to the bathhouse. Here the kid was laid in its bed. Moni said farewell, and Paula went back to her room to talk with her aunt longer about the goat boy, whose merry morning song she had enjoyed again. Chapter 3. A Visit. Thus many days passed by, one as sunny and clear as the other, for it was an unusually beautiful summer, and the sky remained blue and cloudless from morning till evening. Every morning early, without exception, the goat boy singing lustily went by the bathhouse. Every evening he came back again singing lustily. All the guests were so accustomed to the merry sound that not one would have willingly missed it. More than all the others, Paula delighted in Moni's joyfulness and went out almost every evening to meet him and talk with him. One sunny morning, Moni had once more reached the pulpit rock and was about to throw himself down when he changed his mind. "No, go on. The last time you had to leave all the nice little plants because we had to go after Maggerli. Now we will go up there again so that you can finish nibbling them." The goats all leapt with delight after him, for they knew they were going up to the lovely bushes on the dragonstones. Today, Moni held his little Maggerli the whole time fast in his arms, pulled the sweet plants himself from the rocks, and let her eat out of his hand. This pleased the little goat best of all. She rubbed her head quite contentedly from time to time against Moni's shoulder and bleated happily. So the whole morning passed before Moni noticed from his own hunger that it had grown late before he was aware of it. But he had left his luncheon below near the pulpit rock in the little hole, for he had intended to return again at noon. "Well, you have had your fill of good things and I have had nothing," he said to his goats. "Now I must have something too, and you will find enough more down below. Come along." Whereupon he gave a loud whistle and the whole flock started away, the liveliest always ahead, and first of all light-footed Swallow, who was to meet something unexpected today. She sprang down from stone to stone and across many a cleft in the rocks. But all at once she could go no farther. Directly in front of her suddenly stood a chamois, and gazed with curiosity into her face. This had never happened to Swallow before. She stood still, looked questioningly at the stranger, and waited for the chamois to get out of her way and let her leap to the boulder as she intended. But the chamois did not stir, and gazed boldly into Swallow's eyes. So they stood facing each other, more and more obstinate, and might have stood there until now, if the big Sultan had not come along in the meantime. As soon as he saw the state of things, he stepped quite considerately past Swallow and suddenly pushed the chamois aside so far and with such violence that she had to make a daring leap not to fall down over the rocks. Swallow went triumphantly on her way, and the Sultan marched proudly and contentedly behind her, for he felt himself to be the sure protector of the goats in his flock. Meanwhile, Moni, coming down from above, and another goat boy coming up from below, met at the same spot and looked at each other in astonishment. But they were well acquainted, and after the first surprise greeted each other cordially. It was Jorgli from Kublis. Half the morning he had been looking in vain for Moni, and now he met him up here, where he had not expected to find him. "I didn't suppose you came up so high with the goats," said Jorgli. To be sure I do, replied Moni. But not always. Usually I stay by the pulpit rock and around there. Why have you come up here? To make you a visit, was the reply. I have something to tell you. Besides, I have 2 goats here that I'm bringing to the landlord at the baths. He's going to buy one, and so I thought I would come up to see you. Are they your own goats? Asked Moni. Surely they are ours. I don't tend strange ones any longer. I'm not a goat boy now. Moni was very much surprised at this, for Jorgli had become the goat boy of Kublis at the same time he had been made goat boy of Fideris. And Moni did not understand how Jorgli could give it up without a single murmur. Meanwhile, the goat boys and their flocks had reached the pulpit rock. Moni brought out the bread and a small piece of dried meat and invited Jorgli to share his midday meal. They both sat down on the pulpit rock and ate heartily, for it had grown very late and they had excellent appetites. When everything was eaten and they had drunk a little goat's milk, Jorgli comfortably stretched himself at full length on the ground and rested his head on both arms. But Moni remained sitting, for he always liked to look down into the deep valley below. But what are you now, Jorgli, if you are no longer a goat boy? Began Moni. You must be something. Surely I am something, and something very good, replied Jorgli. I am egg boy. Every day I carry eggs to all the hotels as far as I can go. I come up here to the bathhouse too. Yesterday I was there. Moni shook his head. That's nothing. I wouldn't be an egg boy. I would 1,000 times rather be goat boy. It is much finer. But why? Eggs are not alive. You can't speak a word to them, and they don't run after you like the goats, which are glad to see you when you come, and are fond of you and understand every word you say to them. You can't have any pleasure with eggs as you can with the goats up here. Yes, and you, interrupted Jorgli, what great pleasure do you have up here? Just now, you have had to get up 6 times while we were eating, just on account of that silly kid, to prevent it from falling down below. Is that a pleasure? Yes, I like to do that. Isn't it so, Maggerli? Come here. Moni jumped up and ran after the kid, for it was making dangerous leaps for sheer joy. When he sat down again, Jorgli said, There is another way to keep the young goats from falling over the rocks, without having to be always jumping after them as you do. What is it? Asked Moni. Drive a stick firmly into the ground and fasten the goat by the leg to it. She will kick furiously, but she can't get away. You needn't think I would do any such thing to the little kid, said Moni quite angrily, and drew Maggerli to him and held her fast, as if to protect her from any such treatment. You really won't have to take care of that one much longer, began Jorgli again. It won't come up here many times more. What? What? What did you say, Jorgli? Demanded Moni. Bah! Don't you know about it? The landlord will not raise her, she is too weak. There never was a more feeble goat. He wanted to sell her to my father, but he wouldn't have her either. Now the landlord is going to have her killed next week, and then he will buy our spotted one. Moni had become quite pale from terror. At first he couldn't speak a word, but now he broke out and complained aloud over the little kid. No, that shall not be done, Maggerli, it shall not be done. They shall not slay you, I can't bear that. Oh, I would rather die with you. No, that cannot be. Don't do so, said Jorgli angrily, and pulled Moni up, for in his grief he had thrown himself face down on the ground. Stand up. You know the kid really belongs to the landlord, and he can do what he likes with her. Think no more about it. Come. I know something. See? See? Whereupon Jorgli held out one hand to Moni, and with the other almost covered the object which Moni was to admire. It sparkled wonderfully in his hand, for the sun shone straight into it. What is it? Asked Moni when it sparkled again, lighted up by a sunbeam. Guess. A ring? No, but something like that. Who gave it to you? Gave it to me? Nobody. I found it myself. Then it does not belong to you, Jorgli. Why not? I didn't take it from anybody. I almost stepped on it with my foot, then it would have been broken, so I can just as well keep it. Where did you find it? Down by the bathhouse yesterday evening. Then someone from the house below lost it. You must tell the landlord. And if you don't, I will do it this evening. No, Moni, don't do that, said Yorgley beseechingly. See, I will show you what it is, and I will sell it to a maid in one of the hotels, but she will surely have to give me 4 francs. Then I will give you 1 or 2, and nobody will know anything about it. I will not take it. I will not take it, interrupted Moni hotly. And the dear Lord has heard everything you have said. Yorgley looked up to the sky. Oh, so far away, he said sceptically, but he immediately began to speak more softly. He hears you still, said Moni confidently. It was no longer Yorgley's secret. If he didn't know how to bring Moni to his side, all would be lost. He thought and thought. Moni, he said suddenly, I will promise you something that will delight you if you will not say anything to a human being about what I have found. You really don't need to take anything for it, then you will have nothing to do with it. If you do as I say, I will make my father buy Maggerli so she will not be killed. Will you? A hard struggle arose in Moni. It was wrong to help keep the discovery secret. Yorgley had opened his hand. In it lay a cross set with a large number of stones which sparkled in many colours. Moni realised that it was not a worthless thing which no one would inquire about. He felt exactly as if he himself should be keeping what did not belong to him if he remained silent. But on the other hand was the little, affectionate Maggerli that was going to be killed in a horrible way with a knife, and he could prevent it if he kept silent. Even now the little kid was lying so trustfully beside him, as if she knew that he would always keep it. No, he could not let this happen. He must try to save it. Yes, I will, Yorgley, he said, but without any enthusiasm. Then it is a bargain. And Yorgley offered his hand to Moni that he might seal the argument, as that was the only way to make a promise binding. Yorgley was very glad that now his secret was safe. But as Moni had become so quiet, and he had much farther to go to reach home than Moni, he considered it well to start along with his 2 goats. He said good night to Moni and whistled for his 2 companions, which, meanwhile, had joined Moni's grazing goats, but not without much pushing and other doubtful behaviour between the 2 parties, for the goats from Fideris had never heard that they ought to be polite to visitors, and the goats from Kublis did not know that they ought not to seek out the best plants or push the others away from them when they were visiting. When Yorgley had gone some distance down the mountain, Moni also started along with his flock. But he was very still, and neither sang a note nor whistled all the way home. Chapter 4. Moni can no longer sing. On the following morning, Moni came up the path to the bathhouse, just as silent and cast down as the evening before. He brought out the landlord's goats quietly and went on upwards. But he sang not a note, nor did he give a yodel up into the air. He let his head hang, and looked as if he were afraid of something. Now and then he looked around timidly, as if someone were coming after him to question him. Moni could no longer be merry. He didn't know himself exactly why. He wanted to be glad that he had saved Maggerli and sing, but he couldn't express it. Today, the sky was covered with clouds, and Moni thought when the sun came out it would be different, and he could be happy again. When he reached the top, it began to rain quite hard. He took refuge under the rain rock, for it soon poured in streams from the sky. The goats came too, and placed themselves here and there under the rock. The aristocratic Blackie immediately wanted to protect her beautiful shiny coat, and crept in under the rock before Moni did. She was now standing behind Moni and looking out from her comfortable corner into the pouring rain. Maggerli was standing in front of its protector under the projecting rock, and gently rubbed its little head against his knee. Then it looked up at him in surprise, because Moni did not say a word, and it was not accustomed to that. Moni sat thoughtfully, leaning on his staff, for in such weather he always kept it in his hand to keep himself from slipping on the steep places, for on such days he wore shoes. Now, as he sat for hours under the rain rock, he had plenty of time for reflection. Moni thought over what he had promised Jorgli, and it seemed to him that if Jorgli had taken something, he was practically doing the same thing himself, because Jorgli had promised to give him something or do something for him. He had surely done what was wrong, and the dear Lord was now against him. This he felt in his heart, and it was right that it was dark and rainy and that he was hidden under the rock, for he would not even have dared look up into the blue sky as usual. But there were still other things that Moni had to think about. If Maggerli should fall down over a steep precipice again, and he wanted to get it, the dear Lord would no longer protect him, and he no longer dared to pray to him about it and call upon him, and so had no more safety. And if then he should slip and fall down with Maggerli deep over the jagged rocks, and both of them should lie all torn and maimed— "Oh no," he said with anguish in his heart, "that must not happen anyway." He must manage to be able to pray again and come to the dear Lord with everything that weighed on his heart. Then he could be happy again, that he felt sure of. Moni would throw off the weight that oppressed him. He would go and tell the landlord everything. But then Jorgli would not persuade his father, and the landlord would slaughter Maggerli. Oh no, he couldn't bear that, and he said, "No, I will not do it, I will say nothing." But he did not feel satisfied, and the weight on his heart grew heavier and heavier. Thus Moni's whole day passed. He started home at evening as silent as he had come in the morning. When he found Paula standing near the bathhouse, and she sprang quickly across to the goat shed and asked sympathetically, "Moni, what is the matter? Why don't you sing any more?" He turned shyly away and said, "I can't," and as quickly as possible made off with his goats. Paula said to her aunt above, "If I only knew what was the matter with the goat boy. He is quite changed. You wouldn't know him. If he would only sing again." "It must be the frightful rain which has silenced the boy so," remarked the aunt. "Everything all comes together. Let us go home, Aunt," begged Paula. "There is no more pleasure here. First I lost my beautiful cross, and it can't be found. Then comes this endless rain, and now we can't ever hear the merry goat boy any more. Let us go away." "The cure must be finished, or it will do no good," explained the aunt. It was also dark and grey on the following day, and the rain poured down without ceasing. Moni spent the day exactly like the one before. He sat under the rock, and his thoughts went restlessly round in a circle. For when he decided, "Now I will go and confess the wrong, so that I shall dare to look up to the dear Lord again," then he saw the little kid under the knife before him, and it all began over again in his mind from the beginning, so that with thinking and brooding and the weight he carried, he was very tired by night, and crept home in the streaming rain as if he didn't notice it at all. By the bathhouse below, the landlord was standing in the back doorway, and called to Moni. "Come in with them! They are wet enough! Why, you are crawling down the mountain like a snail! I wonder what is the matter with you?" The landlord had never been so unfriendly before. On the contrary, he had always made the most friendly remarks to the merry goat boy. But Moni's changed appearance did not please him. And besides, he was in a worse humour than usual, because Fraulein Paula had just complained to him about her loss, and assured him that the valuable cross could only have been lost in the house or directly in front of the house door. She had only stepped out on that day towards evening to hear the goat boy sing on his way home. To have it said that it was possible for such a costly thing to be lost in his house beyond recovery made him very cross. The day before he had called together the whole staff of servants, examined and threatened them, and finally offered a reward to the finder. The whole house was in an uproar over the lost ornament. When Moni with his goats passed by the front of the house, Paula was standing there. She had been waiting for him, for she wondered very much whether he would ever sing any more or be merry. As he now crept by, she called, "Moni? Moni? Are you really the same goat boy who used to sing from morning till night? And so blue is the sky there, my joy can't be told?" Moni heard the words very well. He gave no answer, but they made a great impression on him. Oh, how different it really was from the time when he could sing all day long and he felt exactly as he sang. Oh, if it could only be like that again. Again, Moni climbed up the mountain, silent and sad, and without singing. The rain had now ceased, but thick fog hung around on the mountains, and the sky was still full of dark clouds. Moni again sat under the rock and battled with his thoughts. About noon, the sky began to clear. It grew brighter and brighter. Moni came out of his cave and looked around. The goats once more sprang gaily here and there, and the little kid was quite frolicsome from delight at the returning sun and made the merriest leaps. Moni stood on the pulpit rock and saw how it was growing brighter and more beautiful below in the valley and above over the mountains beyond. Now the clouds scattered, and the lovely light blue sky looked down so cheerfully that it seemed to Moni as if the dear Lord were looking out of the bright blue at him. And suddenly it became quite clear in his heart what he ought to do. He could not carry the wrong around with him any more. He must throw it off. Then Moni seized the little kid that was jumping about him, took it in his arms and said tenderly, "Oh, Maggerli, you poor Maggerli, I have certainly done what I could, but it is wrong, and that must not be done. Oh, if only you didn't have to die! I can't bear it." And Moni began to cry so hard that he could no longer speak, and the kid bleated pitifully and crept far under his arm, as if it wanted to cling to him and be protected. Then Moni lifted the little goat on his shoulders, saying, "Come, Maggerli, I will carry you home once more today. Perhaps I can't carry you much longer." When the flock came down to the bathhouse, Paula was again standing on the watch. Moni put the young goat with the black one in the shed, and instead of going on farther, he came toward the young lady and was going past her into the house. She stopped him. "Still no singing, Moni? Where are you going with such a troubled face?" "I have to tell about something," replied Moni, without lifting his eyes. "Tell about something? What is it? Can't I know?" "I must tell the landlord. Something has been found." "Found? What is it? I have lost something. A beautiful cross." "Yes, that is just what it is." "What do you say?" exclaimed Paula in the greatest surprise. "Is it a cross with sparkling stones?" "Yes, exactly that." "What have you done with it, Moni? Give it to me. Did you find it?" "No, Jorgli from Kublis found it." Then Paula wanted to know who he was and where he lived, and to send someone to Kublis at once to get the cross. "I will go as fast as I can, and if he still has it, I will bring it to you," said Moni. "If he still has it?" said Paula. "Why shouldn't he still have it? And how do you know all about it, Moni? When did he find it, and how did you hear about it?" Moni looked on the ground. He didn't dare say how it had all come about, and how he had helped to conceal the discovery until he could no longer bear it. But Paula was very kind to Moni. She took him aside, sat down on the trunk of a tree beside him, and said with the greatest friendliness, "Come, tell me all about how it happened, Moni, for I want so much to know everything from you." Then Moni gained confidence and began to relate the whole story, and told her every word of his struggle about Maggerli, and how he had lost all happiness and dared no longer look up to the dear Lord, and how today he couldn't bear it any longer. Then Paula talked with him very kindly, and said he should have come immediately and told everything, and it was right that he had told her all now so frankly, and that he would not regret it. Then she said he could promise Jorgli 10 francs as soon as she had the cross in her hands again. 10 francs, repeated Moni, full of astonishment, for he knew how Jorgli would have sold it for much less. Then Moni rose and said he would go right away that very day to Kublis, and if he got the cross, he would bring it with him early the next morning. He ran along, and was once more able to leap and jump, for he had a much lighter heart, and the heavy burden no longer weighed him down to the ground. When he reached home, he only put his goats in, told his grandmother he had an errand to do, and ran at once down to Kublis. He found Jorgli at home, and told him without delay what he had done. At first the boy was very angry, but when he considered that all was known, he took out the cross and asked, "Will she give me anything for it?" "Yes, and now you could see, Jorgli," said Moni indignantly, "how by being honourable you will receive 10 francs and by being deceitful only 4. The 10 francs you are going to have now." Jorgli was very much amazed. He regretted that he had not gone immediately with the cross to the bathhouse after he had picked it up in front of the door, for now he had not a clear conscience, and it might have been so different. But now it was too late. He gave the cross to Moni, who hastened home with it, for it had already grown quite dark. Chapter 5. Moni sings again. Paula had given orders to be wakened early the next morning, for she wanted to be on the spot when the goat boy came. She was anxious to deal with him herself. That evening she had held a long conversation with the landlord, and had then come out of his room quite happy, so she must have planned something delightful with him. When the goat boy came along with his flock in the morning, Paula was already standing in front of the house, and she called out, "Moni, can't you sing even now?" He shook his head. "No, I can't. I'm always wondering how much long Meggerli will go with me. I never can sing any more as long as I live. And here is the cross." Whereupon he handed her a little package, for the grandmother had wrapped it carefully for him in 3 or 4 papers. Paula took out the cross from the wrappings and examined it closely. It really was her beautiful cross with the sparkling stones, and quite unharmed. "Well, Moni," she said now very kindly, "you have given me a great pleasure, for if it had not been for you, I might never have seen my cross again. Now, I am going to give you a pleasure. Go take Meggerli there out of the shed. She belongs to you now." Moni stared at the young lady in astonishment, as if it were impossible to understand her words. At last he stammered, "But how can Meggerli be mine?" "How?" replied Paula, smiling. "See, last evening I bought her from the landlord, and this morning I give her to you. Now, can't you sing once more?" "Oh! Oh! Oh!" exclaimed Moni, and ran like mad to the shed, led the little goat out and took it in his arms. Then he leapt back and held out his hand to Paula, and said over and over again, "I thank you 1,000,000 times. May God reward you, if I could do something nice for you." "Well, then try once more and let us see if you can sing again," said Paula. Then Moni sang his song, and went on up the mountain with the goats, and his jubilant tones rang down into the valley, so that there was no one in the whole bathhouse who did not hear it, and many an one turned over in his bed and said, "The goat boy has good weather once more." All were glad to hear him sing again, for all had depended on the merry alarm, some in order to get up, others to sleep a while longer. When Moni, from the first summit, saw Paula still standing below in front of the house, he stepped as far out as possible and sang down at the top of his voice, "And so blue is the sky there, my joy can't be told." The whole day long, Moni shouted for joy, and all the goats caught his spirit and jumped and sprang around as if it were a great festival. The sun shone cheerfully down out of the blue sky, and after the great rain, all the little plants were so fresh and the yellow and red flowers so bright, it seemed to Moni as if he had never seen the mountains and the valley and the whole world so beautiful before. He didn't let the little kid leave him the whole day. He pulled up the best plants for it and fed it and said over and over again, "Meggerli, you dear Meggerli, you do not have to die. You are now mine and will come up to the pasture with me as long as we live." And with resounding singing and yodeling, Moni came down again at evening, and after he had led the black goat to her shed, he took the little kid in his arms, for it was now coming home with him. Maggerli did not look as if it would rather stay there, but pressed close to Moni and felt that it was under the best protection. For Moni had for a long time treated it better and more kindly than its own mother. But when Moni came near his grandmother's, with Maggerli on his shoulders, she didn't know at all what to make of it. And although Moni called from a distance, "She belongs to me, grandmother! She belongs to me!" she didn't understand for some time what he meant. But Moni couldn't explain to her yet. He ran to the shed, and there, right next to Brownie, so that it wouldn't be afraid, he made Maggerli a fine, soft bed of fresh straw, and laid it down, saying, "There, Maggerli, now sleep well in your new home. You must always have this. Every day I will make you a new bed." Then Moni came back directly to his wondering grandmother, and while they sat together at their supper, he told her the whole story from the very beginning about his 3 days so full of trouble and the happy ending today. The grandmother listened very quietly and attentively, and when he came to the end, she said earnestly, "Moni, you must remember what has happened to you now as long as you live. While you were having so great trouble with wrongdoing in order to help the little creature, the dear Lord had already found a way to help it and make you happy as soon as you would do what was right in his sight. If you had done right at once and trusted in God, all would have gone well at first. Now the dear Lord has helped you beyond all you deserved, so that you will not forget it your whole life long." "No, I will surely never forget it," said Moni, eagerly assenting, "and will always truly think the first thing I must only do what is right before the dear Lord. He will take care of all the rest." But before Moni could lie down to sleep, he had to look into the shed once more, to see if it were really possible that the little kid was lying out there and belonged to him. Jorgli received the 10 francs according to the agreement, but he was not allowed to escape from the affair so easily as that. When he returned to the bathhouse, he was brought to the landlord, who took the boy by the collar, gave him a good shaking, and said threateningly, "Jorgli, Jorgli, don't you try a second time to bring my whole house into bad repute. If anything like this happens a single time again, you will come out of my house in a way that will not please you. See, up there hangs a very sharp willow rod for such cases. Now go and think this over." Moreover, the event had other consequences for the boy. From this time on, if anything was lost anywhere in the bathhouse, all the servants immediately exclaimed, "Jorgli from Kublis has it!" And if he came afterwards into the house, they all pounced on him together and cried, "Give it here, Jorgli! Out with it!" And if he assured them he had nothing and knew nothing about it, they would all exclaim, "We know you already!" and "You can't fool us!" So Jorgli had to endure the most menacing attacks continually, and had hardly a moment's peace any more. For if he saw anyone approaching him, he at once thought he was coming to ask if he had found this or that. So Jorgli was not at all happy, and 100 times he thought, "If only I had given back that cross immediately. I will never in my whole life keep anything else that doesn't belong to me." But Moni never ceased singing and yodeling the whole summer long, for there was hardly another human being in the world as happy as he was up there with his goats. Often, however, when he lay stretched out in his contentment on the pulpit rock and gazed down into the sunny valley below, he had to think how he had sat that time with the heavy burden on his heart under the rain rock, and all happiness was gone. And he would say again and again in his heart, "I know now what I will do so that it will never happen again. I will do nothing that will prevent me looking up gladly to heaven, because this is right to the dear Lord." But if it chanced that Moni became too long absorbed in his meditation, one or another of the goats would come along, gaze wonderingly at him, and try to attract his attention by bleating, which oftentimes he did not hear for quite a while. Only when Maggerli came and called after him longingly, then he heard at once, and came leaping to it immediately. For his affectionate little kid always remained Moni's dearest possession.
An Adventure on Island Rock by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Read by Robert Fass. "Who was the man I saw talking to you in the hayfield?" asked Aunt Kate as Uncle Richard came to dinner. "Bob Marks," said Uncle Richard briefly. "I've sold Laddie to him." Ernest Hughes, the 12-year-old orphan boy whom Uncle boarded and kept for the chores he did, suddenly stopped eating. "Oh, Mr. Lawson, you're not going to sell Laddie?" he cried chokily. Uncle Richard stared at him. Never before in the 5 years that Ernest had lived with him had the quiet little fellow spoken without being spoken to, much less ventured to protest against anything Uncle Richard might do. "Certainly I am," answered the latter curtly. "Bob offered me $20 for the dog, and he's coming after him next week." "Oh, Mr. Lawson," said Ernest, rising to his feet, his small freckled face crimson. "Oh, don't sell Laddie. Please, Mr. Lawson, don't sell him." "What nonsense is this?" said Uncle Richard sharply. He was a man who brooked no opposition from anybody, and who never changed his mind when it was once made up. "Don't sell Laddie," pleaded Ernest miserably. "He's the only friend I've got. I can't live if Laddie goes away. Oh, don't sell him, Mr. Lawson." "Sit down and hold your tongue," said Uncle Richard sternly. "The dog is mine, and I shall do with him as I think fit. He is sold, and that is all there is about it. Go on with your dinner." But Ernest, for the first time, did not obey. He snatched his cap from the back of his chair, dashed it down over his eyes, and ran from the kitchen with a sob choking his breath. Uncle Richard looked angry, but Aunt Kate hastened to soothe him. "Don't be vexed with the boy, Richard," she said. "You know he's very fond of Laddie. He's had to do with him ever since he was a pup, and no doubt he feels badly at the thought of losing him. I'm rather sorry myself that you have sold the dog." "Well, he is sold, and there's an end of it. I don't say but that the dog is a good dog, but he is of no use to us, and $20 will come in mighty handy just now. He's worth that to Bob, for he's a good watchdog, so we've both made a fair bargain." Nothing more was said about Ernest or Laddie. I had taken no part in the discussion, for I felt no great interest in the matter. Laddie was a nice dog. Ernest was a quiet, inoffensive little fellow 5 years younger than myself. That was all I thought about either of them. I was spending my vacation at Uncle Richard's farm on the Nova Scotian Bay of Fundy shore. I was a great favorite with Uncle Richard, partly because he had been much attached to my mother, his only sister, partly because of my strong resemblance to his only son, who had died several years before. Uncle Richard was a stern, undemonstrative man, but I knew that he entertained a deep and real affection for me, and I always enjoyed my vacation sojourns at his place. "What are you going to do this afternoon, Ned?" he asked after the disturbance caused by Ernest's outbreak had quieted down. "I think I'll row out to Island Rock," I replied. "I want to take some views of the shore from it." Uncle Richard nodded. He was much interested in my new camera. "If you're on it about 4 o'clock, you'll get a fine view of the hole in the wall when the sun begins to shine on the water through it," he said. "I've often thought it would make a handsome picture." "After I've finished taking the pictures, I think I'll go down shore to Uncle Adam's and stay all night," I said. "Jim's darkroom is more convenient than mine, and he has some pictures he's going to develop tonight, too." I started for the shore about 2 o'clock. Ernest was sitting on the woodpile as I passed through the yard, with his arms about Laddie's neck and his face buried in Laddie's curly hair. Laddie was a handsome and intelligent black-and-white Newfoundland, with a magnificent coat. He and Ernest were great chums. I felt sorry for the boy who was to lose his pet. "Don't take it so hard, Ern," I said, trying to comfort him. "Uncle will likely get another pup." "I don't want any other pup," Ernest blurted out. "Oh, Ned, won't you try and coax your uncle not to sell him? Perhaps he'd listen to you." I shook my head. I knew Uncle Richard too well to hope that. "Not in this case, Ern," I said. "He would say it did not concern me, and you know nothing moves him when he determines on a thing. You'll have to reconcile yourself to losing Laddie, I'm afraid." Ernest's tow-colored head went down on Laddie's neck again, and I, deciding that there was no use in saying anything more, proceeded towards the shore, which was about a mile from Uncle Richard's house. The beach along his farm and for several farms along shore was a lonely, untenanted one, for the fisher folk all lived 2 miles further down at Rowley's Cove. About 300 yards from the shore was the peculiar formation known as Island Rock. This was a large rock that stood abruptly out of the water. Below, about the usual water line, it was seamed and fissured, but its summit rose up in a narrow, flat-topped peak. At low tide, 20 feet of it was above water, but at high tide it was 6 feet and often more under water. I pushed Uncle Richard's small flat down the rough path and rowed out to Island Rock. Arriving there, I thrust the painter deep into a narrow cleft. This was the usual way of mooring it, and no doubt of its safety occurred to me. I scrambled up the rock and around to the eastern end, where there was a broader space for standing and from which some capital views could be obtained. The sea about the rock was calm, but there was quite a swell on, and an offshore breeze was blowing. There were no boats visible. The tide was low, leaving bare the curious caves and headlands along shore, and I secured a number of excellent snapshots. It was now 3 o'clock. I must wait another hour yet before I could get the best view of the hole in the wall, a huge arch-like opening through a jutting headland to the west of me. I went around to look at it, when I saw a sight that made me stop short in dismay. This was nothing less than the flat drifting outward around the point. The swell and suction of the water around the rock must have pulled her loose, and I was a prisoner. At first my only feeling was one of annoyance. Then a thought flashed into my mind that made me dizzy with fear. The tide would be high that night. If I could not escape from Island Rock, I would inevitably be drowned. I sat down limply on a ledge and tried to look matters fairly in the face. I could not swim. Calls for help could not reach anybody. My only hope lay in the chance of somebody passing down the shore or of some boat appearing. I looked at my watch. It was 3:15. The tide would begin to turn about 5, but it would be at least 10 before the rock would be covered. I had then little more than 6 hours to live unless rescued. The flat was by this time out of sight around the point. I hoped that the sight of an empty flat drifting down shore might attract someone's attention and lead to investigation. That seemed to be my only hope. No alarm would be felt at Uncle Richard's because of my non-appearance. They would suppose I had gone to Uncle Adam's. I have heard of time seeming long to a person in my predicament, but to me it seemed fairly to fly, for every moment decreased my chance of rescue. I determined I would not give way to cowardly fear, so, with a murmured prayer for help, I set myself to the task of waiting for death as bravely as possible. At intervals I shouted as loudly as I could, and when the sun came to the proper angle for the best view of the hole in the wall, I took the picture. It afterwards turned out to be a great success, but I have never been able to look at it without a shudder. At 5, the tide began to come in. Very, very slowly the water rose around Island Rock. Up, up, up it came, while I watched it with fascinated eyes, feeling like a rat in a trap. The sun fell lower and lower. At 8 o'clock the moon rose large and bright. At 9 it was a lovely night, dear, calm, bright as day, and the water was swishing over the highest ledge of the rock. With some difficulty I climbed to the top and sat there to await the end. I had no longer any hope of rescue, but by a great effort I preserved self-control. If I had to die, I would at least face death staunchly. But when I thought of my mother at home, it tasked all my energies to keep from breaking down utterly. Suddenly I heard a whistle. Never was sound so sweet. I stood up and peered eagerly shoreward. Coming around the hole-in-the-wall headland, on top of the cliffs, I saw a boy and a dog. I sent a wild halloo ringing shoreward. The boy started, stopped, and looked out towards Island Rock. The next moment he hailed me. It was Ernest's voice, and it was Laddie who was barking beside him. "Ernest!" I shouted wildly. "Run for help! Quick! Quick! The tide will be over the rock in half an hour! Hurry or you'll be too late!" Instead of starting off at full speed as I expected him to do, Ernest stood still for a moment and then began to pick his steps down a narrow path over the cliff, followed by Laddie. "Ernest!" I shouted frantically. "What are you doing? Why don't you go for help?" Ernest had by this time reached a narrow ledge of rock just above the waterline. I noticed that he was carrying something over his arm. "It would take too long," he shouted. "By the time I got to the cove and a boat could row back here, you'd be drowned. Laddie and I will save you. Is there anything there you can tie a rope to? I've a coil of rope here that I think will be long enough to reach you. I've been down to the cove and Alec Martin sent it up to your uncle." I looked about me. A smooth, round hole had been worn clean through a thin part of the apex of the rock. "I could fasten the rope if I had it," I called. "But how can you get it to me?" For answer, Ernest tied a bit of driftwood to the rope and put it into Laddie's mouth. The next minute, the dog was swimming out to me. As soon as he came close, I caught the rope. It was just long enough to stretch from shore to rock, allowing for a couple of hitches which Ernest gave around a small boulder on the ledge. I tied my camera case on my head by means of some string I found in my pocket. Then I slipped into the water and, holding to the rope, went hand over hand to the shore, with Laddie swimming beside me. Ernest held on to the shoreward end of the rope like grim death, a task that was no light one for his small arms. When I finally scrambled up beside him, his face was dripping with perspiration, and he trembled like a leaf. "Ern, you are a brick," I exclaimed. "You've saved my life." "No, it was Laddie," said Ernest, refusing to take any credit at all. We hurried home and arrived at Uncle Richard's about 10, just as they were going to bed. When Uncle Richard heard what had happened, he turned very pale and murmured, "Thank God." Aunt Kate got me out of my wet clothes as quickly as possible, put me away to bed in hot blankets, and dosed me with ginger tea. I slept like a top and felt none the worse for my experience the next morning. At the breakfast table, Uncle Richard scarcely spoke. But just as we finished, he said abruptly to Ernest, "I'm not going to sell Laddie. You and the dog saved Ned's life between you, and no dog who helped do that is ever going to be sold by me. Henceforth he belongs to you. I give him to you for your very own." "Oh, Mr. Lawson," said Ernest, with shining eyes. I never saw a boy look so happy. As for Laddie, who was sitting beside him with his shaggy head on Ernest's knee, I really believe the dog understood, too. The look in his eyes was almost human. Uncle Richard leaned over and patted him. "Good dog," he said. "Good dog."
Tom Thumb by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, read by John Telfer. A poor woodman sat in his cottage one night, smoking his pipe by the fireside, while his wife sat by his side spinning. "How lonely it is, wife," said he, as he puffed out a long curl of smoke, "for you and me to sit here by ourselves without any children to play about and amuse us, while other people seem so happy and merry with their children." "What you say is very true," said the wife, sighing, and turning round her wheel. "How happy should I be if I had but one child? If it were ever so small, nay, if it were no bigger than my thumb, I should be very happy and love it dearly." Now, odd as you may think it, it came to pass that this good woman's wish was fulfilled, just in the very way she had wished it, for, not long afterwards, she had a little boy who was quite healthy and strong, but was not much bigger than my thumb. So they said, "Well, we cannot say we have not got what we wished for, and, little as he is, we will love him dearly." And they called him Thomas Thumb. They gave him plenty of food, yet for all they could do, he never grew bigger, but kept just the same size as he had been when he was born. Still, his eyes were sharp and sparkling, and he soon showed himself to be a clever little fellow, who always knew well what he was about. One day, as the woodman was getting ready to go into the wood to cut fuel, he said, "I wish I had someone to bring the cart after me, for I want to make haste."
"Oh, father," cried Tom, "I will take care of that. The cart shall be in the wood by the time you want it."
Then the woodman laughed and said, "How can that be? You cannot reach up to the horse's bridle."
"Never mind that, father," said Tom. "If my mother will only harness the horse, I will get into his ear and tell him which way to go."
"Well," said the father, "we will try for once." When the time came, the mother harnessed the horse to the cart and put Tom into his ear. And as he sat there, the little man told the beast how to go, crying out, "Go on," and "Stop," as he wanted. And thus the horse went on just as well as if the woodman had driven it himself into the wood. It happened that as the horse was going a little too fast and Tom was calling out, "Gently, gently," two strangers came up. "What an odd thing that is," said one. "There is a cart going along, and I hear a carter talking to the horse, but yet I can see no one." "That is queer indeed," said the other. "Let us follow the cart and see where it goes." So they went on into the wood, till at last they came to the place where the woodman was. Then Tom Thumb, seeing his father, cried out,
"See, father, here I am with the cart, all right and safe. Now take me down."
So his father took hold of the horse with one hand, and with the other took his son out of the horse's ear and put him down upon a straw, where he sat as merry as you please. The two strangers were all this time looking on, and did not know what to say for wonder. At last one took the other aside and said, "That little urchin will make our fortune if we can get him and carry him about from town to town as a show. We must buy him." So they went up to the woodman and asked him what he would take for the little man. "He will be better off," said they, "with us than with you." "I won't sell him at all," said the father. "My own flesh and blood is dearer to me than all the silver and gold in the world." But Tom, hearing of the bargain they wanted to make, crept up his father's coat to his shoulder and whispered in his ear,
"Take the money, father, and let them have me. I'll soon come back to you."
So the woodman at last said he would sell Tom to the strangers for a large piece of gold, and they paid the price. "Where would you like to sit?" said one of them.
"Oh, put me on the rim of your hat. That will be a nice gallery for me. I can walk about there and see the country as we go along."
So they did as he wished, and when Tom had taken leave of his father, they took him away with them. They journeyed on till it began to be dusky, and then the little man said,
"Let me get down. I'm tired."
So the man took off his hat and put him down on a clod of earth in a ploughed field by the side of the road. But Tom ran about amongst the furrows, and at last slipped into an old mouse-hole.
"Good night, my masters," said he. "I'm off. Mind and look sharp after me the next time."
Then they ran at once to the place and poked the ends of their sticks into the mouse-hole, but all in vain. Tom only crawled farther and farther in, and at last it became quite dark, so that they were forced to go their way without their prize, as sulky as could be. When Tom found they were gone, he came out of his hiding place.
"What dangerous walking it is," said he, "in this ploughed field. If I were to fall from one of these great clods, I should undoubtedly break my neck."
At last, by good luck, he found a large empty snail shell.
"This is lucky," said he. "I can sleep here very well."
And in he crept. Just as he was falling asleep, he heard two men passing by, chatting together, and one said to the other, "How can we rob that rich parson's house of his silver and gold?"
"I'll tell you,"
cried Tom. "What noise was that?" said the thief, frightened. I'm sure I heard someone speak." They stood still listening, and Tom said,
Take me with you, and I'll soon show you how to get the parson's money."
"But where are you?" said they.
"Look about on the ground," answered he, "and listen where the sound comes from." At last the thieves found him out, and lifted him up in their hands.
"You little urchin," they said, "what can you do for us?"
"Why, I can get between the iron window bars of the parson's house and throw you out whatever you want."
"That's a good thought," said the thieves. "Come along, we shall see what you can do." When they came to the parson's house, Tom slipped through the window bars into the room, and then called out as loud as he could bawl,
"Will you have all that is here?"
At this the thieves were frightened and said, "Softly, softly, speak low, that you may not awaken anybody." But Tom seemed as if he did not understand them, and bawled out again,
"How much will you have? Shall I throw it all out?" Now, the cook lay in the next room, and hearing a noise, she raised herself up in her bed and listened. Meantime the thieves were frightened and ran off a little way, but at last they plucked up their hearts and said,
"The little urchin is only trying to make fools of us."
So they came back and whispered softly to him, saying,
"Now let us have no more of your roguish jokes, but throw us out some of the money."
Then Tom called out as loud as he could, "Very well, hold your hands, here it comes." The cook heard this quite plain, so she sprang out of bed and ran to open the door. The thieves ran off as if a wolf was at their tails, and the maid, having groped about and found nothing, went away for a light. By the time she came back, Tom had slipped off into the barn, and when she had looked about and searched every hole and corner and found nobody, she went to bed, thinking she must have been dreaming with her eyes open. The little man crawled about in the hayloft, and at last found a snug place to finish his night's rest in. So he laid himself down, meaning to sleep till daylight, and then find his way home to his father and mother. But alas, how woefully he was undone! What crosses and sorrows happen to us all in this world! The cook got up early, before daybreak, to feed the cows, and, going straight to the hayloft, carried away a large bundle of hay with the little man in the middle of it fast asleep. He still, however, slept on, and did not awake till he found himself in the mouth of the cow. For the cook had put the hay into the cow's rick, and the cow had taken Tom up in a mouthful of it. "Good lack-a-day," said he, "how came I to tumble into the mill?" But he soon found out where he really was, and was forced to have all his wits about him, that he might not get between the cow's teeth and so be crushed to death. At last, down he went into her stomach. "It is rather dark," said he. "They forgot to build windows in this room to let the sun in. A candle would be no bad thing." Though he made the best of his bad luck, he did not like his quarters at all, and the worst of it was that more and more hay was always coming down, and the space left for him became smaller and smaller. At last he cried out as loud as he could, "Don't bring me any more hay! Don't bring me any more hay!" The maid happened to be just then milking the cow, and hearing someone speak, but seeing nobody, and yet being quite sure it was the same voice that she had heard in the night, she was so frightened that she fell off her stool and overset the milk pail. As soon as she could pick herself up out of the dirt, she ran off as fast as she could to her master, the parson, and said, Sir, the cow is talking." But the parson said, "Woman, thou art surely mad." However, he went with her into the cowhouse to try and see what was the matter. Scarcely had they set foot on the threshold when Tom called out, "Don't bring me any more hay!" Then the parson himself was frightened, and thinking the cow was surely bewitched, told his man to kill her on the spot. So the cow was killed and cut up, and the stomach, in which Tom lay, was thrown out upon a dunghill. Tom soon set himself to work to get out, which was not a very easy task. But at last, just as he had made room to get his head out, fresh ill luck befell him. A hungry wolf sprang out
and swallowed up the whole stomach with Tom in it at one gulp, and ran away. Tom, however, was still not disheartened, and thinking the wolf would not dislike having some chat with him as he was going along, he called out, "My good friend, I can show you a famous treat."
"Where's that?"
said the wolf. "In such and such a house," said Tom, describing his own father's house. "You can crawl through the drain into the kitchen and then into the pantry, and there you will find cakes, ham, beef, cold chicken, roast pig, apple dumplings, and everything that your heart can wish." The wolf did not wait to be asked twice. So that very night he went to the house and crawled through the drain into the kitchen and then into the pantry and ate and drank there to his heart's content. As soon as he had had enough, he wanted to get away, but he had eaten so much that he could not go out by the same way he came in. This was just what Tom had reckoned upon, and now he began to set up a great shout, making all the noise he could.
"Will you be easy?" said the wolf. "You'll awaken everybody in the house if you make such a clatter."
"What's that to me?" said the little man. "You have had your frolic. Now I've a mind to be merry myself." And he began singing and shouting as loud as he could. The woodman and his wife, being awakened by the noise, peeped through a crack in the door, but when they saw a wolf was there, you may well suppose that they were sadly frightened. And the woodman ran for his axe and gave his wife a scythe. "Do you stay behind," said the woodman, "and when I have knocked him on the head, you must rip him up with the scythe." Tom heard all this and cried out, "Father, father, I am here! The wolf has swallowed me!" And his father said, "Heaven be praised! We have found our dear child again." And he told his wife not to use the scythe for fear she should hurt him. Then he aimed a great blow and struck the wolf on the head and killed him on the spot. And when he was dead, they cut open his body and set Tommy free. "Ah," said the father, "what fears we have had for you." "Yes, father," answered he. "I have travelled all over the world, I think, in one way or other, since we parted, and now I am very glad to come home and get fresh air again." "Why, where have you been?" said his father. "I have been in a mouse hole, and in a snail shell, and down a cow's throat, and in the wolf's belly, and yet here I am again, safe and sound." "Well," said they, "you are come back, and we will not sell you again for all the riches in the world." Then they hugged and kissed their dear little son, and gave him plenty to eat and drink, for he was very hungry, and then they fetched new clothes for him, for his old ones had been quite spoiled on his journey. So Master Thumb stayed at home with his father and mother in peace, for though he had been so great a traveller, and had done and seen so many fine things, and was fond enough of telling the whole story, he always agreed that, after all, there's no place like home.
The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman by L. Frank Baum. Narrated by Stephen R. Thorne. There lived in the land of Oz 2 queerly made men who were the best of friends. They were so much happier when together that they were seldom apart. Yet they liked to separate once in a while that they might enjoy the pleasure of meeting again. One was a scarecrow. That means he was a suit of blue munchkin clothes stuffed with straw, on top of which was fastened a round cloth head filled with bran to hold it in shape. On the head were painted 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth. The Scarecrow had never been much of a success in scaring crows, but he prided himself on being a superior man because he could feel no pain, was never tired, and did not have to eat or drink. His brains were sharp, for the Wizard of Oz had put pins and needles in the Scarecrow's brains. The other man was made all of tin, his arms and legs and head being cleverly jointed so that he could move them freely. He was known as the Tin Woodman, having at one time been a wood chopper, and everyone loved him, because the wizard had given him an excellent heart of red plush. The Tin Woodman lived in a magnificent tin castle, built on his country estate in the Winky Land, not far from the Emerald City of Oz. It had pretty tin furniture and was surrounded by lovely gardens in which there were many tin trees and beds of tin flowers.
The palace of the Scarecrow was not far distant, on the banks of a river, and this palace was in the shape of an immense ear of corn. One morning, the Tin Woodman went to visit his friend the Scarecrow, and as they had nothing better to do, they decided to take a boat ride on the river. So they got into Scarecrow's boat, which was formed from a big corn cob, hollowed out and pointed at both ends and decorated around the edges with brilliant jewels. The sail was of purple silk and glittered gaily in the sunshine. There was a good breeze that day, so the boat glided swiftly over the water. By and by they came to a smaller river that flowed out from a deep forest, and the Tin Woodman proposed they sail up this stream, as it would be cool and shady beneath the trees of the forest. So the Scarecrow, who was steering, turned the boat up the stream, and the friends continued talking together of old times and the wonderful adventures they had met while traveling with Dorothy, the little Kansas girl. They became so interested in this talk that they forgot to notice that the boat was now sailing through the forest, or that the stream was growing more narrow and crooked. Suddenly the Scarecrow glanced up and saw a big rock just ahead of them. "Oh, look out!" he cried, but the warning came too late. The Tin Woodman sprang to his feet just as the boat bumped into the rock, and the jar made him lose his balance. He toppled and fell overboard, and being made of tin, he sank to the bottom of the water in an instant, and lay there at full length, face up. Immediately, the Scarecrow threw out the anchor so as to hold the boat in that place, and then he leaned over the side and through the clear water looked at his friend sorrowfully. "Dear me!" he exclaimed. "What a misfortune!" "It is indeed," replied the Tin Woodman, speaking in muffled tones because so much water covered him. "I cannot drown, of course, but I must lie here until you find a way to get me out. Meantime, the water is soaking into all my joints, and I shall become so badly rusted before I am rescued." "Very true," agreed the Scarecrow. "But be patient, my friend, and I'll dive down to get you. My straw will not rust and is easily replaced, if damaged, so I'm not afraid of the water." The Scarecrow now took off his hat and made a dive from the boat into the water. But he was so light in weight that he barely dented the surface of the stream, nor could he reach the Tin Woodman with his outstretched straw arms. So he floated to the boat and climbed into it, saying the while, "Do not despair, my friend. We have an extra anchor aboard, and I will tie it around my waist to make me sink, and dive again." "Don't do that," called the Tin Man. "That would anchor you also to the bottom where I am, and we'd both be helpless." "True enough," sighed the Scarecrow, wiping his wet face with a handkerchief. And then he gave a cry of astonishment, for he found he had wiped off one painted eye, and now had but one eye to see with. "How dreadful!" said the poor Scarecrow. "That eye must have been painted in watercolor instead of oil. I must be careful not to wipe off the other eye, for then I could not see to help you at all." A shriek of elfish laughter greeted this speech, and looking up, the Scarecrow found the trees full of black crows, who seemed much amused by the straw man's one-eyed countenance. He knew the crows well, however, and they had usually been friendly to him because he had never deceived them into thinking he was a meat man, the sort of man they really feared. "Don't laugh," said he. "You might lose an eye yourselves some day."
"We couldn't look as funny as you if we did,"
replied one old crow, the king of them.
"But what has gone wrong with you?"
"The Tin Woodman, my dear friend and companion, has fallen overboard and is now on the bottom of the river," said the Scarecrow. "I'm trying to get him out again, but I fear I shall not succeed."
"Why, it's easy enough," declared the old crow. "Tie a string to him, and all of my crows will fly down. Take a hold of the string and pull him up out of the water. There are hundreds of us here, so our united strength could lift much more than that."
"But I can't tie a string to him," replied the Scarecrow. "My straw is so light that I am unable to dive through the water. I've tried it, and knocked one eye out."
"Can't you fish for him?"
"Ah, that is a good idea," said the Scarecrow. "I'll make the attempt." He found a fish line in the boat with a stout hook at the end of it. No bait was needed, so the Scarecrow dropped the hook into the water till it touched the Woodman.
"Hook it into a joint,"
advised the Crow, who was now perched upon a branch that stuck far out and bent down over the water. The Scarecrow tried to do this, but having only one eye, he could not see the joints very clearly. "Hurry up, please," begged the Tin Woodman. "You've no idea how damp it is down here."
Can't you help? asked the Crow.
How? inquired the Tin Man.
Catch the line and hook it around your neck.
The Tin Woodman made the attempt, and after several trials wound the line around his neck and hooked it securely.
Good, cried the King Crow, a mischievous old fellow. Now, then, we'll all grab the line and pull you out.
At once the air was filled with black crows, each of whom seized the cord with beak or talon. The Scarecrow watched them with much interest and forgot that he had tied the other end of the line around his own waist, so he would not lose it while fishing for his friend.
All together for the good cause,
shrieked the King Crow, and with a great flapping of wings the birds rose into the air. The Scarecrow clapped his stuffed hands in glee as he saw his friend drawn from the water into the air. But the next moment, the straw man was himself in the air, his stuffed legs kicking wildly, for the crows had flown straight up through the trees. On one end of the line dangled the Tin Woodman, hung by the neck, and on the other dangled the Scarecrow, hung by the waist and clinging fast to the spare anchor of the boat, which he had seized, hoping to save himself.
"Hi there! Be careful!" shouted the Scarecrow to the crows. "Don't take us so high. Land us on the river bank."
But the crows were bent on mischief. They thought it a good joke to bother the two now that they held them captive.
"Here's where the crows scare the Scarecrow,"
chuckled the naughty King Crow, and at his command the birds flew over the forest to where a tall, dead tree stood higher than all the other trees. At the very top was a crotch formed by two dead limbs, and into the crotch the crows dropped the center of the line. Then, letting go their hold, they flew away, chattering with laughter, and left the two friends suspended high in the air, one on each side of the tree. Now the Tin Woodman was much heavier than the Scarecrow, but the reason they balanced so nicely was because the straw man still clung fast to the iron anchor. There they hung, not 10 feet apart, yet unable to reach the bare tree trunk. "For goodness' sake, don't drop that anchor," said the Tin Woodman anxiously. "Why not?" inquired the Scarecrow. "If you did, I'd tumble to the ground, where my tin would be badly dented by the fall. Also, you would shoot into the air and alight somewhere among the treetops." "Then," said the Scarecrow earnestly, "I shall hold fast to the anchor." For a time, they both dangled in silence, the breeze swaying them gently to and fro. Finally, the Tin Man said, "Here is an emergency, friend, where only brains can help us. We must think of some way to escape." "I'll do the thinking," replied the Scarecrow. "My brains are the sharpest." He thought so long that the Tin Man grew tired and tried to change his position, but found his joints had already rusted so badly that he could not move them, and his oil can was back in the boat. "Do you suppose your brains are rusted, friend Scarecrow?" he asked in a weak voice, for his jaws would scarcely move. "No, indeed. Ah, here's an idea at last." And with this, the Scarecrow clapped his hands to his head, forgetting the anchor, which tumbled to the ground. The result was astonishing, for just as the Tin Man had said, the light Scarecrow flew into the air, sailed over the top of the tree, and landed in a bramble bush, while the Tin Man fell plump to the ground, and landing on a bed of dry leaves was not dented at all. The Tin Woodman's joints were so rusted, however, that he was unable to move, while the thorns held the Scarecrow a fast prisoner. While they were in this sad plight, the sound of hooves was heard, and along the forest path rode the little Wizard of Oz, seated on a wooden sawhorse. He smiled when he saw the one-eyed head of the Scarecrow sticking out of the bramble bush, but he helped the poor straw man out of prison. "Thank you, dear Wiz," said the grateful Scarecrow. "Now we must get the oil can and rescue the Tin Woodman." Together they ran to the river bank, but the boat was floating in midstream, and the wizard was obliged to mumble some magic words to draw it to the bank, so the Scarecrow could get the oil can. Then back they flew to the Tin Man, and while the Scarecrow carefully oiled each joint, the little wizard moved the joints gently back and forth until they worked freely. After an hour of this labor, the Tin Woodman was again on his feet, and although a little stiff, he managed to walk to the boat. The wizard and the sawhorse also got aboard the corncob craft, and together they returned to the Scarecrow's palace. But the Tin Woodman was very careful not to stand up in the boat again.
The Emperor's New Clothes by Hans Christian Andersen, read by Cameron Stewart. Many years ago, there was an emperor who was so excessively fond of new clothes that he spent all his money in dress. He did not trouble himself in the least about his soldiers, nor did he care to go either to the theatre or the chase, except for the opportunities then afforded him for displaying his new clothes. He had a different suit for each hour of the day, and as of any other king or emperor one is accustomed to say, "He is sitting in council," it was always said of him, "The emperor is sitting in his wardrobe." Time passed merrily in the large town which was his capital. Strangers arrived every day at the court. One day, 2 rogues, calling themselves weavers, made their appearance. They gave out that they knew how to weave stuffs of the most beautiful colours and elaborate patterns, the clothes manufactured from which should have the wonderful property of remaining invisible to everyone who was unfit for the office he held, or who was extraordinarily simple in character. These must indeed be splendid clothes, thought the emperor. Had I such a suit, I might at once find out what men in my realms are unfit for their office, and also be able to distinguish the wise from the foolish. This stuff must be woven for me immediately. And he caused large sums of money to be given to both the weavers in order that they might begin their work directly. So the 2 pretended weavers set up 2 looms, and affected to work very busily, though in reality they did nothing at all. They asked for the most delicate silk and the purest gold thread, put both into their own knapsacks, and then continued their pretended work at the empty looms until late at night. "I should like to know how the weavers are getting on with my cloth," said the emperor to himself, after some little time had elapsed. He was, however, rather embarrassed when he remembered that a simpleton, or one unfit for his office, would be unable to see the manufacture. To be sure, he thought he had nothing to risk in his own person, but yet he would prefer sending somebody else to bring him intelligence about the weavers and their work before he troubled himself in the affair. All the people throughout the city had heard of the wonderful property the cloth was to possess, and all were anxious to learn how wise or how ignorant their neighbours might prove to be. "I will send my faithful old minister to the weavers," said the emperor at last, after some deliberation. "He will be best able to see how the cloth looks, for he is a man of sense, and no one can be more suitable for his office than he is." So the faithful old minister went into the hall where the knaves were working with all their might at their empty looms. "What can be the meaning of this?" thought the old man, opening his eyes very wide. "I cannot discover the least bit of thread on the looms." However, he did not express his thoughts aloud. The impostors requested him, very courteously, to be so good as to come nearer their looms, and then asked him whether the design pleased him, and whether the colours were not very beautiful, at the same time pointing to the empty frames. The poor old minister looked and looked. He could not discover anything on the looms, for a very good reason, viz., there was nothing there. "What?" thought he again. "Is it possible that I am a simpleton? I have never thought so myself, and no one must know it now if I am so. Can it be that I am unfit for my office? No, that must not be said either. I will never confess that I could not see the stuff." "Well, Sir Minister," said one of the knaves, still pretending to work, "you do not say whether the stuff pleases you." "Oh, it is excellent," replied the old minister, looking at the loom through his spectacles. "This pattern and the colours, yes. I will tell the emperor without delay how very beautiful I think them." "We shall be much obliged to you," said the impostors, and then they named the different colours and described the pattern of the pretended stuff. The old minister listened attentively to their words, in order that he might repeat them to the emperor, and then the knaves asked for more silk and gold, saying that it was necessary to complete what they had begun. However, they put all that was given them into their knapsacks, and continued to work with as much apparent diligence as before at their empty looms. The Emperor now sent another officer of his court to see how the men were getting on, and to ascertain whether the cloth would soon be ready. It was just the same with this gentleman as with the minister. He surveyed the looms on all sides, but could see nothing at all but the empty frames. "Does not the stuff appear as beautiful to you as it did to my lord the minister?" asked the impostors of the Emperor's second ambassador, at the same time making the same gestures as before, and talking of the design and colours which were not there. "I certainly am not stupid," thought the messenger. "It must be that I am not fit for my good, profitable office. That is very odd. However, no one shall know anything about it." And accordingly he praised the stuff he could not see, and declared that he was delighted with both colours and patterns. "Indeed, please your Imperial Majesty," said he to his sovereign when he returned, "the cloth which the weavers are preparing is extraordinarily magnificent." The whole city was talking of the splendid cloth which the Emperor had ordered to be woven at his own expense. And now the Emperor himself wished to see the costly manufacture while it was still in the loom. Accompanied by a select number of officers of the court, among whom were the two honest men who had already admired the cloth, he went to the crafty impostors, who, as soon as they were aware of the Emperor's approach, went on working more diligently than ever, although they still did not pass a single thread through the looms. "Is not the work absolutely magnificent?" said the two officers of the crown already mentioned. "If your Majesty will only be pleased to look at it, what a splendid design! What glorious colours!" And at the same time they pointed to the empty frames, for they imagined that everyone else could see this exquisite piece of workmanship. "How is this?" said the Emperor to himself. "I can see nothing. This is indeed a terrible affair. Am I a simpleton, or am I unfit to be an emperor? That would be the worst thing that could happen. Oh, the cloth is charming," said he aloud. "It has my complete approbation." And he smiled most graciously, and looked closely at the empty looms, for on no account would he say that he could not see what two of the officers of his court had praised so much. All his retinue now strained their eyes, hoping to discover something on the looms, but they could see no more than the others. Nevertheless, they all exclaimed, "Oh, how beautiful!" and advised His Majesty to have some new clothes made from this splendid material for the approaching procession. "Magnificent! Charming! Excellent!" resounded on all sides, and everyone was uncommonly gay. The Emperor shared in the general satisfaction, and presented the impostors with the riband of an order of knighthood, to be worn in their buttonholes, and the title of Gentlemen Weavers. The rogues sat up the whole of the night before the day on which the procession was to take place, and had 16 lights burning, so that everyone might see how anxious they were to finish the Emperor's new suit. They pretended to roll the cloth off the looms, cut the air with their scissors, and sewed with needles without any thread in them. "See," cried they at last, "the Emperor's new clothes are ready." And now the Emperor, with all the grandees of his court, came to the weavers, and the rogues raised their arms, as if in the act of holding something up, saying, "Here are your Majesty's trousers. Here is the scarf. Here is the mantle. The whole suit is as light as a cobweb. One might fancy one has nothing at all on when dressed in it. That, however, is the great virtue of this delicate cloth." "Yes, indeed," said all the courtiers, although not one of them could see anything of this exquisite manufacture. If your Imperial Majesty will be graciously pleased to take off your clothes, we will fit on the new suit in front of the looking-glass." The Emperor was accordingly undressed, and the rogues pretended to array him in his new suit, the Emperor turning round from side to side before the looking-glass. "How splendid His Majesty looks in his new clothes, and how well they fit!" everyone cried out. "What a design! What colours! These are indeed royal robes!" "The canopy which is to be borne over your Majesty in the procession is waiting," announced the chief master of the ceremonies. "I am quite ready," answered the Emperor. "Do my new clothes fit well?" asked he, turning himself round again before the looking-glass, in order that he might appear to be examining his handsome suit. The lords of the bedchamber, who were to carry His Majesty's train, felt about on the ground as if they were lifting up the ends of the mantle, and pretended to be carrying something, for they would by no means betray anything like simplicity or unfitness for their office. So now the Emperor walked under his high canopy in the midst of the procession through the streets of his capital, and all the people standing by and those at the windows cried out, "Oh, how beautiful are our Emperor's new clothes! What a magnificent train there is to the mantle, and how gracefully the scarf hangs!" In short, no one would allow that he could not see these much-admired clothes, because, in doing so, he would have declared himself either a simpleton or unfit for his office. Certainly none of the Emperor's various suits had ever made so great an impression as these invisible ones. "But the Emperor has nothing at all on," said a little child. "Listen to the voice of innocence," exclaimed his father, and what the child had said was whispered from one to another. "But he has nothing at all on," at last cried out all the people. The Emperor was vexed, for he knew that the people were right, but he thought the procession must go on now. And the lords of the bedchamber took greater pains than ever to appear holding up a train, although, in reality, there was no train to hold.
How the Rhinoceros Got His Skin by Rudyard Kipling, read by Cornelius Garrett. Once upon a time, on an uninhabited island on the shores of the Red Sea, there lived a Parsee, from whose hat the rays of the sun were reflected in more than oriental splendour. And the Parsee lived by the Red Sea with nothing but his hat and his knife and a cooking stove, of the kind that you must particularly never touch. And one day he took flour and water, and currants and plums and sugar and things, and made himself one cake which was 2 feet across and 3 feet thick. It was indeed a superior comestible, that's magic. And he put it on the stove, because he was allowed to cook on the stove, and he baked it, till it was all done brown and smelt most sentimental. But just as he was going to eat it, there came down to the beach from the altogether uninhabited interior one rhinoceros, with a horn on his nose, 2 piggy eyes, and few manners. In those days the rhinoceros's skin fitted him quite tight. There were no wrinkles in it anywhere. He looked exactly like a Noah's Ark rhinoceros, but of course much bigger. All the same, he had no manners then, and he has no manners now, and he never will have any manners. He said, "How?" And the Parsee left that cake and climbed to the top of a palm tree with nothing on but his hat, from which the rays of the sun were always reflected in more than oriental splendour. And the rhinoceros upset the oil stove with his nose, and the cake rolled on the sand, and he spiked that cake on the horn of his nose, and he ate it. And he went away, waving his tail, to the desolate and exclusively uninhabited interior which abuts on the islands of Mazanderan, Socotra, and promontories of the larger equinox. Then the Parsee came down from his palm tree and put the stove on its legs and recited the following slocker, which, as you have not heard, I will now proceed to relate. Them that takes cakes, which the Parsee man bakes, makes dreadful mistakes. And there was a great deal more in that than you would think. Because 5 weeks later there was a heat wave in the Red Sea, and everybody took off all the clothes they had. The Parsee took off his hat, but the Rhinoceros took off his skin, and carried it over his shoulder as he came down to the beach to bathe. In those days it buttoned underneath with 3 buttons and looked like a waterproof. He said nothing whatever about the Parsee's cake, because he'd eaten it all, and he never had any manners then, since, or henceforward. He waddled straight into the water, and blew bubbles through his nose, leaving his skin on the beach. Presently the Parsee came by and found the skin, and he smiled one smile that ran all round his face 2 times. Then he danced 3 times round the skin, and rubbed his hands. Then he went to his camp and filled his hat with cake crumbs, for the Parsee never ate anything but cake, and never swept out his camp. He took that skin, and he shook that skin, and he scrubbed that skin, and he rubbed that skin just as full of old, dry, stale, tickly cake crumbs and some burned currants as ever it could possibly hold. Then he climbed to the top of his palm tree and waited for the Rhinoceros to come out of the water and put it on. And the Rhinoceros did. He buttoned it up with the 3 buttons, and it tickled like cake crumbs in bed. Then he wanted to scratch, but that made it worse. And then he lay down on the sands and rolled and rolled and rolled, and every time he rolled, the cake crumbs tickled him worse and worse and worse. Then he ran to the palm tree and rubbed and rubbed and rubbed himself against it. He rubbed so much and so hard that he rubbed his skin into a great fold over his shoulders, and another fold underneath where the buttons used to be, but he rubbed the buttons off. And he rubbed some more folds over his legs. And it spoiled his temper, but it didn't make the least difference to the cake crumbs. They were inside his skin, and they tickled. So he went home, very angry indeed, and horribly scratchy, and from that day to this, every rhinoceros has great folds in his skin and a very bad temper, all on account of the cake crumbs inside. But the Parsee came down from his palm tree, wearing his hat, from which the rays of the sun were reflected in more than oriental splendour, packed up his cooking stove, and went away in the direction of Orotavo, Amygdala, the upland meadows of Anantarivo, and the marshes of Sonoput. This uninhabited island is off Cape Gardafui, by the beaches of Socotra and the pink Arabian Sea. But it's hot, too hot from Suez for the likes of you and me, ever to go in a P&O and call on the cake Parsee.
The Mouse by Saki, read by Bill Wallis. Theodoric Fowler had been brought up from infancy to the confines of middle age by a fond mother whose chief solicitude had been to keep him screened from what she called the coarser realities of life. When she died, she left Theodoric alone in a world that was as real as ever, and a good deal coarser than he considered it had any need to be. To a man of his temperament and upbringing, even a simple railway journey was crammed with petty annoyances and minor discords, and, as he settled himself down in a second-class compartment one September morning, he was conscious of ruffled feelings and general mental discomposure. He had been staying at a country vicarage, the inmates of which had been certainly neither brutal nor bacchanalian, but their supervision of the domestic establishment had been of that lax order which invites disaster. The pony carriage that was to take him to the station had never been properly ordered, and when the moment for his departure drew near, the handyman who should have produced the required article was nowhere to be found. In this emergency, Theodoric, to his mute but very intense disgust, found himself obliged to collaborate with the vicar's daughter in the task of harnessing the pony, which necessitated groping about in an ill-lighted outhouse called a stable, and smelling very like one, except in patches where it smelt of mice. Without being actually afraid of mice, Theodoric classed them among the coarser incidents of life. and considered that Providence, with a little exercise of moral courage, might long ago have recognised that they were not indispensable, and have withdrawn them from circulation. As the train glided out of the station, Theodoric's nervous imagination accused himself of exhaling a weak odour of stable-yard, and possibly of displaying a mouldy straw or two on his usually well-brushed garments. Fortunately, the only other occupant of the compartment, a lady of about the same age as himself, seemed inclined for slumber rather than scrutiny. The train was not due to stop till the terminus was reached, in about an hour's time, and the carriage was of the old-fashioned sort that held no communication with the corridor. Therefore no further travelling companions were likely to intrude on Theodoric's semi-privacy. And yet the train had scarcely attained its normal speed before he became reluctantly but vividly aware that he was not alone with the slumbering lady. He was not even alone in his own clothes. A warm, creeping movement over his flesh betrayed the unwelcome and highly resented presence, unseen but poignant, of a strayed mouse that had evidently dashed into its present retreat during the episode of the pony harnessing. Furtive stamps and tricks and wildly directed pinches failed to dislodge the intruder, whose motto, indeed, seemed to be Excelsior. And the lawful occupant of the clothes lay back against the cushions and endeavoured rapidly to evolve some means for putting an end to the dual ownership. It was unthinkable that he should continue for the space of a whole hour in the horrible position of a Rowton house for vagrant mice. Already his imagination had at least doubled the numbers of the alien invasion. On the other hand, nothing less drastic than partial disrobing would ease him of his tormentor. And to undress in the presence of a lady, even for so laudable a purpose, was an idea that made his ear-tips tingle in a blush of abject shame. He had never been able to bring himself even to the mild exposure of open-work socks in the presence of the fair sex. And yet the lady in this case was to all appearances soundly and securely asleep. The mouse, on the other hand, seemed to be trying to crowd a Wanderjahr into a few strenuous minutes. If there is any truth in the theory of transmigration, this particular mouse must certainly have been in a former state a member of the Alpine Club. Sometimes, in its eagerness, it lost its footing and slipped for half an inch or so, and then, in fright, or more probably temper, it bit. Theodoric was goaded into the most audacious undertaking of his life. Crimsoning to the hue of a beetroot and keeping an agonized watch on his slumbering fellow-traveller, he swiftly and noiselessly secured the ends of his railway rug to the racks on either side of the carriage, so that a substantial curtain hung athwart the compartment. In the narrow dressing-room that he had thus improvised, he proceeded with violent haste to extricate himself partially, and the mouse entirely, from the surrounding casings of tweed and half-wool. As the unravelled mouse gave a wild leap to the floor, the rug, slipping its fastening at either end, also came down with a heart-curdling flop, and almost simultaneously the awakened sleeper opened her eyes. With a movement almost quicker than the mouse's, Theodoric pounced on the rug and hauled its ample folds chin-high over his dismantled person as he collapsed into the further corner of the carriage. The blood raced and beat in the veins of his neck and forehead, while he waited dumbly for the communication cord to be pulled. The lady, however, contented herself with a silent stare at her strangely muffled companion. How much had she seen? Theodoric queried to himself. And, in any case, what on earth must she think of his present posture? "I think I have caught a chill," he ventured desperately. "Really? I'm sorry," she replied. "I was just going to ask you if you would open this window." I fancy it's malaria," he added, his teeth chattering slightly, as much from fright as from a desire to support his theory. "I've got some brandy in my hold-all, if you'll kindly reach it down for me," said his companion, Not worlds. I mean, I never take anything for it," he assured her earnestly. "I suppose you caught it in the tropics?" Theodoric, whose acquaintance with the tropics was limited to an annual present of a chest of tea from an uncle in Ceylon, felt that even the malaria was slipping from him. Would it be possible, he wondered, to disclose the real state of affairs to her in small instalments? "Are you afraid of mice?" he ventured, growing, if possible, more scarlet in the face. "Not unless they came in quantities like those that ate up Bishop Hatto." "Why do you ask?" I had one crawling inside my clothes just now," said Theodoric in a voice that hardly seemed his own. "It was a most awkward situation." "It must have been, if you wear your clothes at all tight," she observed. "But mice have strange ideas of comfort." "I had to get rid of it while you were asleep," he continued. Then, with a gulp, he added, "It was getting rid of it that brought me to this." "Surely leaving off one small mouse wouldn't bring on a chill," she exclaimed, with a levity that Theodoric accounted abominable. Evidently she had detected something of his predicament and was enjoying his confusion. All the blood in his body seemed to have mobilized in one concentrated blush, and an agony of abasement worse than a myriad mice crept up and down over his soul. And then, as reflection began to assert itself, sheer terror took the place of humiliation. With every minute that passed, the train was rushing nearer to the crowded and bustling terminus, where dozens of prying eyes would be exchanged for the one paralysing pair that watched him from the further corner of the carriage. There was one slender, despairing chance which the next few minutes must decide. His fellow traveller might relapse into a blessed slumber. But as the minutes throbbed by, that chance ebbed away. The furtive glance which Theodoric stole at her from time to time disclosed only an unwinking wakefulness. "I think we must be getting near now," she presently observed. Theodoric had already noted with growing terror the recurring stacks of small, ugly dwellings that heralded the journey's end. The words acted as a signal. Like a hunted beast breaking cover and dashing madly towards some other haven of momentary safety, he threw aside his rug and struggled frantically into his dishevelled garments. He was conscious of dull suburban stations racing past the window, of a choking, hammering sensation in his throat and heart, and of an icy silence in that corner towards which he dared not look. Then, as he sank back in his seat, clothed and almost delirious, the train slowed down to a final crawl, and the woman spoke. "Would you be so kind," she asked, "as to get me a porter to put me into a cab? It's a shame to trouble you when you're feeling unwell, but being blind makes one so helpless at a railway station."
Accidental Magic, or Don't Tell All You Know, by E. Nesbit, read by Kim Hicks. Quentin de Ward was rather a nice little boy. But he had never been with other little boys, and that made him in some ways a little different from other little boys. His father was in India, and he and his mother lived in a little house in the New Forest. The house, it was a cottage really, but even a cottage is a house, isn't it, was very pretty and thatched, and had a porch covered with honeysuckle and ivy and white roses, and straight red hollyhocks were trained to stand up in a row against the south wall of it. The two lived quite alone, and as they had no one else to talk to, they talked to each other a good deal. Mrs. de Ward read a great many books, and she used to tell Quentin about them afterwards. They were usually books about out-of-the-way things, for Mrs. de Ward was interested in all the things that people are not quite sure about, the things that are hidden and secret, wonderful and mysterious, the things people make discoveries about. So that when the two were having their tea on the little brick terrace in front of the hollyhocks, with the white cloth flapping in the breeze and the wasps hovering round the jam pot, it was no uncommon thing for Quentin to say thickly through his bread and jam, I say, Mother, tell me some more about Atlantis. Or, Mother, tell me some more about ancient Egypt and the little toy boats they made for their little boys. Or, Mother, tell me about the people who think Lord Bacon wrote Shakespeare. And his mother always told him as much as she thought he could understand, and he always understood quite half of what she told him. They always talked the things out thoroughly, and thus he learned to be fond of arguing and to enjoy using his brains, just as you enjoy using your muscles in the football field or the gymnasium. Also, he came to know quite a lot of odd, out-of-the-way things, and to have opinions of his own concerning the lost kingdom of Atlantis and the man with the iron mask, the building of Stonehenge, the pre-dynastic Egyptians, cuneiform writings and Assyrian sculptures, the Mexican pyramids, and the shipping activities of Tyre and Sidon. Quentin did no regular lessons, such as most boys have, but read all sorts of books and made notes from them in a large and straggling handwriting. You will already have supposed that Quentin was a prig. But he wasn't. And you would have owned this if you had seen him scampering through the greenwood on his quiet New Forest pony, or setting snares for the rabbits that would get into the garden and eat the precious lettuces and parsley. Also, he fished in the little streams that run through that lovely land, and shot with a bow and arrows. And he was a very good shot, too. Besides this, he collected stamps and birds' eggs and picture postcards, and kept guinea pigs and bantams, and climbed trees and tore his clothes in 20 different ways. And once he fought the grocer's boy and got licked, and didn't cry, and made friends with the grocer's boy afterwards and got him to show him all he knew about fighting. So you see, he was really not a mug. He was 10 years old, and he had enjoyed every moment of his 10 years, even the sleeping ones, because he always dreamed jolly dreams, though he could not always remember what they were. I tell you all this so that you may understand why he said what he did when his mother broke the news to him. He was sitting by the stream that ran along the end of the garden, making bricks of the clay that the stream's banks were made of. He dried them in the sun and then baked them under the kitchen stove. It is quite a good way to make bricks. You might try it sometimes. His mother came out, looking just as usual in her pink cotton gown and her pink sunbonnet, and she had a letter in her hand. "Hello, boy of my heart," she said. "Very busy?" "Yes," said Quentin importantly, not looking up and going on with his work. "I'm making stones to build Stonehenge with. You'll show me how to build it, won't you, Mother?" "Yes, dear," she said absently. "Yes, if I can." "Of course you can," he said. "You can do everything." She sat down on a tuft of grass near him. "Quentin, dear," she said, and something in her voice made him look up suddenly. "Oh, Mother, what is it?" he asked. "Daddy's been wounded," she said. "He's all right now, dear, don't be frightened. Only I've got to go out to him. I shall meet him in Egypt. And you must go to school in Salisbury. A very nice school, dear, till I come back." "Can't I come too?" he asked. And when he understood that he could not, he went on with the bricks in silence, with his mouth shut very tight. After a moment he said, "Salisbury? Then I shall see Stonehenge?" "Yes," said his mother, pleased that he took the news so calmly. "You'll be sure to see Stonehenge sometime." He stood still, looking down at the little mould of clay in his hand, so still that his mother got up and came close to him. "Quentin," she said, "darling, what is it?" He leaned his head against her. "I won't make a fuss," he said. "But you can't begin to be brave the very first minute. Or if you do, you can't go on being." And with that he began to cry, though he had not cried after the affair of the grocer's boy. The thought of school was not so terrible to Quentin as Mrs. de Ward had thought it would be. In fact, he rather liked it, with half his mind. But the other half didn't like it, because it meant parting from his mother, who, so far, had been his only friend. But it was exciting to be taken to Southampton, and have all sorts of new clothes bought for you, and a school trunk, and a little polished box that locked up to keep your money in, and your gold sleeve links, and your watch and chain when you were not wearing them. Also, the journey to Salisbury was made in a motor, which was very exciting, of course, and rather took Quentin's mind off the parting with his mother, as she meant it should. And there was a very grand lunch at the White Hart Hotel at Salisbury, and then, very suddenly indeed, it was goodbye, goodbye, and the motor snorted and hooted and throbbed and rushed away, and Mother was gone, and Quentin was at school. I believe it was quite a nice school. It was in a very nice house with a large, quiet garden, and there were only about 20 boys, and the masters were kind and the boys no worse than other boys of their age. But Quentin hated it from the very beginning. For when his mother had gone, the headmaster said, "School will be out in half an hour. Take a book, De Ward," and gave him Little Eric and His Friends. A mere baby book. It was too silly. He could not read it. He saw on a shelf near him Smith's Antiquities, a very old friend of his, so he said, "I'd rather have this, please." "You should say, 'Sir,' when you speak to a master," the head said to him. "Take the book, by all means." To himself, the head said, "I wish you joy of it, you little prig." When school was over, one of the boys was told to show Quentin his bed and his locker. The matron had already unpacked his box, and his pile of books was waiting for him to carry it over. "Golly, what a lot of books," said Smithson minor. "What's this? Atlantis? Is it a jolly story?" "It isn't a story," said Quentin. And just then, the classical master came by. "What's that about Atlantis?" he said. "It's a book the new chap's got," said Smithson. The classical master glanced at the book. "And how much do you understand of this?" he asked, fluttering the leaves. "Nearly all, I think," said Quentin. "You should say 'sir' when you speak to a master," said the classical one. And to himself he added, "Little prig." Then he said to Quentin, "I'm afraid you will find yourself rather out of your element among ordinary boys." "I don't think so," said Quentin calmly, adding as an afterthought, "Sir?" "I'm glad you're so confident," said the classical master, and went. "My word," said Smithson minor in a rather awed voice. "You did answer him back." "Of course I did," said Quentin. "Don't you answer when you're spoken to?" Smithson minor informed the interested school that the new chap was a prig, but he had a cool cheek, and that some sport might be expected. After supper, the boys had half an hour's recreation. Quentin, who was tired, picked up a book which a big boy had just put down. It was The Midsummer Night's Dream. "Hi, you kid," said the big boy. "Don't pretend you read Shakespeare for fun. That's simple swank, you know." "I don't know what swank is," said Quentin. "But I like The Midsummer, whoever wrote it." "Whoever what?" "Well," said Quentin, "there's a good deal to be said for its being Bacon who wrote the plays." Of course, that settled it. From that moment, he was called not De Ward, which was strange enough, but Bacon. He rather liked that. But the next day it was pork, and the day after, pig, and that was unbearable. He was at the bottom of his class, for he knew no Latin as it is taught in schools, only odd words that English words come from, and some Latin words that are used in science. And I cannot pretend that his arithmetic was anything but contemptible. The book called Atlantis had been looked at by most of the school, and Smithson Major, not nearly such an agreeable boy as his brother, hit on a new nickname. "Atlantic pork's a good name for a swanker," he said. "You know, the rotten meat they have in Chicago." This was in the playground before dinner. Quentin, who had to keep his mouth shut very tight these days because, of course, a boy of 10 cannot cry before other chaps, shut the book he was reading and looked up. "I won't be called that," he said quietly. "Who said you wouldn't?" said Smithson Major, who after all was only 12. "I say you will." "If you call me that, I shall hit you," said Quentin, "as hard as I can." A roar of laughter went up, and cries of, "Poor old Smithson! Apologise, Smithy, and leave the omnibus!" And what should I be doing while you were hitting me? Asked Smithson contemptuously. I don't know and I don't care, said Quentin. Smithson looked round. No master was in sight. It seemed an excellent opportunity to teach young Deward his place. Atlantic pig swine, he said very deliberately. And Quentin sprang at him, and instantly it was a fight. Now, Quentin had only once really fought before. Then it was the grocer's boy, and he had been beaten. But he had learned something since, and the chief conclusion he now drew from his memories of that fight was that he had not hit half hard enough, an opinion almost universal among those who have fought and not won. As the fist of Smithson Major described a half-circle and hurt his ear very much, Quentin suddenly screwed himself up and hit out with his right hand, straight and with his whole weight behind the blow, as the grocer's boy had shown him. All his grief for his wounded father, his sorrow at the parting from his mother, all his hatred of his school and his contempt for his schoolfellows went into that blow. It landed on the point of the chin of Smithson Major, who fell together like a heap of rags. Oh, said Quentin, gazing with interest at his hand. It hurt a good deal, but he looked at it with respect. I'm afraid I've hurt him. He had forgotten for a moment that he was in an enemy's country, and so apparently had his enemies. Well done, Piggy! Bravo, young'un! Well hit, by Jove! Friendly hands thumped him on the back. Smithson Major was no popular hero. Quentin felt, as his schoolfellows would have put it, bucked. It is one thing to be called pig in enmity and derision, another to be called piggy, an affectionate diminutive after all, to the chorus of admiring smacks. Get up, Smithy, cried the ring. Want any more? It appeared that Smithy did not want any more. He lay, not moving at all, and very white. I say, the crowd's temper veered. You've killed him, I expect. I wouldn't like to be you, Bacon. Pig, you notice, for aggravation. Piggy in enthusiastic applause. In the moment of possible tragedy, the more formal Bacon. I haven't, said Quentin, very white himself. But if I have, he began by calling names. Smithson moved and grunted. A sigh of relief swept the ring, as a breeze sweeps a cornfield. He's all right. A fair knockout. Piggy's got the use of 'em. Do Smithy good. The voices hushed suddenly. A master was on the scene. The classical master. Fighting, he said. The new boy? Who began it? I did, said Quentin. But he began with calling names. Sneak, murmured the entire school. And Quentin, who had seen no reason for not speaking the truth, perceived that one should not tell all one knows, and that once more he stood alone in the world. You will go to your room, Deward, said the classical master, bending over Smithson, who, having been knocked silly, still remained in that condition. And the headmaster will consider your case tomorrow. You will probably be expelled. Quentin went to his room and thought over his position. It seemed to be desperate. How was he to know that the classical master was even then saying to the head, He's got something in him, prig or no prig, sir. You were quite right to send him to his room, said the head. Discipline must be maintained, as Mr. Duckett says. But it will do Smithson Major a world of good. A boy who reads Shakespeare for fun, and has views about Atlantis, and can knock out a bully as well, he'll be a power in the school. But we mustn't let him know it. That was rather a pity, because Quentin, furious at the injustice of the whole thing, Smithson, the aggressor, consoled with himself punished, expulsion threatened, was maturing plans. If Mother had known what it was like, he said to himself, she would never have left me here. I've got the £2 she gave me. I shall go to the White Hart at Salisbury. No, they'd find me then. I'll go to Lyndhurst and write to her. It's better to run away than to be expelled. Quentin Durwood would never have waited to be expelled from anywhere. Of course, Quentin Durwood was my hero's hero. It could not be otherwise, since his own name was so like that of the Scottish Guardsman. Now, the school in Salisbury was a little school for little boys who were used to schools and took the rough with the smooth. But Quentin was not used to schools, and he had taken the rough very much to heart, so much that he did not mean to take any more of it. His dinner was brought up on a tray, bread and water. He put the bread in his pocket. Then, when he knew that everyone was at dinner in the long dining room at the back of the house, he just walked very quietly down the stairs, opened the side door, and marched out, down the garden path, and out at the tradesman's gate. He knew better than to shut either gate or door. He went quickly down the street, turned the first corner he came to so as to get out of sight of the school. He turned another corner, went through an archway, and found himself in an inn yard. Very quiet indeed. Only a liver-coloured lurcher dog wagged a sleepy tail on the hot flagstones. Quentin was just turning to go back through the arch, for there was no other way out of the yard, when he saw a big, covered cart, whose horse wore a nosebag and looked as if there was no hurry. The cart bore the name Miles, Carrier, Lyndhurst. Quentin knew all about lifts. He had often begged them and got them. Now there was no one to ask. But he felt he could very well explain later that he had wanted a lift, much better than now, in fact, when he might be caught at any moment by someone from the school. He climbed up by the shaft. There were boxes and packages of all sorts in the cart, and at the back, an empty crate with sacking over it. He got into the crate, pulled the sacking over himself, and settled down to eat his bread. Presently, the carrier came out, and there was talk, slow, long-drawn talk. After a long while, the cart shook to the carrier's heavy climb into it, the harness rattled, the cart lurched, and the wheels were loud and bumpy over the cobblestones of the yard. Quentin felt safe. The glow of anger was still hot in him, and he was glad to think how they would look for him all over the town in vain. He lifted the sacking at one corner so that he could look out between the canvas of the cart's back and side, and hope to see the classical master distractedly looking for him. But the streets were very sleepy. Everyone in Salisbury was having dinner, or in the case of the affluent, lunch. The black horse seemed as sleepy as the streets, and went very slowly. Also, it stopped very often, and whenever there were parcels to leave, there were slow, long talkings to be exchanged. I think, perhaps, Quentin dozed a good deal under his sacks. At any rate, it was with a shock of surprise that he suddenly heard the carrier's voice saying, as the horse stopped with a jerk, "There's a crate for you, Mrs. Baddock, returned empty," and knew that that crate was not empty, but full. Full of boy. "I'll go and call Joe," said a voice, Mrs. Baddock's, Quentin supposed, and slow feet stumped away over stones. Mr. Miles leisurely untied the tail of the cart, ready to let the crate be taken out. Quentin spent a paralytic moment. What could he do? And then, luckily or unluckily, a reckless motor tore past, and the black horse plunged, and Mr. Miles had to go to its head and talk pretty to it for a minute. And in that minute, Quentin lifted the sacking and looked out. It was low sunset, and the street was deserted. He stepped out of the crate, dropped to the ground, and slipped behind a stout and friendly water butt that seemed to offer protective shelter. Joe came, and the crate was taken down. "You haven't seen nothing of that there runaway boy, by chance?" said a new voice. Joe's, no doubt. "What boy?" said Mr. Miles. "Run away from school, Salisbury," said Joe. "Telegrams far and near, so they be. Little varmint." "I ain't seen no boys, not more'n ordinary," said Mr. Miles. "Thick as flies they be, here, there and everywhere, drat 'em. Sixpence? Correct. So long, Joe." The cart rattled away. Joe and the crate blundered out of hearing, and Quentin looked cautiously round the water butt. This was an adventure. But he was cooler now than he had been at starting. His hot anger had died down. He would have been contented, he could not help feeling, with a less adventurous adventure. But he was in for it now. He felt, as I suppose people feel when they jump off cliffs with parachutes, that return was impossible. Hastily turning his school cap inside out, the only disguise he could think of, he emerged from the water-butt seclusion and into the street, trying to look as if there was no reason why he should not be there. He did not know the village. It was not Lyndhurst. And, of course, asking the way was not to be thought of. There was a piece of sacking lying on the road. It must have dropped from the carrier's cart. He picked it up and put it over his shoulders. A deeper disguise, he said, and walked on. He walked steadily for a long, long way, as it seemed, and the world got darker and darker. But he kept on. Surely he must presently come to some village or some signpost. Anyhow, whatever happened, he could not go back. That was the one certain thing. The broad stretches of country to right and left held no shapes of houses, no glimmer of warm candlelight. They were bare and bleak, only broken by circles of trees that stood out like black islands in the misty grey of the twilight. "I shall have to sleep behind a hedge," he said, bravely enough. But there did not seem to be any hedges. And then, quite suddenly, he came upon it. A scattered building, half transparent as it seemed, showing black against the last faint pink and primrose of the sunset. He stopped, took a few steps off the road on short, crisp turf that rose in a gentle slope. And at the end of a dozen paces, he knew it. Stonehenge! Stonehenge! He had always wanted so desperately to see. Well, he saw it now, more or less. He stopped to think. He knew that Stonehenge stands all alone on Salisbury Plain. He was very tired. His mother had told him about a girl in a book who slept all night on the altar stone at Stonehenge. So, it was a thing that people did, to sleep there. He was not afraid, as you or I might have been, of that lonely, desolate ruin of a temple of long ago. He was used to the forest, and, compared with the forest, any building is homelike. There was just enough light left amid the stones of the wonderful broken circle to guide him to its centre. As he went, his hand brushed a plant. He caught at it, and a little group of flowers came away in his hand. "St. John's wort," he said. "That's the magic flower." And he remembered that it is only magic when you pluck it on Midsummer Eve. And this is Midsummer Eve, he told himself, and put it in his buttonhole. "I don't know where the altar stone is," he said, "but that looks a cosy little crack between those two big stones." He crept into it, and lay down on a flat stone that stretched between and under two fallen pillars. The night was soft and warm. It was Midsummer Eve. "Mother isn't going till the 26th, he told himself. "I shan't bother about hotels. I shall send her a telegram in the morning and get a carriage at the nearest stables and go straight back to her. No, she won't be angry when she hears all about it. I'll ask her to let me go to sea instead of to school. It's much more manly. Much more manly. Much, much more. Much." He was asleep, and the wild west wind that swept across the plain spared the little corner where he lay asleep, curled up in his sacking, with the inside-out school cap doubled twice for pillow. He fell asleep on the smooth, solid, steady stone. He awoke on the stone in a world that rocked, as seaboats rock on a choppy sea. He went to sleep between fallen, moveless pillars of a ruin older than any world that history knows. He awoke in the shade of a purple awning, through which strong sunlight filtered, and purple curtains that flapped and strained in the wind. And there was a smell, a sweet, familiar smell of tarred ropes and the sea. "I say," said Quentin to himself, "here's a rum go." He had learned that expression in a school in Salisbury. a long time ago, as it seemed. The stone on which he lay dipped and rose to a rhythm which he knew well enough. He had felt it when he and his mother went in a little boat from Key Haven to Alum Bay in the Isle of Wight. There was no doubt in his mind. He was on a ship. But how? But why? Who could have carried him all that way without waking him? Was it magic? Accidental magic? The St. John's wort, perhaps? And the stone? It was not the same. It was new, clean cut, and, where the wind displaced a corner of the curtain, dazzlingly white in the sunlight. There was the pat-pat of bare feet on the deck, a dull sort of shuffling as though people were arranging themselves. And then, people outside the awning began to sing. It was a strange song, not at all like any music you or I have ever heard. It had no tune, no more tune than a drum has or a trumpet. But it had a sort of wild, rough, glorious, exciting splendour about it, and gave you the sort of intense, all-alive feeling that drums and trumpets give. Quentin lifted a corner of the purple curtain and looked out. Instantly, the song stopped, drowned in the deepest silence Quentin had ever imagined. It was only broken by the flip-flapping of the sheets against the masts of the ship. For it was a ship. Quentin saw that, as the bulwark dipped to show him an unending waste of sea, broken by bigger waves than he had ever dreamed of. He saw also a crowd of men, dressed in white and blue and purple and gold. Their right arms were raised towards the sun, half of whose face showed across the sea. But they seemed to be, as my old nurse used to say, struck so, for their eyes were not fixed on the sun, but on Quentin. And not in anger, he noticed curiously, but with surprise and... Could it be that they were afraid of him? Quentin was shivering with the surprise and newness of it all. He had read about magic, but he had not wholly believed in it, and yet now, if this was not magic, what was it? You go to sleep on an old stone in a ruin. You wake on the same stone, quite new, on a ship. Magic. Magic, if ever there was magic in this wonderful, mysterious world. The silence became awkward. Someone had to say something. "Good morning," said Quentin, feeling that he ought perhaps to be the one. Instantly, everyone in sight fell on his face on the deck. Only one, a tall man with a black beard and a blue mantle, stood up and looked Quentin in the eyes. "Who are you?" he said. "Answer, I adjure you by the sacred Tau." Now, this was very odd, and Quentin could never understand it. But when this man spoke, Quentin understood him perfectly, and yet at the same time he knew that the man was speaking a foreign language. So that his thought was not, "Hello, you speak English," but, "Hello, I can understand your language." "I am Quentin de Ward," he said. "A name from other stars. How came you here?" asked the blue-mantled man. "I don't know," said Quentin. "He does not know. He did not sail with us. It is by magic that he is here," said Blue Mantle. "Rise all and greet the chosen of the gods." They rose from the deck, and Quentin saw that they were all bearded men with bright, earnest eyes, dressed in strange dress of something like jersey and tunic and heavy golden ornaments. "Hail, chosen of the gods!" cried Blue Mantle, who seemed to be the leader. "Hail, chosen of the gods!" echoed the rest. "Thank you very much, I'm sure," said Quentin. "And what is this stone?" asked Blue Mantle, pointing to the stone on which Quentin sat. And Quentin, anxious to show off his knowledge, said, "I'm not quite sure, but I think it's the altar stone of Stonehenge." "It is proved," said Blue Mantle. "Thou art the chosen of the gods. Is there anything my lord needs?" he added humbly. I'm rather hungry," said Quentin. "It's a long time since dinner, you know." They brought him bread, and bananas and oranges. "Take," said Blue Mantle, "of the fruits of the earth, and specially of this, which gives drink and meat and ointment to man," suddenly offering a large coconut. Quentin took with appropriate thank yous and "you're very kinds." "Nothing," said Blue Mantle, "is too good for the chosen of the gods. All that we have is yours. To the very last day of your life you have only to command, and we obey. You will like to eat in seclusion, and afterwards you will let us behold the whole person of the chosen of the gods." Quentin retired into the tent with the fruits and the coconut. As you know, a coconut is not handy to get at the inside of at the best of times, so Quentin set that aside, meaning to ask Blue Mantle later on for a gimlet and a hammer. When he had had enough to eat, he peeped out again. Blue Mantle was on the watch and came quickly forward. "Now," he said very crossly indeed, "tell me how you got here. This chosen of the gods business is all very well for the vulgar, but you and I know that there is no such thing as magic." "Speak for yourself," said Quentin. "If I'm not here by magic, I'm not here at all." "Yes, you are," said Blue Mantle. "I know I am," said Quentin. "But if I'm not here by magic, what am I here by?" "Stowawayishness," said Blue Mantle. "If you think that, why don't you treat me as a stowaway?" "Because of public opinion," said Blue Mantle, rubbing his nose in an angry sort of perplexedness. "Very well," said Quentin, who was feeling so surprised and bewildered that it was a real relief to him to bully somebody. "Now look here. I came here by magic. Accidental magic. I belong to quite a different world from yours. But perhaps you are right about my being the chosen of the gods. And I shan't tell you anything about my world. But I command you, by the sacred Tau," he had been quick enough to catch and remember the word, "to tell me who you are and where you come from and where you are going." Blue Mantle shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, well," he said, "if you invoke the sacred names of power, but I don't call it fair play, especially as you know perfectly well and just want to browbeat me into telling lies. I shall not tell lies. I shall tell you the truth." "I hoped you would," said Quentin gently. "Well then," said Blue Mantle, "I am a priest of Poseidon, and I come from the great and immortal kingdom of Atlantis." "From the temple where the gold statue is, with the 12 seahorses in gold?" Quentin asked eagerly. "Ah, I knew you knew all about it," said Blue Mantle. "So I don't need to tell you that I am taking the sacred stone on which you are sitting, profanely if you are a mere stowaway and not the chosen of the gods, to complete the splendid structure of a temple built on a great plain in the second of the islands which are our colonies in the northeast." "Tell me all about Atlantis," said Quentin. And the priest, protesting that Quentin knew as much about it as he did, told. And all the time, the ship was ploughing through the waves, sometimes sailing, sometimes rowed by hidden rowers with long oars. And Quentin was served in all things as though he had been a king. If he had insisted that he was not the chosen of the gods, everything might have been different. But he did not. And he was very anxious to show how much he knew about Atlantis, and sometimes he was wrong, the priest said. But much more often he was right. "We are less than 3 days' journey now from the Eastern Isles," Blue Mantle said one day, "and I warn you that if you are a mere stowaway you had better own it. Because if you persist in calling yourself the chosen of the gods, you will be expected to act as such to the very end." "I don't call myself anything," said Quentin, "though I'm not a stowaway, anyhow, and I don't know how I came here, so of course it was magic. It's simply silly your being so cross. I can't help being here. Let's be friends." "Well," said Blue Mantle, much less crossly, "I never believed in magic. though I am a priest. But if it is, it is. We may as well be friends as you call it. It isn't for very long, anyway," he added mysteriously. And then, to show his friendliness, he took Quentin all over the ship and explained it all to him, and Quentin enjoyed himself thoroughly, though every now and then he had to pinch himself to make sure that he was awake. And he was fed well all the time, and all the time made much of, so that when the ship reached land he was quite sorry. The ship anchored by a stone quay, most solid and serviceable, and everyone was very busy. Quentin kept out of sight behind the purple curtains. The sailors and the priests and the priests' attendants and everybody on the boat had asked him so many questions and been so curious about his clothes that he was not anxious to hear any more questions asked or to have to invent answers to them. And after a very great deal of talk, almost as much as Mr. Miles's carrying had needed, the altar stone was lifted, Quentin, curtains, awning and all, and carried along a gangway to the shore, and there it was put on a sort of cart, more like what people in Manchester call a lurry than anything else I can think of. The wheels were made of solid circles of wood bound round with copper, and the cart was drawn by, not horses or donkeys or oxen or even dogs, but by an enormous creature, more like an elephant than anything else, only it had long hair, rather like the hair worn by goats. You, perhaps, would not have known what this vast creature was, but Quentin, who had all sorts of out-of-the-way information packed in his head, knew at once that it was a mammoth. And by that, he knew, too, that he had slipped back many thousands of years, because, of course, it is a very long time indeed since there were any mammoths alive and able to draw lurries. And the car, and the priest, and the priest's retinue, and the stone, and Quentin, and the mammoth journeyed slowly away from the coast, passing through great green forests and among strange grey mountains. Where were they journeying? Quentin asked the same question, you may be sure, and Blue Mantle told him, "To Stonehenge," and Quentin understood him perfectly, though Stonehenge was not the word Blue Mantle used or anything like it. "The great temple is now complete," he said, "all but the altar stone. It will be the most wonderful temple ever built in any of the colonies of Atlantis, and it will be consecrated on the longest day of the year." "Midsummer Day," said Quentin thoughtlessly, and as usual anxious to tell all he knew. "I know. The sun strikes through the arch onto the altar stone at sunrise. Hundreds of people go to see it. The ruins are quite crowded sometimes, I believe." "Ruins?" said the priest in a terrible voice. "Crowded? Ruins?" "I mean," said Quentin hastily, "the sun will still shine the same way even when the temple is in ruins, won't it?" "The temple," said the priest, "is built to defy time. It will never be in ruins." "That's all you know," said Quentin, not very politely. "It is not by any means all I know," said the priest. "I do not tell all I know. Nor do you." "I used to," said Quentin, "but I shan't any more. It only leads to trouble. I see that now." Now, though Quentin had been intensely interested in everything he had seen in the ship and on the journey, you may be sure he had not lost sight of the need there was to get back out of this time of Atlantis into his own time. He knew that he must have got into these Atlantean times by some very simple accidental magic, and he felt no doubt that he should get back in the same way. He felt almost sure that the reverse action, so to speak, of the magic would begin when the stone got back to the place where it had lain for so many thousand years before he happened to go to sleep on it, and to start, perhaps by the St. John's wort, the accidental magic. If only, when he got back there, he could think of the compelling, the magic word. And now the slow procession wound over the downs, and far away across the plain, which was almost just the same then as it is now, Quentin saw what he knew must be Stonehenge. But it was no longer the grey pile of ruins that you have perhaps seen, or have at any rate seen pictures of. From afar one could see the gleam of yellow gold and red copper, the flutter of purple curtains, the glitter and dazzle of shimmering silver. As they drew near to the spot, Quentin perceived that the great stones he remembered were overlaid with ornamental work, with vivid, bright-coloured paintings. The whole thing was a great circular building, every stone in its place. At a mile or two distant lay a town, and in that town, with every possible luxury served with every circumstance of servile homage, Quentin ate and slept. I wish I had time to tell you what the town was like where he slept and ate, but I have not. You can read for yourself some day what Atlantis was like. Plato tells us a good deal, and the colonies of Atlantis must have had at least a reasonable second-rate copy of the cities of that fair and lovely land. That night, for the first time since he had first gone to sleep on the altar stone, Quentin slept apart from it. He lay on a wooden couch strewn with soft bearskins, and a woolen coverlet was laid over him, and he slept soundly. In the middle of the night, as it seemed, Blue Mantle woke him. "Come," he said, "chosen of the gods, since you will be that and no stowaway. The hour draws nigh." The mammoth was waiting. Quentin and Blue Mantle rode on its back to the outer porch of the new temple of Stonehenge. Rows of priests and attendants robed in white and blue and purple formed a sort of avenue up which Blue Mantle led the chosen of the gods, who was Quentin. They took off his jacket and put a white dress on him, rather like a nightshirt without sleeves, and they put a thick wreath of London pride on his head and another, larger and longer, round his neck. "If only the chaps at school could see me now," he said to himself proudly. And by this time it was grey dawn. "Lie down now," said Blue Mantle. "Lie down, O beloved of the gods, upon the altar stone for the last time." "I shall be able to go, then?" Quentin asked. This accidental magic was, he perceived, a tricky thing, and he wanted to be sure. "You will not be able to stay," said the priest. "If going is what you desire, the desire of the chosen of the gods is fully granted." The grass on the plain far and near rustled with the tread of many feet. The cold air of dawn thrilled to the awed murmur of many voices. Quentin lay down with his pink wreaths and his white robe, and watched the quickening pinkiness of the east. And slowly the great circle of the temple filled with white-robed folk, all carrying in their hands the faint pinkiness of the flowers which we nowadays call London Pride. And all eyes were fixed on the arch through which, at sunrise on Midsummer Day, the sun's first beam should fall upon the white, new, clean altar stone. The stone is still there, after all these thousands of years, and at sunrise on Midsummer Day, the sun's first ray still falls on it. The sky grew lighter and lighter, and at last the sun peered redly over the down, and the first ray of the morning sunlight fell full on the altar stone and on the face of Quentin. And, as it did so, a very tall, white-robed priest with a deerskin apron and a curious winged headdress stepped forward. He carried a great bronze knife, and he waved it 10 times in the shaft of sunlight that shot through the arch and onto the altar stone. "Thus," he cried, "thus do I bathe the sacred blade in the pure fountain of all light, all wisdom, all splendour. In the name of the 10 kings, the 10 virtues, the 10 hopes, the 10 fears, I make my weapon clean. May this temple of our love and our desire endure forever, so long as the glory of our Lord the Sun is shed upon this earth. May the sacrifice I now humbly and proudly offer be acceptable to the gods, by whom it has been so miraculously provided. Chosen of the gods, return to the gods who sent thee!" A roar of voices rang through the temple. The bronze knife was raised over Quentin. He could not believe that this horror was the end of all these wonderful happenings. "No, no!" he cried. It's not true! I'm not the chosen of the gods! I'm only a little boy that's got here by accidental magic!
Silence! Cried the priest. Chosen of the immortals, close your eyes! It will not hurt. This life is only a dream. The other life is the real life. Be strong, be brave.
Quentin was not brave, but he shut his eyes. He could not help it. The glitter of the bronze knife in the sunlight was too strong for him. He could not believe that this could really have happened to him. Everyone had been so kind, so friendly to him. And it was all for this. Suddenly, a sharp touch at his side told him that for this, indeed, it had all been. He felt the point of the knife. "Mother!" he cried, and opened his eyes again. He always felt quite sure afterwards that mother was the master word, the spell of spells. For when he opened his eyes, there was no priest, no white-robed worshippers, no splendour of colour and metal, no chosen of the gods, no knife. Only a little boy, with a piece of sacking over him, damp with the night dews, lying on a stone amid the grey ruins of Stonehenge. And all about him a crowd of tourists who had come to see the sun's first shaft strike the age-old altar of Stonehenge on Midsummer Day in the morning. And instead of a knife point at his side, there was only the ferrule of the umbrella of an elderly and retired tea merchant in a mackintosh and an alpine hat, a ferrule which had prodded the sleeping boy so unexpectedly surprised on the very altar stone where the sun's ray now lingered. And then, in a moment, he knew that he had not uttered the spell in vain, the word of compelling, the word of power. For his mother was there, kneeling beside him. I am sorry to say that he cried as he clung to her. We cannot all of us be brave, always. The tourists were very kind and interested, and the tea merchant insisted on giving Quentin something out of a flask, which was so nasty that Quentin only pretended to drink out of politeness. His mother had a carriage waiting, and they escaped to it while the tourists were saying, "How romantic," and asking each other whatever in the world had happened. "But how did you come to be there, darling?" said his mother, with warm hands comfortingly round him. "I've been looking for you all night. I went to say goodbye to you yesterday. Oh, Quentin, and I found you had run away. How could you?" "I'm sorry," said Quentin, "if it worried you. I'm sorry. Very, very. I was going to telegraph today." "But where have you been? What have you been doing all night?" she asked, caressing him. "Is it only one night?" said Quentin. "I don't know exactly what's happened. It was accidental magic, I think, Mother. I'm glad I thought of the right word to get back, though." And then he told her all about it. She held him very tightly and let him talk. Perhaps she thought that a little boy to whom accidental magic happened all in a minute like that was not exactly the right little boy for that excellent school in Salisbury. Anyhow, she took him to Egypt with her to meet his father. And on the way, they happened to see a doctor in London who said nerves, which is a poor name for accidental magic, and Quentin does not believe it means the same thing at all. Quentin's father is well now, and he has left the army, and father and mother and Quentin live in a jolly little old house in Salisbury, and Quentin is a day boy at that very same school. He and Smithson Minor are the greatest of friends. But he has never told Smithson Minor about the accidental magic. He has learned now, and learned very thoroughly, that it is not always wise to tell all you know. If he had not owned that he knew that it was the Stonehenge altar stone. You may think that the accidental magic was all a dream, and that Quentin dreamed it because his mother had told him so much about Atlantis. But then how do you account for his dreaming so much that his mother had never told him? You think that that part wasn't true? Well, it may have been true for anything I know. And I am sure you don't know more about it than I do.
Mermaids by Louisa May Alcott. Read by Catherine Fenton. I wish I were a seagull, or a fish, or a mermaid. Then I could swim as much as I like, and not have to stay on this stupid dry land all day, said Nellie, as she sat frowning and punching holes in the sand one summer morning, while the waves came murmuring up on the beach, and a fresh wind sang its pleasant song. The little girl loved to bathe so well that she wanted to be in the water all the time, and had been forbidden to go into the sea for a day or two because she had a cold. So she was in a pet, and ran away from her playmates to sit and sulk in a lonely spot among the rocks. She had been watching the gulls fly and float, with their white wings shining as they dipped down or soared away in the sunshine. As she wished her wish, a very large one swept down upon the sand before her, and startled her by saying in a hoarse tone, as she stared at its bright eyes, the red ring round its neck, and the little tuft on its head, I am the king of the gulls, and I can grant any one of your wishes. Which will you be? A fish, a bird, or a mermaid? People say there are no mermaids, stammered Nellie. There are. Only mortals cannot see them unless I give the power. Be quick, I don't like the sand. Choose and let me be off, commanded the great gull, with an impatient flutter of its wide wings. Then I'll be a mermaid, please. I always wanted to see one, and it must be very nice to live always in the water. Done, said the gull, and was gone like a flash. Nellie rubbed her eyes and looked about her rather scared, but nothing had happened to her yet, and she was just going to complain that the bird had cheated her when the sound of soft voices made her climb the rock behind her to see who was singing down there. She nearly fell off again when she spied two pretty little creatures floating to and fro on the rocking waves. Both had long brown hair, green eyes as clear as crystal, pale faces, and the sweetest voices Nellie had ever heard. But the strange thing was that each little body ended in a shining tail, one all golden, the other all silver scales. Their little breasts and arms were white as foam, and they wore bracelets of pearls, strings of rosy shells about their necks, and garlands of gay seaweed in their hair. They were singing as they rocked, and throwing bubbles to and fro as if playing ball. They saw Nellie in a moment, and tossing a great rainbow-colored bubble toward her, cried gaily, Come and play, little friend. We know you, and have often tried to make you see us when you float and dive so bravely in our sea. I long to come, but it is so deep there, and the waves are so rough that I should be dashed on the rocks, answered Nellie, charmed to see real mermaids at last, and eager to go to them. We came for you. The king gull told us to call you. Slip off your clothes and spring down to us. Then we will change you, and you can have your wish, said the mermaids, holding up their arms to her. My mother said I must not go into the sea, began Nellie sadly. What is a mother? Asked one little sea maid, while the other laughed as if the word amused her. Why, don't you know? Don't you have fathers and mothers down there? Cried Nellie, so surprised that she forgot her wish for a moment. No, we are born of the moon and the sea, and we have no other parents, said Goldfin, the shining one. How dreadful! Exclaimed Nellie. Who takes care of you? And where do you live? Without fathers and mothers, you cannot have any home. We take care of ourselves. All the sea is our home, and we do as we please. Come, come and see how gay it is, called Silvertail, the other mermaid, tossing bubbles like a juggler till the air was full of them as they sailed away on the wind. Now, if Nellie had not been angry with her good mamma just then, and ready for any disobedience, she would never have been so naughty, or have gone to play with such strange friends. She was very curious to see how they lived, and be able to relate her adventures when she came back, as she was sure she would, all safe and sound. So she dropped her clothes on the rock and splashed into the green pool below, glad to show off her fine swimming. But Goldfin and Silvertail caught her and bade her drink the spray they held in their hands. "Sea water is salt and bitter. I don't like it," said Nellie, holding back. "Then you cannot be like us. Drink, and in a moment see what will happen," cried Goldfin. Nellie swallowed the cold drops and caught her breath, for a dreadful pain shot through her from her head to her feet, while the mermaids chanted some strange words and waved their hands over her. It was gone in an instant, and she felt like a cork floating on the water. She wondered, till glancing down she saw that her little white legs were changed to a fish's tail of many colors, which gently steered her along as the waves rippled against her breast. "Now I am a mermaid!" she cried, and looked into the pool to see if her eyes were green, her face pale, and her hair like curly brown seaweed. No, she had her child's face still, with rosy cheeks, blue eyes, and yellow curls. She was not disappointed, however, for she thought it a prettier face than the moony ones of her new playmates, so she laughed and said gaily, "Now you will play with me and love me, won't you?" "What is love?" asked Silvertail, staring at her. "Why, when people love, they put their arms round one another and kiss, and feel happy in their hearts," answered Nellie, trying to explain the beautiful word. "How do you kiss?" asked Goldfin, curiously. Nellie put an arm round the neck of each and softly kissed them on their cold, wet lips. "Don't you like it? Is it sweet?" she asked. "I feel that you are warmer than I, but I think oysters taste better," said one, and the other added, "Mermaids have no hearts, so that does not make us happier." "No hearts?" cried Nellie in dismay. "Can't you love? Don't you know about souls and being good and all that?" "No," laughed the mermaids, shaking their heads till the drops flew about like pearls. "We have no souls, and don't trouble about being good. We sing and swim and eat and sleep. Is not that enough to make us happy?" "Dear me, how queer they are," thought Nellie, half afraid, yet very anxious to go with them and see more of this curious sea life of which they had spoken. "Don't you care about me at all? And don't you want me to stay with you a little while?" she asked, wondering how she should get on with creatures who could not love her. "Oh, yes, we like you as a new playmate, and are glad you came to see us. You shall have our bracelets to wear, and we will show you all kinds of pretty things down below, if you are not afraid to come," answered the mermaids, dressing her in their garlands and necklaces, and smiling at her so sweetly that she was ready to follow as they swam away with her far out on the great billows that tossed them to and fro, but could not drown or harm them now. Nellie enjoyed it very much, and wondered why the fishermen in their boats did not try to catch them, till she learned that mermaids were invisible and were never caught. This made her feel very safe, and after a fine game of play, she let her friends take her by the hand and sink down to the new world below. She expected to find it very gay and splendid, with sea coral trees growing everywhere, palaces of pearl, and the ground covered with jewels. but it was dim and quiet. Great weeds fanned to and fro as the water stirred them. Shells lay about on the sand, and queer creatures crawled or swam everywhere. The green sea water was the sky, and ships cast their shadows like clouds over the twilight world below. Several gray-bearded old mermen sat meditating in nooks among the rocks, and a few mermaids lay asleep in the great oyster shells that opened to receive them and their beds of seaweed. A soft murmur was in the air like the sound one hears in shells, and nowhere did Nellie see any toys or food or fun of any sort. "Is this the way you live?" she asked, trying not to show how disappointed she was. "Isn't it lovely?" answered Goldfin. "This is my bed, and you shall have the shell between Silvertail and me. See, it is lined with mother of pearl, and has a soft cushion of our best seaweeds to lie on." "Are you hungry?" asked Silvertail. "Come and have some shrimps for dinner. I know a fine place for them, or oysters if you like them better." Nellie was ready to eat anything. The sea air had given her such a fine appetite, so they swam away to gather the pretty pink shrimps in scallop shells, as little girls gather strawberries in baskets. Then they sat down to eat them, and Nellie longed for bread and butter, but dared not say so. She was so surprised at all she saw that this queer, cold lunch was soon forgotten in the wonderful tales the mermaids told her, as they cracked snails and ate them like nuts, or pulled the green sea apples tasting like pickled limes from the vines that climbed up the rocks. "You don't seem to have a very large family, or have the others gone to a party somewhere?" asked Nellie, rather tired of the quiet. "No, there never are many of us. A new brood will be out soon, and then there will be some little mer-babies to play with. We will show you the wonder tree if you are done eating, and tell you all about it," answered Silvertail, floating away with a wave of the hand. Nellie and Goldfin followed to a lonely place, where a tall plant grew up from the sand till its branches reached the air above, and spread out like floating weeds covered with little pods, like those we often snap under our feet as they lie dry upon the beach. "Only a few of these will bloom, for there never are many mermaids in the sea, you know. It takes long for the tree to reach the light, and it cannot blossom unless the full moon shines on it at midnight. Then these buds open, and the water babies swim away to grow up like us," said Silvertail. "Without any nurses to take care of them, or mothers to pet them?" asked Nellie, thinking of the pretty baby at home with whom she was so fond of playing. "They take care of themselves, and when there are too many in one place, the old mermen send away some to another ocean. So we get on quietly, and there is room for all," said Goldfin contentedly. "And when you die, what happens?" asked Nellie, much interested in these queer creatures. "Oh, we grow older and grayer, and sit still in a corner till we turn to stone, and help make these rocks. I've been told by Barnacle, the old one yonder, that people sometimes find marks of our hands, or heads, or fins in the stone, and are very much puzzled to know what kind of fish or animal made the prints. That is one of our jokes." And both the mermaids laughed, as if they enjoyed bewildering the wits of the people, who were so much wiser than they. "Well, I think it is much nicer to be buried under grass and flowers when our souls have flown away to heaven," said Nellie, beginning to be glad she was not a truly mermaid. "What is heaven?" asked Silvertail stupidly. "You would not understand if I tried to tell you. I can only say it is a lovely place where we go when we die, and the angels don't puzzle over us at all, but love us and are glad to see us come," said Nellie soberly. Both little maids stared at her with their green eyes as if they wanted to understand, but gave it up, and with a whisk of their shining tails darted away, calling to her, "Come and play with the crabs! It's great fun!" Nellie was rather afraid of crabs. They nipped her toes so when she went among them, but having no feet now, she felt braver, and was soon having a gay time chasing them over the rocks and laughing to see them go scrambling sidewise into their holes. The green lobsters amused her very much by the queer way they hitched along, with their great claws ready to grasp and hold whatever they wanted. It was funny to see them wipe their bulging eyes with their feelers and roll them about on all sides. The hermit crabs in their shells were curious, and the great snails popping out their horns. The sea spiders were very ugly, and she shook with fear when the horrible octopus went by, with his 8 long arms waving about like snakes and his hooked beak snapping. "Show me something pretty," she begged. "I don't like these ugly things. Haven't you any flowers or birds or animals here to play with?" "Oh, yes. Here are our sea anemones, yellow, red, and white, all blooming in their beds. And these lovely plants of every color, which you call weeds. Then there are the coral trees far away, which we will show you some day, and the sponges on the rocks, and many other curious things," answered Goldfin, leading Nellie up and down to see the only flowers they had. Then Silvertail said, "She will like the nautilus boats and the flying fish, and a ride on the dolphins and whales. Come and let her see that we have birds and animals as well as she." Up they went, and when Nellie saw the lovely red and blue creatures like a fleet of ferry boats floating over the waves, she clapped her hands and cried, "We have nothing so beautiful on the land! How delicate and fair they are! Won't the wind tear them to pieces and the storms wreck them?" "Watch and see," answered the mermaids, well pleased at her delight, and as a gust blew by, every silken sail was furled, the lovely colors vanished, and the ferry boats sank out of sight, safely to the bottom of the sea. "Our sailors can't do that," said Nellie, "and when our ships go down, they never come up again." Just then, some fish flew over their heads and splashed down again, while the gulls snapped at them in vain. "Those are our birds, and here are our horses. People call them porpoises, but we call them dolphins, and have many a fine gallop on their backs," said Goldfin, as a school of great creatures came gambolling by. Up sprang the mermaids, and went swiftly dashing through the water with high leaps now and then, as their sea horses reared and plunged, tossing their tails and waving their fins as if they enjoyed the frolic. Nellie did, and wished to ride longer, but a whale appeared, and her playmates went to climb on his back and hear the news from the North Sea. It was like a moving island, and they sat under the fountain as he spouted water and rolled about lazily, basking in the sun after his cold voyage. "Don't we have good times?" asked Silvertail, when they slid down the slippery sides of the monster and climbed up again as if coasting. "Splendid! I like to be a mermaid and have no lessons to study, no work to sew, no nurse to scold me, and no mamma to forbid my swimming as much as I choose," said naughty Nellie. But as she spoke and looked toward the land now far away, a little pain went through her heart to remind her that she was not a real mermaid, and still had a conscience, though she would not listen to it. They played all the afternoon, had an oyster supper, and went early to bed to get a good nap before midnight, because the moon was full, and they hoped the wonder tree would bloom before morning. Nellie liked the quiet now, and the soft song of the sea lulled her to sleep, to dream of sailing in a nautilus boat till a dreadful cuttlefish came after her, and she woke in a fright. wondering to find herself lying on a bed of wet weeds in a great shell. "Come away! It is time, and a lovely night!" called the mermaids, and with several new friends they all hurried up to watch the buds open when the moon kissed them. The sea shone like silver, the stars seemed to float there as well as in the sky, and the wind blew off the shore bringing the sweet smell of hayfields and gardens. All the sea people sang as they lay rocking on the quiet waves, and Nellie felt as if this were the strangest, loveliest dream she had ever dreamed. By and by the moon shone full upon the wonder tree, and one by one out popped the water babies, looking like pollywogs, only they had little faces and arms instead of fins. Lively mites they were, swimming away at once in a shoal like minnows, while the older mermaids welcomed them and gave them pretty names as the tiny things came to peep at them and dart between the hands that tried to grasp them. Till dawn they kept in the moonlight, growing fast as they learned to use their little tails and talk in small, sweet voices. But when day came, they all sank down to the bottom of the sea and went to sleep in the shell cradles made ready for them. That was all the care they needed, and after that they had no nursing, but did what they liked and let the older ones play with them like dolls. Nellie had several pets and tried to make them love and mind her, but the queer little creatures laughed in her face when she talked to them, darted away when she wanted to kiss them, and stood on their heads and waggled their bits of tails when she told them to be good. So she let them alone and amused herself as well as she could with other things. But soon she grew very tired of this strange, idle life and began to long for some of the dear old plays and people and places she used to like so much. Everyone was kind to her, but nobody seemed to love her, to care when she was good, or wish to make her better when she was selfish or angry. She felt hungry for something all the time, and often sad, though she hardly knew why. She dreamed about her mother, and sometimes woke up feeling for Baby, who used to creep into her bed and kiss her eyes open in the morning. But now it was only a water baby, who would squirm away like a little eel and leave her to think about home and wonder if they missed her there. "I can't go back, so I must forget," she said, and tried to do it. But it was very hard, and she half wished she was a real mermaid with no heart at all. "Show me something new. I'm tired of all these plays and sights and toys," she said one day, as she and her two playmates sat stringing little silver and rosy shells for necklaces. "We are never tired," said Goldfin. "You haven't any minds and don't think much or care to know things. I do, and I want to learn a little, or make someone happy if I can," said Nellie soberly, as she looked about the curious world she lived in and saw what a dim, cold, quiet place it was, with the old mermen turning to stone in their nooks, the lazy mermaids rocking in their shells or combing their hair, and the young ones playing like so many stupid little fishes in the sun. "We can't go to the South Sea yet, and we have nothing more to show you unless a great storm comes up," said Silvertail. "Perhaps she would like a wreck. There is a new one not far off," proposed Goldfin. "A big ship went over a small one, and it sank very soon. One of Mother Carey's chickens told me about it this morning, and I thought we might go and see it before it is all spoiled. Things that men make never last very long in our sea." "Yes, let us go. I long to see and touch something my people made. Your world is wonderful, but I begin to think my own is the best, for me at least," said Nellie, as they left their pearls and swam away to the wreck, which lay down among the rocks, fast going to pieces. "Where are the people?" she asked, as they were about to float in at the broken windows and doors. She was very much afraid that she might see some poor drowned creature, and it would trouble her, though the mermaids might not care. Little Chick said they were all saved. It was a fruit ship, and there were only a few passengers. One lady and child, and some men went away in the boats to the shore, but left everything else behind. I'm so glad, cried Nellie, feeling her heart warm in her breast at the good news about the mother and little child. The ship had been loaded with oranges, and the sand was covered with boxes of them broken open and letting the fruit float to the top of the water. Much was spoiled, but some was still good, and Nellie told the mermaids to taste and see if oranges were not better than salt sea apples. They did not like them, but played ball with the golden things till Nellie proposed that they should toss some on the shore for the fishermen's children. That suited them, and soon the beach was covered with oranges, and the poor little people were running and screaming with delight to pick up this splendid feast. I wish there were some pretty things to give them, but there are only the sailors' bags of clothes all wet, and those are not nice, said Nellie, enjoying this game very much, for she was homesick and longed to hear human voices and see faces like her own. She wanted to do something for someone and be loved a little. So she peeped all about the ship, and at last, in one cabin better than the others, she found the toys and clothes of the little child and its mother. She was very glad of that, and knowing how children love their own things and cry when they are lost, she gathered up all that were not spoiled and made Goldfin and Silvertail help her carry them to the shore, where people had gathered to save whatever came back from the wreck. There was great rejoicing when these small treasures came ashore, and they were carried to the house where the lady and the child were. This pleased Nellie very much, and even the lazy mermaids found the new game pleasant, so they went on floating things to the beach, even the heavy bags with the poor sailors' clothes, wet books, and boxes, which otherwise would have been lost. No one could see Goldfin and Silvertail, but now and then some child would cry out when Nellie lingered to look and listen through the foam and spray. Oh, I saw a face over there, a dear little face, very pretty but sad, and a hand waved at me. Could it be a mermaid? Then some older person would say, Nonsense, child, there are no mermaids. It is only the reflection of your own face in the water. Come away or the tide will catch you. If Nellie had not been partly human, this could not have happened, and though no one believed in her, she took comfort in the thought that she was not all a fish, and loved to linger where she could see the children at play long after Goldfin and Silvertail had grown tired of them and gone back to their own affairs. The longer she stayed, the more sad she grew, for the land seemed pleasanter now than the sea. The green, dry, warm land, with the flowers and trees, birds and lambs, and dear people to love and care for her. Even school looked like a happy place, and when she thought of her own home, where mother and baby were, her heart was so full of longing for them that her tears dropped into the sea, and she held out her arms crying sadly, Oh, Mama, dear Mama, forgive me, love me and help me to come back to you. No one answered, no one came, and poor Nellie sank sobbing down to cry herself to sleep in her pearl-lined bed, with no good-night kiss to comfort her. Every day she longed more and more to go home, and grew more and more tired of the sea and all in it. The mermaids could not amuse her, nor understand her sorrow, so she went to wise old Barnacle and asked him what she should do to be a child again.
No one but the King of the Gulls can change you, my periwinkle, said the merman kindly. You must wait and watch for him patiently. He is not seen very often, so it may be years before he comes again. Meantime, be happy with us, and don't fret for that very dry land in which we see no beauty.
This comforted Nellie a good deal, and she spent half her time floating on the waves, calling the gulls, feeding them, and making them her friends, so that they might be sure to tell her when the king came. Other kind things she did, trying to be good, for she knew, though even the wise old merman did not, that naughty people cannot be happy. She gathered all the curious shells she could find and strewed them on the beach for the children playing there. She popped the cross crabs and lobsters into the nets let down for them, and helped the fishermen to many a good load for market. She sat and sang among the rocks, where lonely people could hear the faint, sweet music and enjoy it. She watched over the little people when they went bathing, and loved to catch and kiss the rosy babies as they splashed about, and send quiet ripples to refresh the sick ones when their nurses dipped them in the wholesome sea. She was good to all the wounded fishes who got hurt by the many enemies that haunt the great ocean, and tried to teach the cruel sharks, the ugly octopus, and the lazy snails to be kinder and more industrious. They did not mind her, but it kept her busy and made her heart tender to try to help all who came near her. And every night when she went to her lonely bed, she said hopefully, "Perhaps tomorrow the king will come and let me go home. When I do, Mamma must find a better Nellie than the naughty, willful one who ran away." She supposed her mother would think her drowned when the clothes were found on the rock, and often mourned over the sorrow she had given those at home. But she cheered herself with imagining the joy her wonderful return would bring, and could hardly wait for that happy time. The mermaids were soon going far away to the South Sea for the winter, and begged her to come with them, telling how lovely everything was there, all about the pearl divers, the spice islands, the coral trees, and the many wonders of that summer world. But Nellie no longer cared for any place but the pretty cottage on the cliff that overlooked the sea, and she was not tempted by any of the fine tales they told. "No, I'd rather live here all alone where I can see my own people and home. Even if I wait years and years before the king comes, I know now what a silly child I was to leave everything that I was made to use and enjoy, and try to be a creature without any soul. I don't care if my heart does ache. I'd rather be as I am than like you, without any love in you, or any wish to be good and wise and happy as we are." Goldfin and Silvertail thought her very ungrateful after she said that, and left her alone. But she did not care, for Father Barnacle was to stay and stone up, as they called their queer way of dying. So when all had gone, she was very kind to the old merman, who never stirred out of his nook, but sat meditating on the 100 years of his life and wondering what would become of the rock he was slowly to grow a part of. Nellie did not want him to die yet, so she brought him nice things to eat, sang to him, and asked so many questions that he was forced to keep awake and answer them. Oh, such wonderful stories as he told her! Such interesting histories of sea flowers, fishes, and monsters! Such wise lessons in tides and stars, and the mysteries of the great ocean! Nellie would sit on a conch shell and listen for hours, never tired of these new fairy tales. But she did not forget to watch for the great gull, and every day floated near the shore, beckoning every white-winged bird that flew by and asking for tidings of the king. At last he came. Nellie was lying on the waves, idly singing to herself, with one hand held up for her pet sandpiper to light upon, when, instead of little Peep, a great silvery bird perched there, and looking up, she saw the fiery eye, the red ring about the neck, the crest on the head, and with a joyful splash she cried out, "He's come! He's come! Oh, dear king, give me another wish, a better wish, and let me be a little girl again."
"Done,"
said the great gull, waving his wings over her.
"Will you be contented now?"
I will, answered Nellie eagerly.
"Never willful and disobedient?"
Never, never.
"Sure you don't want to be a bird, a fish, or a mermaid again?"
Yes, Yes, for nothing is so lovely as to be a child. Good. And suddenly, clutching her in his strong claws, the gull flew high up in the air as if he were going to take her to his nest and eat her like a fish. Poor Nellie was sadly frightened, but before she could catch her breath to ask what was to happen, the king said in a loud voice, "Remember!" and let her drop. She expected to be dashed on the rocks below and thought that was to be her punishment, perhaps. But to her great surprise, she floated down like a feather and found herself lying on the sand, in her own shape and the very clothes she wore when she went away. She lay a moment enjoying the comfort of being warm and dry and feeling the dear earth under her. "Why, darling, how long you have been asleep," said a voice close by, and starting up, Nellie saw her mother stooping over her, while Baby was creeping nearer to laugh and crow as he peeped into her face to see if she was awake. "Oh, Mama, dear Mama, I'm so glad to have you again. I was very naughty, but I've learned a lesson, and I'm going to be your good child now," cried Nellie, holding her mother tight with many kisses. "Bless the dear. She has been dreaming and wakes up in a lovely mood," said Mamma, laughing. "Didn't you think I was drowned? How long have I been away?" asked Nellie, looking about her as if bewildered. "About an hour. I was not troubled, for I knew you would not break your promise, dear." "Then it was a dream, and I haven't been a mermaid?" said Nellie. "I hope not, for I like my little girl just as she is. Tell me the dream while I smooth away these tangles before we go home." So, sitting on her mother's knee, while Baby dug holes in the sand, Nellie told her adventures as well as she could, for now it all seemed dim and far away, and nothing remained clear in her mind but the thought that it was indeed a lovely and a happy thing to be a little child, with a heart to feel, a mother to love, and a home to live in, till we go to find that other one, fairer than any on the earth or in the sea.
Little Nell by Charles Dickens. The house where little Nell and her grandfather lived was one of those places where old and curious things were kept, one of those old houses which seemed to crouch in odd corners of the town and to hide their musty treasures from the public eye in jealousy and distrust. There were suits of mail standing like ghosts in armour here and there, curious carvings brought from monkish cloisters, rusty weapons of various kinds, distorted figures in china and wood and iron and ivory, tapestry, and strange furniture that might have been designed in dreams. And in the old, dark, dismal rooms, there lived alone together the man and a child, his grandchild, little Nell. Solitary and dull as was her life, the innocent and cheerful spirit of the child found happiness in all things, and through the dim rooms of the old curiosity shop, little Nell went singing, moving with gay and lightsome step. But gradually, over the old man, whom she so tenderly loved, there stole a sad change. He became thoughtful, sad, and wretched. He had no sleep or rest but that which he took by day in his easy chair, for every night, and all night long, he was away from home. To the child, it seemed that her grandfather's love for her increased, even with the hidden grief by which she saw him struck down. And to see him sorrowful, and not to know the cause of his sorrow, to see him growing pale and weak under his trouble of mind, so weighed upon her gentle spirit, that at times she felt as though her heart must break. At last, the time came when the old man's feeble frame could bear up no longer against his hidden care. A raging fever seized him, and as he lay delirious or insensible through many weeks, Nell learned that the house which sheltered them was theirs no longer, that in the future they would be very poor, that they would scarcely have bread to eat. At length the old man began to mend, but his mind was weakened. He would sit for hours together with Nell's small hand in his, playing with the fingers, and sometimes stopping to smooth her hair or kiss her brow. And when he saw that tears were glistening in her eyes, he would look amazed. As the time drew near when they must leave the house, he made no reference to the necessity of finding other shelter. An indistinct idea he had that the child was desolate and in need of help, though he seemed unable to understand their real position more distinctly. But a change came upon him one evening as he and Nell sat silently together. "Let us speak softly, Nell," he said. "Hush, for if they knew our purpose, they would say that I was mad and take thee from me. We will not stop here another day. We will travel afoot through the fields and woods and trust ourselves to God in the places where he dwells. Tomorrow morning, dear, we'll turn our faces from this scene of sorrow and be as free and happy as the birds." The child's heart beat high with hope and confidence. She had no thought of hunger or cold or thirst or suffering. To her it seemed they might beg their way from door to door in happiness, so that they were together. When the day began to glimmer, they stole out of the house, and passing into the street, stood still. "Which way?" asked the child. The old man looked doubtfully and helplessly at her, and shook his head. It was plain that she was thenceforth his guide and leader. The child felt it, but had no doubts or misgivings, and putting her hand in his, led him gently away. Forth from the city, while it yet was asleep, went the two poor wanderers, going they knew not whither. They passed through the long deserted streets in the glad light of early morning, until these streets dwindled away, and the open country was about them. They walked all day, and slept that night at a small cottage where beds were let to travellers. The sun was setting on the second day of their journey, and they were jaded and worn out with walking, when, following a path which led through a churchyard to the town where they were to spend the night, they fell in with two travelling showmen, the exhibitors or keepers of a Punch and Judy show. These two men raised their eyes when the old man and his young companion were close upon them. One of them, the real exhibitor, no doubt, was a little merry-faced man with a twinkling eye and a red nose, who seemed to be something like old Punch himself. The other, that was he who took the money, had rather a careful and cautious look, which perhaps came from his business also. The merry man was the first to greet the strangers with a nod, and following the old man's eyes, he observed that perhaps that was the first time he had ever seen a Punch off the stage. "Why do you come here to do this?" said the old man, sitting down beside them, and looking at the figures with extreme delight. "Why, you see," rejoined the little man, "we are putting up for tonight at the public house yonder, and it wouldn't do to let them see the present company undergoing repair." "No," cried the old man, making signs to Nell to listen. "Why not, eh? Why not?" "Because it would destroy all the reality of the show and take away all the interest, wouldn't it?" replied the little man. "Would you care a halfpenny for the Lord Chancellor if you knowed him in private and without his wig? Certainly not." "Good," said the old man, venturing to touch one of the puppets, and drawing away his hand with a shrill laugh. "Are you going to show them tonight, are you?" "That is the purpose, Governor," replied the other. "And unless I'm much mistaken, Tommy Codlin is a-calculating at this minute what we've lost through your coming upon us. Cheer up, Tommy. It can't be much." The little man accompanied these latter words with a wink, expressive of the estimate he had formed of the traveller's pocket-book. To this, Mr. Codlin, who had a surly, grumbling manner, replied as he twitched Punch off the tombstone and flung him into the box. "I don't care if we haven't lost a farden, but you're too free. If you stood in front of the curtain and see the public's faces as I do, you'd know human nature better." Turning over the figures in the box like one who knew and despised them, Mr. Codlin drew one forth and held it up for inspection of his friend. "Look here, here's all this Judy's clothes falling to pieces again. You haven't got a needle and thread, I suppose?" The little man shook his head and scratched it sadly as he contemplated this condition of a principal performer in his show. Seeing that they were at a loss, the child said timidly, "I have a needle, sir, in my basket, and thread too. Will you let me try to mend it for you? I think I could do it neater than you could." Even Mr. Codlin had nothing to urge against a proposal so seasonable. Nell, kneeling down beside the box, was soon busily engaged in her task, and finished it in a wonderful way. While she was thus at work, the merry little man looked at her with interest, which did not appear to be any less when he glanced at her helpless companion. When she had finished her work, he thanked her, and asked to what place they were travelling. "No farther tonight, I think," said the child, looking toward her grandfather.
"If you're wanting a place to stop," the man remarked, "I should advise you to take up the same house with us. That's it, the long, low white house there. It's very cheap."
They went to the little inn, and when they had been refreshed, the whole house hurried away into an empty stable where the show stood, and where, by the light of a few flaring candles stuck around a hoop which hung by a line from the ceiling, it was to be forthwith shown. And now Mr. Thomas Codlin, after blowing away at the Pan's pipes, took his station on one side of the curtain which concealed the mover of the figures, and putting his hands in his pockets, prepared to reply to all questions and remarks of Punch, and to make a pretence of being his most intimate private friend, of believing in him to the fullest and most unlimited extent, of knowing that Mr. Punch enjoyed day and night a merry and glorious life in that temple, and that he was at all times and under every circumstance the same wise and joyful person that all present then beheld him. The whole performance was applauded until the old stable rang, and gifts were showered in with a liberality which testified yet more strongly to the general delight. Among the laughter, none was more loud and frequent than the old man's. Nell's was unheard, for she, poor child, with her head drooping on his shoulder, had fallen asleep, and slept too soundly to be roused by any of his efforts to awaken her to a part in his glee. The supper was very good, but she was too tired to eat, and yet would not leave the old man until she had kissed him in his bed. He, happily insensible to every care and anxiety, sat listening with a vacant smile and admiring face to all that his new friend said, and it was not until they retired yawning to their room that he followed the child upstairs. She had a little money, but it was very little, and when that was gone, they must begin to beg. There was one piece of gold among it, and a need might come when its worth to them would be increased 100 times. It would be best to hide this coin, and never show it unless their case was entirely desperate, and nothing else was left them. Her resolution taken, she sewed the piece of gold into her dress, and going to bed with a lighter heart, sunk into a deep slumber.
"And where are you going today?"
said the little man the following morning, addressing himself to Nell.
"Indeed, I hardly know. We have not made up our minds yet," replied the child.
"We're going on to the races," said the little man. "If that's your way, and you would like to have us for company, let us travel together. If you prefer going alone, only say the word, and you'll find that we shan't trouble you."
"We'll go with you," said the old man. "Nell, with them.
The child thought for a moment, and knowing that she must shortly beg, and could scarcely hope to do so at a better place than where crowds of rich ladies and gentlemen were met together for enjoyment, determined to go with these men so far. She therefore thanked the little man for his offer, and said, glancing timidly toward his friend, that they would, if there was no objection to their staying with them as far as the race town. And with these men they travelled forward on the following day. They made 2 long days' journeys with their new companions, passing through villages and towns, and meeting upon one occasion with 2 young people walking upon stilts, who were also going to the races. And now they had come to the time when they must beg their bread. Soon after sunrise the second morning, she stole out, and rambling into some fields at a short distance, plucked a few wild roses and such humble flowers, purposing to make them into little nosegays, and offer them to the ladies in the carriages when the company arrived. Her thoughts were not idle while she was thus busy, When she returned and was seated beside the old man, tying her flowers together while the two men lay dozing in the corner, she plucked him by the sleeve and, slightly glancing toward them, said in a low voice, "Grandfather, don't look at those I talk of, and don't seem as if I spoke of anything but what I'm about. What was that you told me before we left the old house? That if they knew what we were going to do, they would say that you were mad and part us." The old man turned to her with a look of wild terror, but she checked him by a look, and bidding him hold some flowers while she tied them up, and so bringing her lips closer to his ear, said, "I know that was what you told me. You needn't speak, dear. I recollect it very well. It was not likely that I should forget it. Grandfather, I have heard these men say they think that we have secretly left our friends and mean to carry us before some gentleman and have us taken care of and sent back. If you let your hand tremble so, we can never get away from them. But if you're only quiet now, we shall do so easily." "How?" muttered the old man. "Dear Nell, how? Oh, they will shut me up in a stone room, dark and cold, and chain me up to the wall. No, flog me with whips, and never let me see thee more." "You're trembling again," said the child. "Keep close to me all day. Never mind them. Don't look at them, but me. I shall find a time when we can steal away. When I do, mind you come with me, and do not stop or speak a word. Hush, that's all." "Hello, what are you up to, my dear?" said Mr. Codlin, raising his head and yawning. "Making some nosegays," the child replied. "I'm going to try to sell some these 3 days of the races. Will you have one? As a present, I mean." Mr. Codlin would have risen to receive it, but the child hurried toward him and placed it in his hand, and he stuck it in his buttonhole. As the morning wore on, the tents at the racecourse assumed a gayer and more brilliant appearance, and long lines of carriages came rolling softly on the turf. Black-eyed gypsy girls, their heads covered with showy handkerchiefs, came out to tell fortunes, and pale, slender women with wasted faces followed the footsteps of conjurers and counted the sixpences with anxious eyes long before they were gained. As many of the children as could be kept within bounds were stowed away with all the other signs of dirt and poverty, among the donkeys, carts and horses, and as many as could not be thus disposed of ran in and out in all directions, crept between people's legs and carriage wheels, and came forth unharmed from under horses' hoofs. The dancing dogs, the stilts, the little lady and the tall man, and all the other attractions, with organs out of number and bands innumerable, came out from the holes and corners in which they had passed the night, and flourished boldly in the sun. Along the uncleared course, Short led his party, sounding the brazen trumpet and speaking in the voice of Punch, and at his heels went Thomas Codlin, bearing the show as usual, and keeping his eye on Nell and her grandfather, as they rather lingered in the rear. The child bore upon her arm the little basket with her flowers, and sometimes stopped with timid and modest looks to offer them at some gay carriage. But alas, there were many bolder beggars there, gypsies who promised husbands and others skilful in their trade, and although some ladies smiled gently as they shook their heads, and others cried to the gentleman beside them, "See, what a pretty face!" they let the pretty face pass on, and never thought that it looked tired or hungry. There was but one lady who seemed to understand the child, and she was one who sat alone in a handsome carriage while 2 young men in dashing clothes who had just stepped out from it talked and laughed loudly at a little distance, appearing to forget her quite. There were many ladies all around, but they turned their backs or looked another way, or at the 2 young men, not unfavourably at them, and left her to herself. The lady motioned away a gypsy woman eager to tell her fortune, saying that it was told already and had been for some years, but called the child toward her, and taking her flowers, put money in her trembling hand, and bade her go home and keep at home. Many a time they went up and down those long, long lines, seeing everything but the horses and the race, when the bell rung to clear the course, going back to rest among the carts and donkeys, and not coming out again until the heat was over. Many a time, too, was Punch displayed in the full glory of his humour, but all this while the eye of Thomas Codlin was upon them, and to escape without notice was almost impossible. At length, late in the day, Mr. Codlin pitched the show in a spot right in the middle of the crowd, and the Punch and Judy were surrounded by people who were watching the performance. Short was moving the images and knocking them in fury of the combat against the sides of the show. The people were looking on with laughing faces, and Mr. Codlin's face showed a grim smile as his roving eye detected the hands of thieves in the crowd going into waistcoat pockets. If Nell and her grandfather were ever to get away unseen, that was the very moment. They seized it and fled. They made a path through booths and carriages and throngs of people, and never once stopped to look behind. The bell was ringing, and the course was cleared by the time they reached the ropes, but they dashed across it, paying no attention to the shouts and screeching that assailed them for breaking in it, and creeping under the brow of the hill at a quick pace, made for the open fields. At last, they were free from Codlin and Short. That night, they reached a little village in a woody hollow. The village schoolmaster, a good and gentle man, pitying their weariness and attracted by the child's sweetness and modesty, gave them a lodging for the night, nor would he let them leave him until 2 days more had passed. They journeyed on, when the time came that they must wander forth again, by pleasant country lanes, and as they passed, watching the birds that perched and twittered in the branches overhead, or listening to the songs that broke the happy silence, their hearts were peaceful and free from care. But by and by they came to a long winding road which lengthened out far into the distance, and though they still kept on, it was at a much slower pace, for they were now very weary. The afternoon had worn away into a beautiful evening, when they arrived at a point where the road made a sharp turn and struck across a common. On the border of this common, and close to the hedge which divided it from the cultivated fields, a caravan was drawn up to rest, upon which they came so suddenly that they could not have avoided it if they would. Do you know what a caravan is? It's a sort of gypsy house on wheels in which people live while the house moves from place to place. It was not a shabby, dingy, dusty cart, but a smart little house with white dimity curtains hung over the windows and window shutters of green picked out with panels of a staring red, in which happily contrasted colours the whole house shone brilliant. Neither was it a poor caravan drawn by a single donkey or feeble old horse, for a pair of horses in pretty good condition were released from the shafts and grazing on the frowsy grass. Neither was it a gypsy caravan, for at the open door, graced with a bright brass knocker, sat a Christian lady, stout and comfortable to look upon, who wore a large bonnet trembling with bows. And that it was not a caravan of poor people was clear from what this lady was doing, for she was taking her tea. The tea things, including a bottle of rather suspicious looks and a cold knuckle of ham, were set forth upon a drum covered with a white napkin, and there, as if at the most convenient round table in all the world, sat this roving lady taking her tea and enjoying the prospect. It happened at that moment that the lady of the caravan had her cup, which, that everything about her might be of a stout and comfortable kind, was a breakfast cup, to her lips, and that having her eyes lifted to the sky in her enjoyment of the full flavour of her tea, it happened that, being thus agreeably engaged, she did not see the travellers when they first came up. It was not until she was in the act of setting down the cup and drawing a long breath after the exertion of swallowing its contents, that the lady of the caravan beheld an old man and a young child walking slowly by, and glancing at her proceedings with eyes of modest but hungry admiration. "Hey!" cried the lady of the caravan, scooping the crumbs out of her lap and swallowing the same before wiping her lips. "Yes, to be sure. Who won the helter-skelter plate, child?" "Won what, ma'am?" asked Nell. "The helter-skelter plate at the races, child. The plate that was run for on the second day." "On the second day, ma'am?" "Second day, yes, second day," repeated the lady with an air of impatience. "Can't you say who won the helter-skelter plate when you ask the question civilly?" "I don't know, ma'am." "Don't know?" repeated the lady of the caravan. "Why, you were there. I saw you with my own eyes." Nell was not a little alarmed to hear this, supposing that the lady might be intimately acquainted with the firm of Short and Codlin. But what followed tended to put her at her ease. "And very sorry I was," said the lady of the caravan,
To see you in company with a Punch, a low, common, vulgar wretch that people should scorn to look at."
"I was not there by choice," returned the child. "We didn't know our way, and the two men were very kind to us and let us travel with them. Do you know them, ma'am?"
"Know them, child?" cried the lady of the caravan in a sort of shriek. "Know them? But you're young and ignorant, and that's your excuse for asking such a question. Do I look as if I'd knowed 'em? Does the caravan look as if it knowed 'em?"
"No, ma'am, no," said the child, fearing she had committed some grievous fault. "I beg your pardon."
The lady of the caravan was in the act of gathering her tea things together, preparing to clear the table, but noting the child's anxious manner, she hesitated and stopped. The child curtsied, and giving her hand to the old man, had already gone some 50 yards or so away, when the lady of the caravan called to her to return. "Come nearer, nearer still," said she, beckoning to her to ascend the steps. "Are you hungry, child?"
"Not very, but we are tired, and it is a long way."
"Well, hungry or not, you'd better have some tea," rejoined her new acquaintance. "I suppose you are agreeable to that, old gentleman?"
The grandfather humbly pulled off his hat and thanked her. The lady of the caravan then bade him come up the steps likewise, but the drum proving an inconvenient table for two, they went down again and sat upon the grass, where she handed down to them the tea-tray, the bread and butter, and the knuckle of ham.
"Set 'em out near the hind wheels, child. That's the best place," said her friend, superintending the arrangement from above. "Now, hand up the teapot for a little more hot water and a pinch of fresh tea, and then both of you eat and drink as much as you can, and don't spare anything. That's all I ask of you."
The mistress of the caravan, saying that the girl and her grandfather could not be very heavy, invited them to go along with them for a while, for which Nell thanked her with all her heart. When they had travelled slowly forward for some short distance, Nell ventured to steal a look around the caravan and observe it more closely. One half of it, that part in which the comfortable proprietress was then seated, was carpeted, and so divided the farther end as to form a sleeping place, made after the fashion of a berth on board ship, which was shaded, like the little windows, with fair white curtains, and looked comfortable enough, though by what kind of gymnastic exercise the lady of the caravan ever contrived to get into it was a mystery. The other half served for a kitchen, and was fitted up with a stove whose small chimney passed through the roof. The mistress sat looking at the child for a long time in silence, and then getting up, brought out from the corner a large roll of canvas about a yard in width, which she laid upon the floor and spread open with her foot until it nearly reached from one end of the caravan to the other.
"There, child," she said. "Read that."
Nell walked down it and read aloud in enormous black letters the inscription, "Jarley's Waxwork."
"Read it again," said the lady complacently.
"Jarley's Waxwork," repeated Nell.
"That's me," said the lady. "I am Mrs. Jarley."
Giving the child an encouraging look, the lady of the caravan unfolded another scroll, whereon was the description,
100 figures, the full size of life,
and then another scroll on which was written,
"The only stupendous collection of real waxwork in the world,"
and then several smaller scrolls with such inscriptions as,
"Now exhibiting within, the genuine and only Jarley, Jarley's unrivalled collection. Jarley is the delight of the nobility and gentry. The royal family are the patrons of Jarley."
When she had exhibited these large painted signs to the astonished child, she brought forth specimens of the lesser notices in the shape of handbills, some of which were printed in the form of verses on popular times, as, "Believe me, if all Jarley's waxwork so rare. I saw thy show in youthful prime. Over the water to Jarley." While to satisfy all tastes, others were composed with a view to the lighter and merrier spirits, as a verse on the favourite air of If I Had a Donkey, beginning, "If I'd knowed a donkey what wouldn't go to see Mrs. Jarley's waxwork show, do you think I'd own him? Oh, no, no. Then run to Jarley's," besides several compositions in prose, pretending to be dialogues between the Emperor of China and an oyster. "I never saw any waxwork, ma'am," said Nell. "Is it funnier than Punch?"
"Funnier? said Mrs. Jarley in a shrill voice. "It's not funny at all." "Oh," said Nell, with all possible humility. "It isn't funny at all," repeated Mrs. Jarley. "It's calm and, what's that word again? Critical. No, classical. That's it. It's calm and classical. No low beatings and knockings about, no jokings and squeakings like your precious punches, but always the same, with a constantly unchanging air of coldness and dignity. And so lifelike that if waxwork only spoke and walked about, you'd hardly know the difference. I won't go so far as to say that, as it is, I've seen waxwork quite like life, but I've certainly seen some life that was exactly like waxwork." This conference at length concluded, she beckoned Nell to sit down. "And the old gentleman too," said Mrs. Jarley, "for I want to have a word with him. Do you want a good place for your granddaughter, master? If you do, I can put her in the way of getting one. What do you say?"
"I can't leave her," answered the old man. "We can't separate. What would become of me without her?"
"If you're really ready to employ yourself," said Mrs. Jarley, "there will be plenty for you to do in the way of helping to dust the figures and take the checks and so forth. What I want your granddaughter for is to point 'em out to the company. They would soon be learned, and she has a way with her that people wouldn't think unpleasant, though she does come after me, for I've been always accustomed to go round with visitors myself, which I should keep on doing now, only that my spirits make a little rest absolutely necessary. It's not a common offer, bear in mind," said the lady, rising into the tone and manner into which she was accustomed to address her audiences. "It's Jarley's waxwork, remember. The duty's very light and genteel, the company particularly select. The exhibition takes place in assembly rooms, town halls, large rooms at inns or auction galleries. There is none of your open-air wandering at Jarley's, recollect. There is no tarpaulin and sawdust at Jarley's, remember. Every promise made in the handbills is kept to the utmost, and the whole forms an effect of splendour hitherto unknown in this kingdom. Remember that the price of admission is only 6pence, and that this is an opportunity which may never occur again."
"We're very much obliged to you, ma'am," said Nell, "and thankfully accept your offer."
"And you'll never be sorry for it," returned Mrs. Jarley. "I'm pretty sure of that. So, as that's all settled, let's have a bit of supper."
Rumbling along with most unwonted noise, the caravan stopped at last at the place of exhibition, where Nell came down from the wagon among an admiring group of children who evidently supposed her to be an important part of the curiosities, and were almost ready to believe that her grandfather was a cunning device in wax. The chests were taken out of the van for the figures with all haste, and taken in to be unlocked by Mrs. Jarley, who, attended by George and the driver, arranged their contents, consisting of red festoons and other ornamental work, to make the best show in the decoration of the room. When the festoons were all put up as tastily as they might be, the wonderful collection was uncovered, and there were shown, on a raised platform some 2 feet from the floor, running round the room and parted from the rude public by a crimson rope breast high, a large number of sprightly waxen images of famous people, singly and in groups, clad in glittering dresses of various climes and times, and standing more or less unsteadily upon their legs, with their eyes very wide open and their nostrils very much inflated, and the muscles of their legs and arms very strongly developed, and all their faces expressing great surprise. All the gentlemen were very narrow in the breast and very blue about the beards, and all the ladies were wonderful figures, and all the ladies and all the gentlemen were looking intensely nowhere, and staring with tremendous earnestness at nothing. When Nell had shown her first wonder at this glorious sight, Mrs. Jarley ordered the room to be cleared of all but herself and the child, and sitting herself down in an armchair in the centre, presented Nell with a willow wand, long used by herself for pointing out the characters, and was at great pains to instruct her in her duty. "That," said Mrs. Jarley in her exhibition tone, as Nell touched a figure at the beginning of the platform, "is an unfortunate maid of honour in the time of Queen Elizabeth,
who died from pricking her finger in consequence of working upon a Sunday. Observe the blood which is trickling from her finger, also the gold-eyed needle of the period with which she is at work." All this Nell repeated twice or thrice, pointing to the finger and the needle at the right times, and then passed on to the text. "That, ladies and gentlemen," said Mrs. Jarley, "is Jasper Packle Merton, of terrible memory, who courted and married 14 wives, and destroyed them all by tickling the soles of their feet when they were sleeping in the consciousness of innocence and virtue. On being brought to the scaffold and asked if he was sorry for what he had done, he replied, yes, he was sorry for having let 'em off so easy, and hoped all Christian husbands would pardon him the offence. Let this be a warning to all young ladies to be particular in the character of the gentleman of their choice. Observe that his fingers are curled as if in the act of tickling, and that his face is represented with a wink as he appeared when committing his barbarous murders." When Nell knew all about Mr. Packlemerton, and could say it without faltering, Mrs. Jarley passed on to the fat man, and then to the thin man, the tall man, the short man, the old lady who died of dancing at 132, the wild boy of the woods, the woman who poisoned 14 families with pickled walnuts, and other historical characters and interesting but misguided individuals. And so well did Nell profit by her instructions, and so apt was she to remember them, that by the time they had been shut up together for a couple of hours, she was in full possession of the history of the whole establishment, and perfectly able to tell the stories of the waxwork to visitors. For some time her life and the life of the poor vacant old man passed quietly and happily. They travelled from place to place with Mrs. Jarley. Nell spoke her piece with the wand in her hand before the waxen images, and her grandfather, in a dull way, dusted the images when he was told to do so. But heavier sorrow was yet to come. One night, a holiday night for them, Nell and her grandfather went out to walk. A terrible thunderstorm coming on, they were forced to take refuge in a small public house, and here they saw some shabbily dressed and wicked-looking men were playing cards. The old man watched them with increasing interest and excitement, until his whole appearance underwent a complete change. His face was flushed and eager, his teeth set. With a hand that trembled violently, he seized Nell's little purse, and in spite of her pleadings, joined in the game, gambling with such a savage thirst for gain that the distressed and frightened child could almost better have borne to see him dead. It was long after midnight when the play came to an end, and they were forced to remain where they were until the morning. And in the night the child was wakened from her troubled sleep to find a figure in the room, a figure busying its hands about her garments, while its face was turned to her, listening and looking lest she should awake. It was her grandfather himself, his white face pinched and sharpened by the greediness which made his eyes unnaturally bright, counting the money of which his hands were robbing her. Evening after that night, the old man would steal away, not to return until the night was far spent, demanding wildly money. And at last there came an hour when the child overheard him, tempted beyond his feeble powers of resistance, undertake to find more money to feed the desperate passion which had laid its hold upon his weakness, by robbing the kind Mrs. Jarley, who had done so much for them. The poor old man had become so weak in his mind that he did not understand how wicked was his act. That night the child took her grandfather by the hand and led him forth. Through the straight streets and narrow outskirts of the town their trembling feet passed quickly, the child sustained by one idea, that they were flying from wickedness and disgrace, and that she could save her grandfather only by her firmness, unaided by one word of advice or any helping hand. The old man followed her as though she had been an angel messenger sent to lead him where she would. The hardest part of all their wanderings was now before them. They slept in the open air that night, and on the following morning some men offered to take them a long distance on their barge on the river. These men, though they were not unkindly, were very rugged, noisy fellows, and they drank and quarrelled fearfully among themselves, to Nell's inexpressible terror. It rained, too, heavily, and she was wet and cold.
At last they reached the great city whither the barge was bound, and here they wandered up and down, being now penniless, and watched the faces of those who passed, to find among them a ray of encouragement or hope. Ill in body and sick to death at heart, the child needed her utmost courage and will even to creep along. They lay down that night, and the next night too, with nothing between them and the sky. A penny loaf was all they had had that day, and when the third morning came, it found the child much weaker, yet she made no complaint. The great city with its many factories hemmed them in on every side, and seemed to shut out hope. Faint and spiritless as they were, its streets were terrible to them. After humbly asking for relief at some few doors, and being driven away, they agreed to make their way out of it as speedily as they could, and try if the people living in some lone house beyond would have more pity on their worn-out state. They were dragging themselves along through the last street, and the child felt that the time was close at hand when her enfeebled powers would bear no more. There appeared before them, at this moment going in the same direction as themselves, a traveller on foot, who, with a bundle of clothing strapped to his back, leaned upon a stout stick as he walked, and read from a book which he held in the other hand. It was not an easy matter to come up with him and ask his aid, for he walked fast, and was a little distance in advance. At length he stopped, to look more attentively at some passage in his book. Encouraged by a ray of hope, the child shot on before her grandfather, and going close to the stranger, without rousing him by the sound of her footsteps, began in a few faint words to beg his help. He turned his head. The child clapped her hands together, uttered a wild shriek, and fell senseless at his feet. It was the poor schoolmaster, no other than the poor schoolmaster. Scarcely less moved and surprised by the sight of the child than she had been on recognizing him, he stood for a moment silent, without even the presence of mind to raise her from the ground. But quickly recovering himself, he threw down his stick and book, and dropping on one knee beside her, tried simple means as came to his mind to restore her to herself, while her grandfather, standing idly by, wrung his hands and begged her with many words of love to speak to him, were it only a whisper. "She appears to be quite worn out," said the schoolmaster, glancing upward into his face. "You have used up all her strength, friend." "She is dying of want," answered the old man. "I never thought how weak and ill she was till now." Casting a look upon him, half angry and half pitiful, the schoolmaster took the child in his arms, and bidding the old man gather up her little basket and follow him directly, bore her away at his utmost speed. There was a small inn within sight, to which it would seem he had been walking when so unexpectedly overtaken. Towards this place he hurried with his unconscious burden, and rushing into the kitchen and calling upon the company there assembled to make way for God's sake, laid it down on a chair before the fire. The company, who rose in confusion on the schoolmaster's entrance, did as people usually do under such circumstances. Everybody called for his or her favourite remedy, which nobody brought. Each cried for more air, at the same time carefully shutting out what air there was by closing around the object of sympathy, and all wondered why somebody else didn't do what it never appeared to occur to them might be done by themselves. The landlady, however, who had more readiness and activity than any of them, and who seemed to understand the case more quickly, soon came running in with a little hot medicine, followed by her servant girl carrying vinegar, hartshorn, smelling salts, and such other restoratives, which, being duly given, helped the child so far as to enable her to thank them in a faint voice, and to hold out her hand to the poor schoolmaster, who stood with an anxious face near her side. Without suffering her to speak another word, or so much as to stir a finger any more, the women straightway carried her off to bed, and having covered her up warm, bathed her cold feet, and wrapped them in flannel, they sent a messenger for the doctor. The doctor, who was a red-nosed gentleman with a great bunch of seals dangling below a waistcoat of ribbed black satin, arrived with all speed, and taking his seat by the bedside of poor Nell, drew out his watch and felt her pulse. Then he looked at her tongue. Then he felt her pulse again, and while he did so, he eyed the half-emptied wine-glass as if in profound abstraction.
I should give her, said the doctor at length, a teaspoonful every now and then of hot medicine. Why, that's exactly what we've done, sir, said the delighted landlady. I should also, observed the doctor, who had passed the footbath on the stairs, I should also, said the doctor in a very wise tone of voice, put her feet in hot water and wrap them up in flannel. I should likewise, said the doctor with increased solemnity, give her something light for supper, the wing of a roasted chicken now. Why, goodness gracious me, sir, it's cooking at the kitchen fire this instant, cried the landlady. And so indeed it was, for the schoolmaster had ordered it to be put down, and it was getting on so well that the doctor might have smelled it, if he'd tried. Perhaps he did. You may then, said the doctor, rising gravely, give her a glass of hot-mulled port wine, if she likes wine. And a piece of toast, sir, suggested the landlady. Aye, said the doctor in a very dignified tone, and a toast of bread. Be it very particular to make it of bread, if you please, ma'am. With which parting advice, slowly and solemnly given, the doctor departed, leaving the whole house in admiration of that wisdom which agreed so closely with their own. Everybody said he was a very shrewd doctor indeed, and knew perfectly what people's bodies needed, which there appears some reason to suppose he did. While her supper was preparing, the child fell into a refreshing sleep, from which they were obliged to rouse her when it was ready. As she showed extraordinary uneasiness on learning that her grandfather was below stairs, and as she was greatly troubled at the thought of their being apart, he took his supper with her. Finding her still very anxious for the old man, they made him up a bed in an inner room, to which he soon went. The key of this room happened by good fortune to be on that side of the door which was in Nell's room. She turned it on him when the landlady had withdrawn, and crept to bed again with a thankful heart. The schoolmaster sat for a long time smoking his pipe by the kitchen fire, which was now deserted, thinking with a very happy face on the fortunate chance which had brought him at just the right moment to the child's assistance. The schoolmaster, as it appeared, was on his way to a new home, and when the child had recovered somewhat from her hunger and weariness, it was arranged that she and her grandfather should go with him to the village whither he was bound, and that he should endeavour to find them some work by which they could get their living. It was a lonely little village, lying among the quiet country scenes Nell loved, and here, her grandfather being peaceful and at rest, a great calm fell upon the spirit of the child. Often she would steal into the church, and sitting down among the quiet figures carved upon the tombs, would think of the summer days and the bright springtime that would come, of the rays of sun that would fall in aslant those sleeping forms, of the songs of birds and the sweet air that would steal in. What if the spot awakened thoughts of death? It would be no pain to sleep amid such sights and sounds as these. For the time was drawing nearer every day, when Nell was to rest indeed. She never murmured or complained, but faded like a light upon a summer's evening, and died. Day after day, and all day long, the old man, broken-hearted, and with no love or care for anything in life, would sit beside her grave with her straw hat and the little basket she had used to carry, waiting till she should come to him again. At last they found him lying dead upon the stone. And in the church, where they had often prayed and mused and lingered hand in hand, the child and the old man slept.
The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen, read by Kim Hicks. Far out in the ocean, where the water is as blue as the prettiest cornflower and as clear as crystal, it is very, very deep. So deep indeed that no cable could fathom it. Many church steeples, piled one upon another, would not reach from the ground beneath to the surface of the water above. There dwell the Sea King and his subjects. We must not imagine that there is nothing at the bottom of the sea but bare yellow sand. No, indeed. The most singular flowers and plants grow there, the leaves and stems of which are so pliant that the slightest agitation of the water causes them to stir as if they had life. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches, as birds fly among the trees here upon land. In the deepest spot of all stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. The roof is formed of shells that open and close as the water flows over them. Their appearance is very beautiful, for in each lies a glittering pearl which would be fit for the diadem of a queen. The Sea King had been a widower for many years, and his aged mother kept house for him. She was a very wise woman, and exceedingly proud of her high birth. On that account she wore 12 oysters on her tail, while others, also of high rank, were only allowed to wear 6. She was, however, deserving of very great praise, especially for her care of the little sea princesses, her granddaughters. They were 6 beautiful children, but the youngest was the prettiest of them all. Her skin was as clear and delicate as a rose-leaf, and her eyes as blue as the deepest sea. But like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fish's tail. All day long they played in the great halls of the castle, or among the living flowers that grew out of the walls. The large amber windows were open, and the fish swam in, just as the swallows fly into our houses when we open the windows, excepting that the fishes swam up to the princesses, ate out of their hands, and allowed themselves to be stroked. Outside the castle there was a beautiful garden, in which grew bright red and dark blue flowers, and blossoms like flames of fire. The fruit glittered like gold, and the leaves and stems waved to and fro continually. The earth itself was the finest sand, but blue as the flame of burning sulphur. Over everything lay a peculiar blue radiance, as if it were surrounded by the air from above, through which the blue sky shone, instead of the dark depths of the sea. In calm weather, the sun could be seen, looking like a purple flower with the light streaming from the calyx. Each of the young princesses had a little plot of ground in the garden where she might dig and plant as she pleased. One arranged her flower bed into the form of a whale. Another thought it better to make hers like the figure of a little mermaid. But that of the youngest was round like the sun, and contained flowers as red as his rays at sunset. She was a strange child, quiet and thoughtful, and while her sisters would be delighted with the wonderful things which they obtained from the wrecks of vessels, she cared for nothing but her pretty red flowers like the sun, excepting a beautiful marble statue. It was the representation of a handsome boy carved out of pure white stone, which had fallen to the bottom of the sea from a wreck. She planted by the statue a rose-coloured weeping willow. It grew splendidly, and very soon hung its fresh branches over the statue almost down to the blue sands. The shadow had a violet tint, and waved to and fro like the branches. It seemed as if the crown of the tree and the root were at play and trying to kiss each other. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as to hear about the world above the sea. She made her old grandmother tell her all she knew of the ships and of the towns, the people and the animals. To her, it seemed most wonderful and beautiful to hear that the flowers of the land should have fragrance, and not those below the sea, that the trees of the forest should be green, and that the fishes among the trees could sing so sweetly that it was quite a pleasure to hear them. Her grandmother called the little birds fishes, or she would not have understood her, for she had never seen birds. "When you have reached your 15th year," said the grandmother, "you will have permission to rise up out of the sea, to sit on the rocks in the moonlight while the great ships are sailing by, and then you will see both forests and towns." In the following year, one of the sisters would be 15. But as each was a year younger than the other, The youngest would have to wait 5 years before her turn came to rise up from the bottom of the ocean and see the earth as we do. However, each promised to tell the others what she saw on her first visit and what she thought the most beautiful. For their grandmother could not tell them enough. There were so many things on which they wanted information. None of them longed so much for her turn to come as the youngest, she who had the longest time to wait, and who was so quiet and thoughtful. Many nights she stood by the open window, looking up through the dark blue water and watching the fish as they splashed about with their fins and tails. She could see the moon and stars shining faintly, but through the water they looked larger than they do to our eyes. When something like a black cloud passed between her and them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming over her head or a ship full of human beings who never imagined that a pretty little mermaid was standing beneath them, holding out her white hands towards the keel of their ship. As soon as the eldest was 15, she was allowed to rise to the surface of the ocean. When she came back, she had hundreds of things to talk about, but the most beautiful, she said, was to lie in the moonlight on a sandbank in the quiet sea near the coast, and to gaze on a large town nearby where the lights were twinkling like hundreds of stars, to listen to the sounds of the music, the noise of carriages, and the voices of human beings, and then to hear the merry bells peal out from the church steeples. And because she could not go near to all those wonderful things, she longed for them more than ever. Oh, did not the youngest sister listen eagerly to all these descriptions? And afterwards, when she stood at the open window looking up through the dark blue water, she thought of the great city, with all its bustle and noise, and even fancied she could hear the sound of the church bells down in the depths of the sea. In another year, the second sister received permission to rise to the surface of the water and to swim about where she pleased. She rose just as the sun was setting, and this, she said, was the most beautiful sight of all. The whole sky looked like gold, while violet and rose-coloured clouds, which she could not describe, floated over her, and still more rapidly than the clouds flew a large flock of wild swans towards the setting sun, looking like a long white veil across the sea. She also swam towards the sun, but it sunk into the waves, and the rosy tints faded from the clouds and from the sea. The third sister's turn followed. She was the boldest of them all, and she swam up a broad river that emptied itself into the sea. On the banks she saw green hills covered with beautiful vines. Palaces and castles peeped out from amid the proud trees of the forest. She heard the birds singing, and the rays of the sun were so powerful that she was obliged often to dive down under the water to cool her burning face. In a narrow creek, she found a whole troop of little human children, quite naked and sporting about in the water. She wanted to play with them, but they fled in a great fright. And then a little black animal came to the water. It was a dog, but she did not know that, for she had never before seen one. This animal barked at her so terribly that she became frightened and rushed back to the open sea. But she said she should never forget the beautiful forest, the green hills, and the pretty little children who could swim in the water, although they had not fishes' tails. The fourth sister was more timid. She remained in the midst of the sea, but she said it was quite as beautiful there as nearer the land. She could see for so many miles around her, and the sky above looked like a bell of glass. She had seen the ships, but at such a great distance that they looked like seagulls. The dolphins sported in the waves, and the great whales spouted water from their nostrils, till it seemed as if 100 fountains were playing in every direction. The fifth sister's birthday occurred in the winter, so when her turn came, she saw what the others had not seen the first time they went up. The sea looked quite green, and large icebergs were floating about, each like a pearl, she said, but larger and loftier than the churches built by men. They were of the most singular shapes, and glittered like diamonds. She had seated herself upon one of the largest, and let the wind play with her long hair, and she remarked that all the ships sailed by rapidly and steered as far away as they could from the iceberg, as if they were afraid of it. Towards evening, as the sun went down, dark clouds covered the sky, The thunder rolled and the lightning flashed, and the red light glowed on the icebergs as they rocked and tossed on the heaving sea. On all the ships the sails were reefed with fear and trembling, while she sat calmly on the floating iceberg, watching the blue lightning as it darted its forked flashes into the sea. When first the sisters had permission to rise to the surface, they were each delighted with the new and beautiful sights they saw. But now, as grown-up girls, they could go when they pleased, and they had become indifferent about it. They wished themselves back again in the water, and after a month had passed they said it was much more beautiful down below and pleasanter to be at home. Yet often, in the evening hours, the 5 sisters would twine their arms round each other and rise to the surface in a row. They had more beautiful voices than any human being could have, and before the approach of a storm, and when they expected a ship would be lost, they swam before the vessel and sang sweetly of the delights to be found in the depths of the sea, and begging the sailors not to fear if they sank to the bottom. But the sailors could not understand the song. They took it for the howling of the storm. And these things were never to be beautiful for them. For if the ship sank, the men were drowned, and their dead bodies alone reached the palace of the Sea King. When the sisters rose arm in arm through the water in this way, their youngest sister would stand quite alone looking after them, ready to cry, only that the mermaids have no tears, and therefore they suffer more.
"Oh, were I but 15 years old," said she, "I know that I shall love the world up there and all the people who live in it."
At last, she reached her 15th year. "Well, now you are grown up," said the old dowager, her grandmother, "so you must let me adorn you like your other sisters." And she placed a wreath of white lilies in her hair, and every flower leaf was half a pearl. Then the old lady ordered 8 great oysters to attach themselves to the tail of the princess to show her high rank. "But they hurt me so," said the little mermaid. "Pride must suffer pain," replied the old lady. Oh, how gladly she would have shaken off all this grandeur and laid aside the heavy wreath. The red flowers in her own garden would have suited her much better. But she could not help herself, so she said, "Farewell," and rose as lightly as a bubble to the surface of the water. The sun had just set as she raised her head above the waves, but the clouds were tinted with crimson and gold, and through the glimmering twilight beamed the evening star in all its beauty. The sea was calm, and the air mild and fresh. A large ship with 3 masts lay becalmed on the water, with only 1 sail set, for not a breeze stiffed, and the sailors sat idle on deck or amongst the rigging. There was music and song on board, and as darkness came on, 100 coloured lanterns were lighted, as if the flags of all nations waved in the air. The little mermaid swam close to the cabin windows, and now and then, as the waves lifted her up, she could look in through the clear glass window panes and see a number of well-dressed people within. Among them was a young prince, the most beautiful of all, with large black eyes. He was 16 years of age, and his birthday was being kept with much rejoicing. The sailors were dancing on deck, but when the prince came out of the cabin, more than 100 rockets rose in the air, making it as bright as day. The little mermaid was so startled that she dived under water, and when she again stretched out her head, it appeared as if all the stars of heaven were falling around her. She had never seen such fireworks before. Great suns spurted fire about, splendid fireflies flew into the blue air, and everything was reflected in the clear, calm sea beneath. The ship itself was so brightly illuminated that all the people and even the smallest rope could be distinctly and plainly seen. And how handsome the young prince looked as he pressed the hands of all present and smiled at them, while the music resounded through the clear night air. It was very late. Yet the little mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship or from the beautiful prince. The coloured lanterns had been extinguished, no more rockets rose in the air, and the cannon had ceased firing. But the sea became restless, and a moaning, grumbling sound could be heard beneath the waves. Still the little mermaid remained by the cabin window, rocking up and down on the water which enabled her to look in. After a while, the sails were quickly unfurled, and the noble ship continued her passage. But soon the waves rose higher. Heavy clouds darkened the sky, and lightning appeared in the distance. A dreadful storm was approaching. Once more the sails were reefed, and the great ship pursued her flying course over the raging sea. The waves rose mountains high, as if they would have overtopped the mast, but the ship dived like a swan between them, and then rose again on their lofty foaming crests. To the little mermaid this appeared pleasant sport. Not so to the sailors. At length the ship groaned and creaked. The thick planks gave way under the lashing of the sea as it broke over the deck. The mainmast snapped asunder like a reed. The ship lay over on her side, and the water rushed in. The little mermaid now perceived that the crew were in danger. Even she herself was obliged to be careful to avoid the beams and planks of the wreck, which lay scattered on the water. At one moment it was so pitch dark that she could not see a single object, but a flash of lightning revealed the whole scene. She could see everyone who had been on board excepting the prince. When the ship parted, she had seen him sink into the deep waves, and she was glad, for she thought he would now be with her. And then she remembered that human beings could not live in the water, so that when he got down to her father's palace he would be quite dead. But he must not die. So she swam about among the beams and planks which strewed the surface of the sea, forgetting that they could crush her to pieces. Then she dived deeply under the dark waters, rising and falling with the waves, till at length she managed to reach the young prince, who was fast losing the power of swimming in that stormy sea. His limbs were failing him, his beautiful eyes were closed, and he would have died, had not the little mermaid come to his assistance. She held his head above the water, and let the waves drift them where they would. In the morning the storm had ceased. But of the ship, not a single fragment could be seen. The sun rose up red and glowing from the water, and its beams brought back the hue of health to the prince's cheeks. But his eyes remained closed. The mermaid kissed his high, smooth forehead, and stroked back his wet hair. He seemed to her like the marble statue in her little garden, and she kissed him again, and wished that he might live. Presently they came in sight of land. She saw lofty blue mountains on which the white snow rested as if a flock of swans were lying upon them. Near the coast were beautiful green forests, and close by stood a large building, whether a church or a convent she could not tell. Orange and citron trees grew in the garden, and before the door stood lofty palms. The sea here formed a little bay, in which the water was quite still but very deep. So she swam with the handsome prince to the beach, which was covered with fine white sand. And there she laid him in the warm sunshine, taking care to raise his head higher than his body. Then bells sounded in the large white building, and a number of young girls came into the garden. The little mermaid swam out farther from the shore, and placed herself between some high rocks that rose out of the water. Then she covered her head and neck with the foam of the sea, so that her little face might not be seen, and watched to see what would become of the poor prince. She did not wait long before she saw a young girl approach the spot where he lay. She seemed frightened at first, but only for a moment. Then she fetched a number of people, and the mermaid saw that the prince came to life again, and smiled upon those who stood round him. But to her he sent no smile. He knew not that she had saved him. This made her very unhappy, and when he was led away into the great building, she dived down sorrowfully into the water and returned to her father's castle. She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Her sisters asked her what she had seen during her first visit to the surface of the water, but she would tell them nothing. Many an evening and morning did she rise to the place where she had left the prince. She saw the fruits in the garden ripen till they were gathered, the snow on the tops of the mountains melt away. But she never saw the prince, and therefore she returned home, always more sorrowful than before. It was her only comfort to sit in her own little garden and fling her arm round the beautiful marble statue which was like the prince. But she gave up tending her flowers, and they grew in wild confusion over the paths, twining their long leaves and stems round the branches of the trees, so that the whole place became dark and gloomy. At length, she could bear it no longer, and told one of her sisters all about it. Then the others heard the secret, and very soon it became known to two mermaids whose intimate friend happened to know who the prince was. She had also seen the festival on board ship, and she told them where the prince came from and where his palace stood. "Come, little sister," said the other princesses. Then they entwined their arms and rose up in a long row to the surface of the water, close by the spot where they knew the prince's palace stood. It was built of bright, yellow, shining stone, with long flights of marble steps, one of which reached quite down to the sea. Splendid gilded cupolas rose over the roof, and between the pillars that surrounded the whole building stood lifelike statues of marble. Through the clear crystal of the lofty windows could be seen noble rooms with costly silk curtains and hangings of tapestry, while the walls were covered with beautiful paintings which were a pleasure to look at. In the centre of the largest saloon, a fountain threw its sparkling jets high up into the glass cupola of the ceiling, through which the sun shone down upon the water and upon the beautiful plants growing round the basin of the fountain. Now that she knew where he lived, she spent many an evening and many a night on the water near the palace. She would swim much nearer the shore than any of the others ventured to do. Indeed, once she went quite up the narrow channel under the marble balcony, which threw a broad shadow on the water. Here she would sit and watch the young prince, who thought himself quite alone in the bright moonlight. She saw him many times of an evening, sailing in a pleasant boat, with music playing and flags waving. She peeped out from among the green rushes, and if the wind caught her long, silvery white veil, those who saw it believed it to be a swan spreading out its wings. On many a night, too, when the fishermen with their torches were out at sea, she heard them relate so many good things about the doings of the young prince, that she was glad she had saved his life when he had been tossed about half dead on the waves. And she remembered that his head had rested on her bosom, and how heartily she had kissed him. But he knew nothing of all this, and could not even dream of her. She grew more and more fond of human beings, and wished more and more to be able to wander about with those whose world seemed to be so much larger than her own. They could fly over the sea in ships, and mount the high hills which were far above the clouds, and the lands they possessed, their woods and their fields, stretched far away beyond the reach of her sight. There was so much that she wished to know, and her sisters were unable to answer all her questions. Then she applied to her old grandmother, who knew all about the upper world, which she very rightly called the lands above the sea. "If human beings are not drowned," asked the little mermaid, "can they live forever? Do they never die as we do here in the sea?" "Yes," replied the old lady. "They must also die, and their term of life is even shorter than ours. We sometimes live to 300 years, but when we cease to exist here, we only become the foam on the surface of the water, and we have not even a grave down here of those we love. We have not immortal souls. We shall never live again. But like the green seaweed, when once it has been cut off, we can never flourish more. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever, lives after the body has been turned to dust. It rises up through the clear, pure air beyond the glittering stars. As we rise out of the water and behold all the land of the earth, so do they rise to unknown and glorious regions which we shall never see." "Why have not we an immortal soul?" asked the little mermaid mournfully. I would give gladly all the hundreds of years that I have to live to be a human being only for one day, and to have the hope of knowing the happiness of that glorious world above the stars." "You must not think of that," said the old woman. "We feel ourselves to be much happier and much better off than human beings." "So I shall die," said the little mermaid, "and as the foam of the sea I shall be driven about, never again to hear the music of the waves or to see the pretty flowers nor the red sun. Is there anything I can do to win an immortal soul?" "No," said the old woman, "unless a man were to love you so much that you were more to him than his father or mother, and if all his thoughts and all his love were fixed upon you, and the priest placed his right hand in yours and he promised to be true to you here and hereafter, then his soul would glide into your body, and you would obtain a share in the future happiness of mankind. He would give a soul to you, and retain his own as well. But this can never happen. Your fish's tail, which amongst us is considered so beautiful, is thought on earth to be quite ugly. They do not know any better, and they think it necessary to have 2 stout props, which they call legs, in order to be handsome." Then the little mermaid sighed, and looked sorrowfully at her fish's tail. "Let us be happy," said the old lady, "and dart and spring about during the 300 years that we have to live, which is really quite long enough. After that, we can rest ourselves all the better. This evening, we are going to have a court ball." It is one of those splendid sights which we can never see on earth. The walls and the ceiling of the large ballroom were of thick but transparent crystal. Many hundreds of colossal shells, some of a deep red, others of a grass green, stood on each side in rows, with blue fire in them, which lighted up the whole saloon and shone through the walls, so that the sea was also illuminated. Innumerable fishes, great and small, swam past the crystal walls. On some of them the scales glowed with a purple brilliancy, and on others they shone like silver and gold. Through the halls flowed a broad stream, and in it danced the mermen and the mermaids to the music of their own sweet singing. No one on earth has such a lovely voice as theirs. The little mermaid sang more sweetly than them all. The whole court applauded her with hands and tails, and for a moment her heart felt quite gay, for she knew she had the loveliest voice of any on earth or in the sea. But she soon thought again of the world above her, for she could not forget the charming prince, nor her sorrow that she had not an immortal soul like his. Therefore she crept away silently out of her father's palace, and while everything within was gladness and song, she sat in her own little garden, sorrowful and alone. Then she heard the bugle sounding through the water, and thought, "He is certainly sailing above, he on whom my wishes depend, and in whose hands I should like to place the happiness of my life. I will venture all for him, and to win an immortal soul, while my sisters are dancing in my father's palace, I will go to the sea witch of whom I have always been so much afraid. But she can give me counsel and help." And then the little mermaid went out from her garden, and took the road to the foaming whirlpools behind which the sorceress lived. She had never been that way before. Neither flowers nor grass grew there. Nothing but bare, grey, sandy ground stretched out to the whirlpool, where the water, like foaming mill-wheels, whirled round everything that it seized and cast it into the fathomless deep. Through the midst of these crushing whirlpools, the little mermaid was obliged to pass to reach the dominions of the sea witch, and also, for a long distance, the only road lay right across a quantity of warm, bubbling mire called by the witch her turf moor. Beyond this stood her house in the centre of a strange forest, in which all the trees and flowers were polypi, half animals and half plants. They looked like serpents, with 100 heads growing out of the ground. The branches were long, slimy arms, with fingers like flexible worms, moving limb after limb from the root to the top. All that could be reached in the sea they seized upon and held fast, so that it never escaped from their clutches. The little mermaid was so alarmed at what she saw that she stood still and her heart beat with fear, and she was very nearly turning back. But she thought of the prince and of the human soul for which she longed, and her courage returned. She fastened her long flowing hair round her head so that the polypi might not seize hold of it. She laid her hands together across her bosom, and then she darted forward as a fish shoots through the water between the supple arms and fingers of the ugly polypi, which were stretched out on each side of her. She saw that each held in its grasp something it had seized with its numerous little arms as if they were iron bands. The white skeletons of human beings who had perished at sea and had sunk down into the deep waters. Skeletons of land animals, oars, rudders, and chests of ships were lying tightly grasped by their clinging arms. Even a little mermaid, whom they had caught and strangled. And this seemed the most shocking of all to the little princess. She now came to a space of marshy ground in the wood, where large, fat water snakes were rolling in the mire and showing their ugly, drab-coloured bodies. In the midst of this spot stood a house built with the bones of shipwrecked human beings. There sat the sea witch, allowing a toad to eat from her mouth, just as people sometimes feed a canary with a piece of sugar. She called the ugly water snakes her little chickens, and allowed them to crawl all over her bosom.
"I know what you want,"
said the sea witch.
"It is very stupid of you, but you shall have your way, and it will bring you to sorrow, my pretty princess. You want to get rid of your fish's tail and to have 2 supports instead of it, like human beings on earth, so that the young prince may fall in love with you, and that you may have an immortal soul."
And then the witch laughed, so loud and disgustingly that the toad and the snakes fell to the ground and lay there wriggling about.
"You are but just in time," said the witch, "for after sunrise tomorrow I should not be able to help you till the end of another year. I will prepare a draught for you, with which you must swim to land tomorrow before sunrise, and sit down on the shore and drink it. Your tail will then disappear and shrink up into what mankind calls legs, and you will feel great pain, as if a sword were passing through you. But all who see you will say that you are the prettiest little human being they ever saw. You will still have the same floating gracefulness of movement, and no dancer will ever tread so lightly. But at every step you take, it will feel as if you were treading upon sharp knives, and that the blood must flow. If you will bear all this, I will help you."
"Yes, I will," said the little princess in a trembling voice, as she thought of the prince and the immortal soul.
"But think again," said the witch, "for when once your shape has become like a human being, you can no more be a mermaid. You will never return through the water to your sisters or to your father's palace again. And if you do not win the love of the prince, so that he is willing to forget his father and mother for your sake, and to love you with his whole soul, and allow the priest to join your hands that you may be man and wife, then you will never have an immortal soul. The first morning after he marries another, your heart will break, and you will become foam on the crest of the waves."
"I will do it," said the little mermaid, and she became pale as death.
"But I must be paid also," said the witch, "and it is not a trifle that I ask. You have the sweetest voice of any who dwell here in the depths of the sea. And you believe that you will be able to charm the prince with it also. But this voice you must give to me. The best thing you possess will I have for the price of my draft. My own blood must be mixed with it, that it may be as sharp as a two-edged sword.
But if you take away my voice, said the little mermaid, what is left for me?
Your beautiful form, your graceful walk, and your expressive eyes. Surely with these you can enchain a man's heart. Well, have you lost your courage? Put out your little tongue, that I may cut it off as my payment. Then you shall have the powerful draught.
It shall be, said the little mermaid. Then the witch placed her cauldron on the fire to prepare the magic draught.
Cleanliness is a good thing, said she, scouring the vessel with snakes which she had tied together in a large knot.
Then she pricked herself in the breast and let the black blood drop into it. The steam that rose formed itself into such horrible shapes that no one could look at them without fear. Every moment the witch threw something else into the vessel, and when it began to boil, the sound was like the weeping of a crocodile. When at last the magic draught was ready, it looked like the clearest water.
There it is for you, said the witch.
Then she cut off the mermaid's tongue, so that she became dumb and would never again speak or sing.
If the polypi should seize hold of you as you return through the wood, said the witch, throw over them a few drops of the potion, and their fingers will be torn into 1,000 pieces.
But the little mermaid had no occasion to do this, for the polypi sprang back in terror when they caught sight of the glittering draught which shone in her hand like a twinkling star. So she passed quickly through the wood and the marsh and between the rushing whirlpools. She saw that in her father's palace the torches in the ballroom were extinguished and all within asleep. But she did not venture to go into them, for now she was dumb and going to leave them forever. She felt as if her heart would break. She stole into the garden, took a flower from the flower beds of each of her sisters, kissed her hand 1,000 times towards the palace, and then rose up through the dark blue waters. The sun had not risen when she came in sight of the prince's palace and approached the beautiful marble steps, but the moon shone clear and bright. Then the little mermaid drank the magic draught, and it seemed as if a two-edged sword went through her delicate body. She fell into a swoon and lay like one dead. When the sun arose and shone over the sea, she recovered and felt a sharp pain. But just before her stood the handsome young prince. He fixed his coal-black eyes upon her so earnestly that she cast down her own, and then became aware that her fish's tail was gone, and that she had as pretty a pair of white legs and tiny feet as any little maiden could have. But she had no clothes, so she wrapped herself in her long, thick hair. The prince asked her who she was and where she came from, and she looked at him mildly and sorrowfully with her deep blue eyes. But she could not speak. Every step she took was as the witch had said it would be. She felt as if treading upon the points of needles or sharp knives. But she bore it willingly, and stepped as lightly by the prince's side as a soap bubble, so that he and all who saw her wondered at her graceful, swaying movements. She was very soon arrayed in costly robes of silk and muslin, and was the most beautiful creature in the palace. But she was dumb, and could neither speak nor sing. Beautiful female slaves dressed in silk and gold stepped forward and sang before the prince and his royal parents. One sang better than all the others, and the prince clapped his hands and smiled at her. This was great sorrow to the little mermaid. She knew how much more sweetly she herself could sing once, and she thought, Oh, if he could only know that! I have given away my voice forever to be with him. The slaves next performed some pretty fairy-like dances to the sound of beautiful music. Then the little mermaid raised her lovely white arms, stood on the tips of her toes, and glided over the floor, and danced as no one yet had been able to dance. At each moment her beauty became more revealed, and her expressive eyes appealed more directly to the heart than the songs of the slaves. Everyone was enchanted, especially the prince, who called her his little foundling, and she danced again quite readily to please him, though each time her foot touched the floor, it seemed as if she trod on sharp knives. The prince said she should remain with him always, and she received permission to sleep at his door on a velvet cushion. He had a page's dress made for her, that she might accompany him on horseback. They rode together through the sweet-scented woods, where the green boughs touched their shoulders, and the little birds sang among the fresh leaves. She climbed with the prince to the tops of high mountains, and although her tender feet bled so that even her steps were marked, she only laughed, and followed him till they could see the clouds beneath them, looking like a flock of birds travelling to distant lands. While at the prince's palace, and when all the household were asleep, she would go and sit on the broad marble steps, for it eased her burning feet to bathe them in the cold sea-water. And then she thought of all those below in the deep. Once, during the night, her sisters came up arm in arm, singing sorrowfully as they floated on the water. She beckoned to them, and then they recognized her, and told her how she had grieved them. After that, they came to the same place every night, and once she saw in the distance her old grandmother, who had not been to the surface of the sea for many years, and the old sea king, her father, with his crown on his head. They stretched out their hands towards her, but they did not venture so near the land as her sisters did. As the days passed, she loved the prince more fondly, and he loved her as he would love a little child. But it never came into his head to make her his wife. Yet, unless he married her, she could not receive an immortal soul. And on the morning after his marriage with another, she would dissolve into the foam of the sea. "Do you not love me the best of them all?" the eyes of the little mermaid seemed to say when he took her in his arms and kissed her fair forehead. "Yes, you are dear to me," said the prince, "for you have the best heart, and you are the most devoted to me. You are like a young maiden whom I once saw, but whom I shall never meet again. I was in a ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near a holy temple, where several young maidens performed the service. The youngest of them found me on the shore and saved my life. I saw her but twice, and she is the only one in the world whom I could love. But you are like her, and you have almost driven her image out of my mind. She belongs to the holy temple, and my good fortune has sent you to me instead of her, and we will never part." "Ah, he knows not that it was I who saved his life," thought the little mermaid. "I carried him over the sea to the wood where the temple stands. I sat beneath the foam and watched till the human beings came to help him. I saw the pretty maiden that he loves better than he loves me." And the mermaid sighed deeply, but she could not shed tears. "He says the maiden belongs to the holy temple, therefore she will never return to the world. They will meet no more, while I am by his side and see him every day. I will take care of him and love him and give up my life for his sake." Very soon it was said that the prince must marry, and that the beautiful daughter of a neighbouring king would be his wife, for a fine ship was being fitted out. Although the prince gave out that he merely intended to pay a visit to the king, it was generally supposed that he really went to see his daughter. A great company were to go with him. The little mermaid smiled and shook her head. She knew the prince's thoughts better than any of the others. "I must travel," he had said to her. "I must see this beautiful princess. My parents desire it, but they will not oblige me to bring her home as my bride. I cannot love her. She is not like the beautiful maiden in the temple whom you resemble. If I were forced to choose a bride, I would rather choose you, my dumb foundling, with those expressive eyes. And then he kissed her rosy mouth, played with her long waving hair, and laid his head on her heart, while she dreamed of human happiness and an immortal soul. "You are not afraid of the sea, my dumb child," said he, as they stood on the deck of the noble ship which was to carry them to the country of the neighbouring king. And then he told her of storm and of calm, of strange fishes in the deep beneath them, and of what the divers had seen there. And she smiled at his descriptions, for she knew better than anyone what wonders were at the bottom of the sea. In the moonlight, when all on board were asleep excepting the man at the helm, who was steering, she sat on the deck, gazing down through the clear water. She thought she could distinguish her father's castle, and upon it her aged grandmother, with the silver crown on her head, looking through the rushing tide at the keel of the vessel. Then her sisters came up on the waves, and gazed at her mournfully, wringing their white hands. She beckoned to them, and smiled, and wanted to tell them how happy and well off she was. But the cabin boy approached, and when her sisters dived down, he thought it was only the foam of the sea which he saw. The next morning, the ship sailed into the harbour of a beautiful town belonging to the king whom the prince was going to visit. The church bells were ringing, and from the high towers sounded a flourish of trumpets, and soldiers with flying colours and glittering bayonets lined the rocks through which they passed. Every day was a festival. Balls and entertainments followed one another. But the princess had not yet appeared. People said that she was being brought up and educated in a religious house where she was learning every royal virtue. At last she came. Then the little mermaid, who was very anxious to see whether she was really beautiful, was obliged to acknowledge that she had never seen a more perfect vision of beauty. Her skin was delicately fair, and beneath her long dark eyelashes her laughing blue eyes shone with truth and purity. "It was you," said the prince, "who saved my life when I lay dead on the beach." And he folded his blushing bride in his arms. "Oh, I am too happy," said he to the little mermaid. "My fondest hopes are all fulfilled. You will rejoice at my happiness, for your devotion to me is great and sincere." The little mermaid kissed his hand, and felt as if her heart were already broken. His wedding morning would bring death to her, and she would change into the foam of the sea. All the church bells rung, and the heralds rode about the town proclaiming the betrothal. Perfumed oil was burning in costly silver lamps on every altar. The priests waved the censers, while the bride and bridegroom joined their hands and received the blessing of the bishop. The little mermaid, dressed in silk and gold, held up the bride's train. But her ears heard nothing of the festive music, and her eyes saw not the holy ceremony. She thought of the night of death which was coming to her, and of all she had lost in the world. On the same evening, the bride and bridegroom went on board ship. Cannons were roaring, flags waving, and in the centre of the ship a costly tent of purple and gold had been erected. It contained elegant couches for the reception of the bridal pair during the night. The ship, with swelling sails and a favourable wind, glided away smoothly and lightly over the calm sea. When it grew dark, a number of coloured lamps were lit, and the sailors danced merrily on the deck. The little mermaid could not help thinking of her first rising out of the sea, when she had seen similar festivities and joys. And she joined in the dance, poised herself in the air as a swallow when he pursues his prey, and all present cheered her with wonder. She had never danced so elegantly before. Her tender feet felt as if cut with sharp knives, but she cared not for it. A sharper pang had pierced through her heart. She knew this was the last evening she should ever see the prince, for whom she had forsaken her kindred and her home. She had given up her beautiful voice, and suffered unheard-of pain daily for him, while he knew nothing of it. This was the last evening that she would breathe the same air with him, or gaze on the starry sky and the deep sea. An eternal night, without a thought or a dream, awaited her. She had no soul, and now she could never win one. All was joy and gaiety on board ship till long after midnight. She laughed and danced with the rest, while the thoughts of death were in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride, while she played with his raven hair, till they went arm in arm to rest in the splendid tent. Then all became still on board the ship. The helmsman, alone awake, stood at the helm. The little mermaid leaned her white arms on the edge of the vessel and looked towards the east for the first blush of morning, for that first ray of dawn that would bring her death. She saw her sisters rising out of the flood. They were as pale as herself. But their long, beautiful hair waved no more in the wind, and had been cut off. "We have given our hair to the witch," said they, "to obtain help for you, that you may not die tonight. She has given us a knife. Here it is. See, it is very sharp. Before the sun rises, you must plunge it into the heart of the prince. When the warm blood falls upon your feet, they will grow together again and form into a fish's tail, and you will be once more a mermaid, and return to us to live out your 300 years before you die and change into the salt sea foam. Haste then. He or you must die before sunrise. Our old grandmother moans so for you that her white hair is falling off from sorrow, as ours fell under the witch's scissors. Kill the prince, and come back. Hasten. Do you not see the first red streaks in the sky? In a few minutes the sun will rise, and you must die." And then they sighed deeply and mournfully, and sank down beneath the waves. The little mermaid drew back the crimson curtain of the tent, and beheld the fair bride, with her head resting on the prince's breast. She bent down and kissed his fair brow, then looked at the sky on which the rosy dawn grew brighter and brighter. Then she glanced at the sharp knife, and again fixed her eyes on the prince, who whispered the name of his bride in his dreams. She was in his thoughts, and the knife trembled in the hand of the little mermaid. Then she flung it far away from her into the waves. The water turned red where it fell, and the drops that spurted up looked like blood. She cast one more lingering, half-fainting glance at the prince, and then threw herself from the ship into the sea and thought her body was dissolving into foam. The sun rose above the waves, and his warm rays fell on the cold foam of the little mermaid, who did not feel as if she were dying. She saw the bright sun, and all around her floated hundreds of transparent, beautiful beings. She could see through them the white sails of the ship and the red clouds in the sky. Their speech was melodious, but too ethereal to be heard by mortal ears, as they were also unseen by mortal eyes. The little mermaid perceived that she had a body like theirs, and that she continued to rise higher and higher out of the foam. "Where am I?" asked she, and her voice sounded ethereal as the voice of those who were with her. No earthly music could imitate it. "Among the daughters of the air," answered one of them. "A mermaid has not an immortal soul, nor can she obtain one unless she wins the love of a human being. On the power of another hangs her eternal destiny. But the daughters of the air, although they do not possess an immortal soul, can, by their good deeds, procure one for themselves. We fly to warm countries and cool the sultry air that destroys mankind with the pestilence. We carry the perfume of the flowers to spread health and restoration. After we have striven for 300 years to all the good in our power, we receive an immortal soul
and take part in the happiness of mankind. You, poor little mermaid, have tried with your whole heart to do as we are doing. You have suffered and endured and raised yourself to the spirit world by your good deeds. And now, by striving for 300 years in the same way, you may obtain an immortal soul. The little mermaid lifted her glorified eyes towards the sun and felt them for the first time, filling with tears. On the ship in which she had left the prince, there were life and noise. She saw him and his beautiful bride searching for her. Sorrowfully they gazed at the pearly foam, as if they knew she had thrown herself into the waves. Unseen, she kissed the forehead of her bride and fanned the prince, and then mounted with the other children of the air to a rosy cloud that floated through the ether. After 300 years, thus shall we float into the kingdom of heaven, said she. And we may even get there sooner, whispered one of her companions. Unseen, we can enter the houses of men where there are children, and for every day on which we find a good child who is the joy of his parents and deserves their love, our time of probation is shortened. The child does not know when we fly through the room that we smile with joy at his good conduct, for we can count 1 year less of our 300 years. But when we see a naughty or a wicked child, we shed tears of sorrow, and for every tear, a day is added to our time of trial.
The Sundog Trail by Jack London. Read by John Chancer. Sitka Charlie smoked his pipe and gazed thoughtfully at the Police Gazette illustration on the wall. For half an hour he had been steadily regarding it, and for half an hour I had been slyly watching him. Something was going on in that mind of his, and whatever it was, I knew it was well worth knowing. He had lived life, and seen things, and performed that prodigy of prodigies, namely, the turning of his back upon his own people. And, insofar as it was possible for an Indian, becoming a white man even in his mental processes. As he phrased it himself, he had come into the warm, sat among us, by our fires, and become one of us. He had never learned to read nor write, but his vocabulary was remarkable, and more remarkable still was the completeness with which he had assumed the white man's point of view, the white man's attitude toward things. We had struck this deserted cabin after a hard day on trail. The dogs had been fed, the supper dishes washed, the beds made, and we were now enjoying that most delicious hour that comes each day, and but once each day on the Alaskan Trail, the hour when nothing intervenes between the tired body and bed, save the smoking of the evening pipe. Some former denizen of the cabin had decorated its walls with illustrations torn from magazines and newspapers, and it was these illustrations that had held Sitka Charlie's attention from the moment of our arrival 2 hours before. He had studied them intently, ranging from one to another and back again, and I could see that there was uncertainty in his mind, and bepuzzlement. "Well?" I finally broke the silence. He took the pipe from his mouth and said simply, "I do not understand." He smoked on again, and again removed the pipe, using it to point at the Police Gazette illustration. "That picture, what does it mean? I do not understand." I looked at the picture.
A man, with a preposterously wicked face, his right hand pressed dramatically to his heart, was falling backward to the floor. Confronting him, with a face that was a composite of destroying angel and Adonis, was a man holding a smoking revolver. "One man is killing the other man," I said, aware of a distinct bepuzzlement of my own and of failure to explain. "Why?" asked Sitka Charlie. "I do not know," I confessed. "That picture is all end," he said. "It has no beginning." "It is life," I said. "Life has beginning," he objected. I was silenced for the moment, while his eyes wandered on to an adjoining decoration, a photographic reproduction of somebody's Leda and the Swan. "That picture," he said, "has no beginning. It has no end." I do not understand pictures. "Look at that picture," I commanded, pointing to a third decoration. "It means something. Tell me what it means to you." He studied it for several minutes. "The girl is sick," he said finally. "That is the doctor looking at her. They have been up all night. See, the oil is low in the lamp. The first morning light is coming in at the window. It is a great sickness. Maybe she will die. That is why the doctor looks so hard. That is the mother. It is a great sickness, because the mother's head is on the table and she is crying." "How do you know she is crying?" I interrupted. "You cannot see her face. Perhaps she is asleep." Sitka Charlie looked at me in swift surprise, then back at the picture. It was evident that he had not reasoned the impression. "Perhaps she is asleep," he repeated. He studied it closely. "No, she is not asleep. The shoulders show that she is not asleep. I have seen the shoulders of a woman who cried. The mother is crying. It is a very great sickness." "And now you understand the picture," I cried. He shook his head and asked, "The little girl, does it die?" It was my turn for silence. "Does it die?" he reiterated. "You are a painter, man. Maybe you know." "No, I do not know," I confessed. "It is not life." He delivered himself dogmatically. "In life, little girl die or get well. Something happen in life. In picture, nothing happen. No, I do not understand pictures." His disappointment was patent. It was his desire to understand all things that white men understand, and here, in this matter, he failed. I felt also that there was challenge in his attitude. He was bent upon compelling me to show him the wisdom of pictures. Besides, he had remarkable powers of visualization. I had long since learned this. He visualized everything. He saw life in pictures, felt life in pictures, generalized life in pictures. And yet he did not understand pictures when seen through other men's eyes and expressed by those men with color and line upon canvas. "Pictures are bits of life," I said. "We paint life as we see it. For instance, Charlie, you are coming along the trail. It is night. You see a cabin. The window is lighted. You look through the window for 1 second or for 2 seconds. You see something, and you go on your way. You saw maybe a man writing a letter. You saw something without beginning or end. Nothing happened. Yet it was a bit of life you saw. You remember it afterward. It is like a picture in your memory. The window is the frame of the picture." I could see that he was interested, and I knew that as I spoke, he had looked through the window and seen the man writing the letter. "There is a picture you have painted that I understand," he said. "It is a true picture. It has much meaning. It is in your cabin at Dawson. It is a faro table. There are men playing. It is a large game. The limit is off." "How do you know the limit is off?" I broke in excitedly, for here was where my work could be tried out on an unbiased judge who knew life only, and not art, and who was a sheer master of reality. Also, I was very proud of that particular piece of work. I had named it The Last Turn, and I believed it to be one of the best things I had ever done. There are no chips on the table, Sitka Charlie explained. The men are playing with markers. That means the roof is the limit. One man play yellow markers. Maybe one yellow marker worth $1,000, maybe $2,000. One man play red markers. Maybe they are worth $500, maybe $1,000. It is a very big game. Everybody play very high, up to the roof. How do I know? You make the dealer with blood little bit warm in face. I was delighted. The lookout, you make him lean forward in his chair. Why he lean forward? Why his face very much quiet? Why his eyes very much bright? Why dealer warm with blood a little bit in the face? Why all men very quiet? The man with yellow markers? The man with white markers? The man with red markers? Why nobody talk? Because very much money. Because last turn. How do you know it is the last turn? I asked. The king is coppered. The 7 is played open, he answered. Nobody bet on other cards. Other cards all gone. Everybody one mind. Everybody play king to lose, 7 to win. Maybe bank lose $20,000. Maybe bank win. Yes, that picture I understand. Yet you do not know the end, I cried triumphantly. It is the last turn, but the cards are not yet turned. In the picture, they will never be turned. Nobody will ever know who wins nor who loses. And the men will sit there and never talk, he said, wonder and awe growing in his face. And the lookout will lean forward, and the blood will be warm in the face of the dealer. It is a strange thing. Always will they sit there, always, and the cards will never be turned. It is a picture, I said. It is life. You have seen things like it yourself. He looked at me and pondered, then said, very slowly, No, as you say, there is no end to it. Nobody will ever know the end. Yet it is a true thing. I have seen it. It is life. For a long time he smoked on in silence, weighing the pictorial wisdom of the white man and verifying it by the facts of life. He nodded his head several times and grunted once or twice. Then he knocked the ashes from his pipe, carefully refilled it, and after a thoughtful pause, lighted it again. Then have I, too, seen many pictures of life, he began. Pictures not painted, but seen with the eyes. I have looked at them like through the window at the man writing the letter. I have seen many pieces of life without beginning, without end, without understanding. With a sudden change of position, he turned his eyes full upon me and regarded me thoughtfully. Look you, he said, you are a painter man. How would you paint this which I saw, a picture without beginning, the ending of which I do not understand, a piece of life with the northern lights for a candle and Alaska for a frame? It is a large canvas, I murmured. But he ignored me, for the picture he had in mind was before his eyes, and he was seeing it. There are many names for this picture, he said, but in the picture there are many sundogs, and it comes into my mind to call it the Sundog Trail. It was a long time ago, 7 years ago, the fall of '97, when I saw the woman first time. At Lake Linderman, I had one canoe, very good Peterborough canoe. I came over Chilkoot Pass with 2,000 letters for Dawson. I was letter carrier. Everybody rushed to Klondike at that time. Many people on trail. Many people chop down trees and make boats. Last water, snow in the air, snow on the ground, ice on the lake, on the river ice in the eddies. Every day more snow, more ice. Maybe 1 day, maybe 3 days, maybe 6 days, any day maybe freeze-up come. Then no more water, all ice. Everybody walk. Dawson 600 miles, long time walk. Boat go very quick. Everybody want to go boat. Everybody say, Charlie, $200, you take me in canoe. Charlie, $300. Charlie, $400. I say no. All the time I say no. I am letter carrier. In morning I get to Lake Linderman. I walk all night and am much tired. I cook breakfast. I eat. Then I sleep on the beach 3 hours. I wake up. It is 10 o'clock. Snow is falling. There is wind, much wind that blows fair. Also, there is a woman who sits in the snow alongside. She is white woman. She is young, very pretty. Maybe she is 20 years old, maybe 25 years old. She look at me. I look at her. She is very tired. She is no dance woman. I see that right away. She is good woman, and she is very tired. You are Sitka Charlie, she says. I get up quick and roll blankets so snow does not get inside. I go to Dawson, she says. I go in your canoe. How much? I do not want anybody in my canoe. I do not like to say no, so I say, $1,000. Just for fun I say it. So woman cannot come with me. Much better than say no. She look at me very hard. Then she says, when you start? I say right away. Then she says, all right. She will give me $1,000. What can I say? I do not want the woman. Yet have I given my word that for $1,000 she can come. I am surprised. Maybe she make fun too, so I say, let me see, $1,000. And that woman, that young woman, all alone on the trail, there in the snow, she take out $1,000 in greenbacks, and she put them in my hand. I look at money. I look at her. What can I say? I say, no, my canoe very small. There is no room for outfit. She laugh. She says, I am great traveler. This is my outfit. She kick one small pack in the snow. It is 2 fur robes, canvas outside, some woman's clothes inside. I pick it up. Maybe 35 pounds. I am surprised. She take it away from me. She says, come, let us start. She carries pack into canoe. What can I say? I put my blankets into canoe. We start. And that is the way I saw the woman first time. The wind was fair. I put up small sail. The canoe went very fast. It flew like a bird over the high waves. The woman was much afraid. What for you come Klondike much afraid? I ask. She laugh at me, a hard laugh, but she is still much afraid. Also is she very tired. I run canoe through rapids to Lake Bennett. Water very bad, and woman cry out because she is afraid. We go down Lake Bennett, snow, ice, wind like a gale, but woman is very tired and go to sleep. That night we make camp at Windy Arm. Woman sit by fire and eat supper. I look at her. She is pretty. She fix hair. There is much hair, and it is brown. Also sometimes it is like gold in the firelight when she turn her head so, and flashes come from it like golden fire. The eyes are large and brown, sometimes warm like a candle behind a curtain, sometimes very hard and bright like broken ice when sun shines upon it. When she smile, how can I say? When she smile, I know white man like to kiss her. Just like that, when she smile. She never do hard work. Her hands are soft, like baby's hand. She is soft all over like baby. She is not thin, but round like baby. Her arm, her leg, her muscles, all soft and round like baby. Her waist is small, and when she stand up, when she walk or move her head or arm, it is... I do not know the word, but it is nice to look at, like... Maybe I say she is built on lines like the lines of a good canoe, just like that. And when she move, she is like the movement of the good canoe sliding through still water or leaping through water when it is white and fast and angry. It is very good to see. Why does she come into Klondike, all alone, with plenty of money? I do not know. Next day I ask her. She laugh and says, Sitka Charlie, that is none of your business. I give you $1,000, take me to Dawson. That only is your business. Next day after that, I ask her what is her name. She laugh. Then she says, Mary Jones, that is my name. I do not know her name, but I know all the time that Mary Jones is not her name. It is very cold in canoe, and because of cold sometimes she not feel good. Sometimes she feel good and she sing. Her voice is like a silver bell, and I feel good all over like when I go into church at Holy Cross Mission. And when she sing, I feel strong and paddle like hell. Then she laugh and says, You think we get to Dawson before freeze up, Charlie? Sometimes she sit in canoe and is thinking far away. Her eyes like that, all empty. She does not see Sitka Charlie, nor the ice, nor the snow. She is far away. Very often she is like that, thinking far away. Sometimes, when she is thinking far away, her face is not good to see. It looks like a face that is angry, like the face of one man when he want to kill another man. Last day to Dawson very bad. Shore ice in all the eddies, mush ice in the stream. I cannot paddle. The canoe freeze to ice. I cannot get to shore. There is much danger. All the time we go down Yukon in the ice. That night there is much noise of ice. Then ice stop, canoe stop, everything stop. Let us go to shore, the woman says. I say no, better wait. By and by everything start downstream again. There is much snow. I cannot see. At 11 o'clock at night, everything stop. At 1 o'clock, everything start again. At 3 o'clock, everything stop. Canoe is smashed like eggshell, but is on top of ice and cannot sink. I hear dogs howling. We wait. We sleep. By and by morning come. There is no more snow. It is the freeze-up, and there is Dawson. Canoe smash and stop right at Dawson. Sitka Charlie has come in with 2,000 letters on very last water. The woman rent a cabin on the hill, and for 1 week I see her no more. Then one day she come to me. Charlie, she says, how do you like to work for me? You drive dogs, make camp, travel with me. I say that I make too much money carrying letters. She says, Charlie, I will pay you more money. I tell her that pick and shovel man get $15 a day in the mines. She says, that is $450 a month. And I say, Sitka Charlie is no pick and shovel man. Then she says, I understand, Charlie. I will give you $750 each month. It is a good price, and I go to work for her. I buy for her dogs and sled. We travel up Klondike, up Bonanza and El Dorado, over to Indian River, to Sulphur Creek, to Dominion, back across Divide to Gold Bottom and Too Much Gold, and back to Dawson. All the time she look for something. I do not know what. I am puzzled. What thing you look for? I ask. She laugh. You look for gold? I ask. She laugh. Then she says, that is none of your business, Charlie. And after that, I never ask any more. She has a small revolver which she carries in her belt. Sometimes on trails she makes practice with revolver. I laugh. What for you laugh, Charlie? She ask. What for you play with that? I say. It is no good. It is too small. It is for a child, a little plaything. When we get back to Dawson, she asked me to buy good revolver for her. I buy a Colt's 44. It is very heavy, but she carry it in her belt all the time. At Dawson comes the man. Which way he come I do not know. Only do I know he is Chek-Chak-Wo, what you call tenderfoot. His hands are soft, just like hers. He never do hard work. He is soft all over. At first I think maybe he is her husband, but he is too young. Also, they make 2 beds at night. He is maybe 20 years old. His eyes blue, his hair yellow. He has a little mustache which is yellow. His name is John Jones. Maybe he is her brother, I do not know. I ask questions no more. Only I think his name not John Jones. Other people call him Mr. Girvin. I do not think that is his name. I do not think her name is Miss Girvin, which other people call her. I think nobody know their names. One night I am asleep at Dawson. He wake me up. He says, "Get the dogs ready, we start." No more do I ask questions. So I get the dogs ready and we start. We go down the Yukon. It is night time. It is November, and it is very cold, 65 below. She is soft. He is soft. The cold bites. They get tired. They cry under their breaths to themselves. By and by I say better we stop and make camp. But they say that they will go on. 3 times I say better to make camp and rest. But each time they say they will go on. After that I say nothing. All the time, day after day, it is that way. They are very soft. They get stiff and sore. They do not understand moccasins, and their feet hurt very much. They limp. They stagger like drunken people. They cry under their breaths. And all the time they say, "On, on, we will go on." They are like crazy people. All the time do they go on and on. Why do they go on? I do not know. Only do they go on. What are they after? I do not know. They are not after gold. There is no stampede. Besides, they spend plenty of money. But I ask questions no more. I too go on and on, because I am strong on the trail, and because I am greatly paid. We make Circle City. That for which they look is not there. I think now that we will rest, and rest the dogs. But we do not rest. Not for one day do we rest. "Come," says the woman to the man, "let us go on." And we go on. We leave the Yukon. We cross the divide to the west, and swing down into the Tanana country. There are new diggings there, but that for which they look is not there, and we take the back trail to Circle City. It is a hard journey. December is most gone. The days are short. It is very cold. One morning it is 70 below zero. Better that we don't travel today, I say. Else will the frost be unwarmed in the breathing and bite all the edges of our lungs. After that we will have bad cough, and maybe next spring will come pneumonia. But they are Chechaquo. They do not understand the trail. They are like dead people, they are so tired. But they say, "Let us go on." We go on. The frost bites their lungs, and they get the dry cough. They cough till the tears run down their cheeks. When bacon is frying, they must run away from the fire and cough half an hour in the snow. They freeze their cheeks a little bit, so that the skin turns black and is very sore. Also, the man freezes his thumb till the end is like to come off, and he must wear a large thumb on his mitten to keep it warm, and sometimes, when the frost bites hard and the thumb is very cold, he must take off the mitten and put the hand between his legs next to the skin so that the thumb may get warm again. We limp into Circle City, and even I, Sitka Charlie, am tired. It is Christmas Eve. I dance, drink, make a good time, for tomorrow is Christmas Day, and we will rest. But no. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, Christmas morning. I am 2 hours asleep. The man stand by my bed. "Come, Charlie," he says. "Harness the dogs. We start." Have I not said that I ask questions no more? They pay me $750 each month. They are my masters. I am their man. If they say, "Charlie, come, let us start for hell," I will harness the dogs and snap the whip and start for hell. So I harness the dogs, and we start down the Yukon. Where do we go? They do not say. Only do they say, on, we will go on." They are very weary. They have traveled many hundreds of miles, and they do not understand the way of the trail. Besides, their cough is very bad. The dry cough that makes strong men swear and weak men cry. But they go on. Every day they go on. Never do they rest the dogs. Always do they buy new dogs. At every camp, at every post, at every Indian village, do they cut out the tired dogs and put in fresh dogs. They have much money, money without end, and like water they spend it. They are crazy? Sometimes I think so. For there is a devil in them that drives them on and on, always on. What is it that they try to find? It is not gold. Never do they dig in the ground. I think a long time. Then I think it is a man they try to find. But what man? Never do we see the man. Yet are they like wolves on the trail of the kill. But they are funny wolves, soft wolves, baby wolves, who do not understand the way of the trail. They cry aloud in their sleep at night. In their sleep they moan and groan with the pain of their weariness. In the day, as they stagger along the trail, they cry under their breaths. They are funny wolves. We pass Fort Yukon. We pass Fort Hamilton. We pass Minnook. January has come and nearly gone. The days are very short. At 9 o'clock comes daylight. At 3 o'clock comes night, and it is cold. And even I, Sitka Charlie, am tired. Will we go on forever this way without end? I do not know. But always do I look along the trail for that which they try to find. There are few people on the trail. Sometimes we travel 100 miles and never see a sign of life. It is very quiet. There is no sound. Sometimes it snows, and we are like wandering ghosts. Sometimes it is clear, and at midday the sun looks at us for a moment over the hills to the south. The northern lights flame in the sky, and the sun dogs dance, and the air is filled with frost dust. I am Sitka Charlie, a strong man. I was born on the trail, and all my days have I lived on the trail. And yet have these two baby wolves made me very tired. I am lean, like a starved cat, and I am glad of my bed at night, and in the morning am I greatly weary. Yet ever are we hitting the trail in the dark before daylight, and still on the trail does the dark after nightfall find us. These two baby wolves. If I am lean like a starved cat, they are lean like cats that have never eaten and have died. Their eyes are sunk deep in their heads, bright sometimes as with fever, dim and cloudy sometimes like the eyes of the dead. Their cheeks are hollow like caves in a cliff. Also are their cheeks black and raw from many freezings. Sometimes it is the woman in the morning who says, "I cannot get up, I cannot move, let me die." And it is the man who stands beside her and says, "Come, let us go on." And they go on. And sometimes it is the man who cannot get up, and the woman says, "Come, let us go on." But the one thing they do, and always do, is to go on. Always do they go on. Sometimes, at the trading posts, the man and woman get letters. I do not know what is in the letters, but it is the scent that they follow. These letters themselves are the scent. One time an Indian gives them a letter. I talk with him privately. He says it is a man with one eye who gives him the letter, a man who travels fast down the Yukon. That is all. But I know that the baby wolves are after the man with the one eye. It is February, and we have traveled 1,500 miles. We are getting near Bering Sea, and there are storms and blizzards. The going is hard. We come to Anvig. I do not know, but I think sure they get a letter at Anvig, for they are much excited, and they say, "Come, hurry, let us go on." But I say we must buy grub, and they say we must travel light and fast. Also they say that we can get grub at Charlie McKeon's cabin. Then do I know that they take the big cut-off, for it is there that Charlie McKeon lives, where the black rock stands by the trail. Before we start, I talk maybe 2 minutes with the priest at Anvig. Yes, there is a man with one eye who has gone by and who travels fast. And I know that for which they look is the man with the one eye. We leave Anvig with little grub, and travel light and fast. There are 3 fresh dogs bought in Anvig, and we travel very fast. The man and woman are like mad. We start earlier in the morning. We travel later at night. I look sometimes to see them die, these 2 baby wolves. But they will not die. They go on and on. When the dry cough take hold of them hard, they hold their hands against their stomach and double up in the snow, and cough and cough and cough. They cannot walk. They cannot talk. Maybe for 10 minutes they cough, maybe for half an hour. And then they straighten up, the tears from the coughing frozen on their faces, and the words they say are, "Come, let us go on." Even I, Sitka Charlie, am greatly weary, and I think $750 is a cheap price for the labor I do. We take the big cutoff, and the trail is fresh. The baby wolves have their noses down to the trail, and they say, "Hurry!" All the time do they say, "Hurry, faster, faster!" It is hard on the dogs. We have not much food, and we cannot give them enough to eat, and they grow weak. Also, they must work hard. The woman has true sorrow for them, and often, because of them, the tears are in her eyes. But the devil in her that drives her on will not let her stop and rest the dogs. And then we come upon the man with the one eye. He is in the snow by the trail, and his leg is broken. Because of the leg, he has made a poor camp, and has been lying on his blankets for 3 days and keeping a fire going. When we find him, he is swearing. He swears like hell. Never have I heard a man swear like that man. I am glad. Now that they have found that for which they look, we will have rest. But the woman says, "Let us start. Hurry." I am surprised. But the man with the one eye says, "Never mind me. Give me your grub. You will get more grub at McKeon's cabin tomorrow. Send McKeon back for me, but do you go on." He is another wolf, an old wolf, and he too thinks but the one thought, to go on. So we give him our grub, which is not much, and we chop wood for his fire, and we take his strongest dogs and go on. We left the man with one eye there in the snow, and he died there in the snow, for McKeon never went back for him. And who that man was, and why he came to be there, I do not know. But I think he was greatly paid by the man and the woman, like me, to do their work for them. That day and that night we had nothing to eat, and all next day we traveled fast, and we were weak with hunger. Then we came to the Black Rock, which rose 500 feet above the trail. It was at the end of the day. Darkness was coming, and we could not find the cabin of McKeon. We slept hungry, and in the morning looked for the cabin. It was not there, which was a strange thing, for everybody knew that McKeon lived in a cabin at Black Rock. We were near to the coast, where the wind blows hard, and there is much snow. Everywhere there were small hills of snow where the wind had piled it up. I have a thought, and I dig in one and another of the hills of snow. Soon I find the walls of the cabin, and I dig down to the door. I go inside. McKeon is dead. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks he is dead. A sickness had come upon him so that he could not leave the cabin. The wind and the snow had covered the cabin. He had eaten his grub and died. I looked for his cache, but there was no grub in it. "Let us go on," said the woman. Her eyes were hungry, and her hand was upon her heart, as with the hurt of something inside. She bent back and forth like a tree in the wind as she stood there. "Yes, let us go on," said the man. His voice was hollow, like the clonk of an old raven, and he was hunger mad. His eyes were like live coals of fire, and as his body rocked to and fro, so rocked his soul inside. And I too said, "Let us go on." For that one thought, laid upon me like a lash for every mile of 1,500 miles, had burned itself into my soul, and I think that I too was mad. Besides, we could only go on, for there was no grub. And we went on, giving no thought to the man with the one eye in the snow. There is little travel on the big cutoff. Sometimes 2 or 3 months and nobody goes by. The snow had covered the trail, and there was no sign that men had ever come or gone that way. All day the wind blew and the snow fell, and all day we travelled, while our stomachs gnawed their desire, and our bodies grew weaker with every step they took. Then the woman began to fall. Then the man. I did not fall, but my feet were heavy, and I caught my toes and stumbled many times. That night is the end of February. I kill 3 ptarmigan with the woman's revolver, and we are made somewhat strong again. But the dogs have nothing to eat. They try to eat their harness, which is of leather and walrus hide, and I must fight them off with a club and hang all the harness in a tree. And all night they howl and fight around that tree. But we do not mind. We sleep like dead people, and in the morning get up like dead people out of their graves and go on along the trail. That morning is the 1st of March, and on that morning I see the first sign of that, after which the baby wolves are in search. It is clear weather and cold. The sun stay longer in the sky, and there are sun-dogs flashing on either side, and the air is bright with frost dust. The snow falls no more upon the trail, and I see the fresh sign of dogs and sled. There is one man with that outfit, and I see in the snow that he is not strong. He, too, has not enough to eat. The young wolves see the fresh sign, too, and they are much excited. "Hurry," they say. All the time they say, "Hurry, faster, Charlie, faster." We make hurry very slow. All the time the man and the woman fall down. When they try to ride on sled, the dogs are too weak, and the dogs fall down. Besides, it is so cold that if they ride on the sled they will freeze. It is very easy for a hungry man to freeze. When the woman fall down, the man help her up. Sometimes the woman help the man up. By and by both fall down and cannot get up, and I must help them up all the time, else they will not get up and will die there in the snow. This is very hard work, for I am greatly weary, and as well I must drive the dogs, and the man and woman are very heavy, with no strength in their bodies. So by and by I too fall down in the snow, and there is no one to help me up. I must get up by myself, and always do I get up by myself and help them up and make the dogs go on. That night I get 1 ptarmigan, and we are very hungry. And that night the man says to me, "What time start tomorrow, Charlie?" It is like the voice of a ghost. I say, "All the time you make start at 5 o'clock. "Tomorrow," he says, "we will start at 3 o'clock. I laugh in great bitterness, and I say, "You are dead, man." And he says, "Tomorrow we will start at 3 o'clock. And we start at 3 o'clock, for I am their man, and that which they say is to be done I do. It is clear and cold, and there is no wind. When daylight comes we can see a long way off, and it is very quiet. We can hear no sound but the beat of our hearts, and in the silence that is a very loud sound. We are like sleepwalkers, and we walk in dreams until we fall down. And then we know we must get up, and we see the trail once more and bear the beating of our hearts. Sometimes when I am walking in dreams this way, I have strange thoughts. Why does Sitka Charlie live? I ask myself. Why does Sitka Charlie work hard and go hungry and have all this pain? For $750 a month, I make the answer, and I know it is a foolish answer. Also, it is a true answer, and after that, never again do I care for money. For that day a large wisdom came to me. There was a great light, and I saw clear, and I knew that it was not for money that a man must live, but for a happiness that no man can give, or buy, or sell, and that is beyond all value of all money in the world. In the morning, we come upon the last night camp of the man who is before us. It is a poor camp, the kind a man makes who is hungry and without strength. On the snow there are pieces of blanket and of canvas, and I know what has happened. His dogs have eaten their harness, and he has made new harness out of his blankets. The man and woman stare hard at what is to be seen, and as I look at them, my back feels the chill as of a cold wind against the skin. Their eyes are toil-mad and hunger-mad, and burn like fire deep in their heads. Their faces are like the faces of people who have died of hunger, and their cheeks are black with the dead flesh of many freezings. "Let us go on," says the man, but the woman coughs and falls in the snow. It is the dry cough where the frost has bitten the lungs. For a long time she coughs. Then, like a woman crawling out of her grave, she crawls to her feet. The tears are ice upon her cheeks, and her breath makes a noise as it comes and goes, and she says, "Let us go on." We go on, and we walk in dreams through the silence, and every time we walk is a dream, and we are without pain, and every time we fall down is an awakening, and we see the snow and the mountains and the fresh trail of the man who is before us, and we know all our pain again. We come to where we can see a long way over the snow, and that for which they look is before them. A mile away there are black spots upon the snow. The black spots move. My eyes are dim, and I must stiffen my soul to see. And I see one man with dogs in a sled. The baby wolves see too. They can no longer talk, but they whisper, "On, on, let us hurry." And they fall down, but they go on. The man who is before us, his blanket harness breaks often, and he must stop and mend it. Our harness is good, for I have hung it in trees each night. At 11 o'clock the man is half a mile away. At 1 o'clock he is a quarter of a mile away. He is very weak. We see him fall down many times in the snow. One of his dogs can no longer travel, and he cuts it out of the harness, but he does not kill it. I kill it with the axe as I go by, as I kill one of my dogs, which loses its legs and can travel no more. Now we are 300 yards away. We go very slow. Maybe in 2-3 hours we go 1 mile. We do not walk. All the time we fall down. We stand up and stagger 2 steps, maybe 3 steps, then we fall down again. And all the time I must help up the man and woman. Sometimes they rise to their knees and fall forward, maybe 4 or 5 times before they can get to their feet again and stagger 2 or 3 steps and fall. But always do they fall forward. Standing or kneeling, always do they fall forward, gaining on the trail each time by the length of their bodies. Sometimes they crawl on hands and knees like animals that live in the forest. We go like snails that are dying, we go so slow. And yet we go faster than the man who is before us, for he too falls all the time, and there is no Sitka Charlie to lift him up. Now he is 200 yards away. After a long time, he is 100 yards away. It is a funny sight. I want to laugh out loud. Ha ha! Just like that. It is so funny. It is a race of dead men and dead dogs. It is like in a dream when you have a nightmare and run away very fast for your life and go very slow. The man who is with me is mad. The woman is mad. I am mad. All the world is mad, and I want to laugh. It is so funny. The stranger man who is before us leaves his dogs behind and goes on alone across the snow. After a long time we come to the dogs. They lie helpless in the snow, their harness a blanket and canvas on them, the sled behind them, and as we pass them they whine to us and cry like babies that are hungry. Then we too leave our dogs and go on alone across the snow. The man and the woman are nearly gone, and they moan and groan and sob, but they go on. I too go on. I have but one thought. It is to come up to the stranger man. Then it is that I shall rest, and not until then shall I rest, and it seems that I must lie down and sleep for 1,000 years, I am so tired. The stranger man is 50 yards away, all alone in the white snow. He falls and crawls, staggers, and falls and crawls again. He is like an animal that is sore wounded and trying to run from the hunter. By and by he crawls on hands and knees. He no longer stands up. And the man and woman no longer stand up. They too crawl after him on hands and knees. But I stand up. Sometimes I fall, but always do I stand up again. It is a strange thing to see. All about is the snow and the silence, and through it crawl the man and the woman and the stranger man who goes before. On either side the sun are sun-dogs, so that there are 3 suns in the sky. The frost dust is like the dust of diamonds, and all the air is filled with it. Now the woman coughs, and lies still in the snow until the fit has passed, when she crawls on again. Now the man looks ahead, and he is blear-eyed with old age, and must rub his eyes so that he can see the stranger man. And now the stranger man looks back over his shoulder, and Sitka Charlie, standing upright, maybe falls down and stands upright again. After a long time the stranger man crawls no more. He stands slowly upon his feet and rocks back and forth. Also does he take off one mitten and wait with revolver in his hand, rocking back and forth as he waits. His face is skin and bones and frozen black. It is a hungry face. The eyes are deep sunk in his head, and the lips are snarling. The man and woman, too, get upon their feet, and they go toward him very slowly. And all about is the snow and the silence. And in the sky are 3 suns, and all the air is flashing with the dust of diamonds. And thus it was that I, Sitka Charlie, saw the baby wolves make their kill. No word is spoken. Only does the stranger man snarl with his hungry face. Also does he rock to and fro, his shoulders drooping, his knees bent, and his legs wide apart, so that he does not fall down. The man and the woman stop maybe 50 feet away. Their legs too are wide apart, so that they do not fall down, and their bodies rock to and fro. The stranger man is very weak. His arm shakes, so that when he shoots at the man, his bullet strikes in the snow. The man cannot take off his mitten. The stranger man shoots at him again, and this time the bullet goes by in the air. Then the man takes the mitten in his teeth and pulls it off. But his hand is frozen, and he cannot hold the revolver, and it fails in the snow. I look at the woman. Her mitten is off, and the big Colt's revolver is in her hand. 3 times she shoot, quick, just like that. The hungry face of the stranger man is still snarling as he falls forward into the snow. They do not look at the dead man. Let us go on, they say, and we go on. But now that they have found that for which they look, they are like dead. The last strength has gone out of them. They can stand no more upon their feet. They will not crawl, but desire only to close their eyes and sleep. I see not far away a place for camp. I kick them. I have my dog whip, and I give them the lash of it. They cry aloud, but they must crawl. And they do crawl to the place for camp. I build fire so that they will not freeze. Then I go back for sled. Also, I kill the dogs of the stranger man so that we may have food and not die. I put the man and woman in blankets and they sleep. Sometimes I wake them and give them little bit of food. They are not awake, but they take the food. The woman sleep 1 day and a half. Then she wake up and go to sleep again. The man sleep 2 days and wake up and go to sleep again. After that we go down to the coast at St. Michael's. And when the ice goes out of Bering Sea, the man and woman go away on a steamship. But first they pay me my $750 a month. Also, they make me a present of $1,000. And that was the year that Sitka Charlie gave much money to the mission at Holy Cross. But why did they kill the man? I asked. Sitka Charlie delayed reply until he had lighted his pipe. He glanced at the Police Gazette illustration and nodded his head at it familiarly. Then he said, speaking slowly and ponderingly, "I have thought much. I do not know. It is something that happened. It is a picture I remember. It is like looking in at the window and seeing the man writing a letter. They came into my life, and they went out of my life. And the picture is, as I have said, without beginning, the end without understanding." "You have painted many pictures in the telling," I said. "Aye." He nodded his head, "but they were without beginning and without end." "The last picture of all had an end," I said. "Aye," he answered, "but what end?" "It was a piece of life," I said. "Aye," he answered, "it was a piece of life."
Great Classic Family Favorites. Production copyright 2010 by BBC Audiobooks America. All rights reserved.